Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Paul. Welcome to Ola Prime. I think we may have lost a few people. But anyway, welcome everyone to Hola Prime TV, and welcome to, we got a...
Hello, I'm here. I don't know what happened. I'm here. Hello, welcome everybody. Hi, James.
Good day, Paul. We got a big echo on the mics here, back end. We're going to have to struggle through it. But there we go. Anyway, welcome to Monday morning. It's a fantastic day. All sorts of things happening over the weekend. And I'm sure Paul's got some crypto news to talk about. But stocks have been moving. And we have some trades on. We need to talk about them. And I'm going to have to switch mics here, I'm afraid. But Paul, if I can switch over to you for a minute while I get rid of this reverb.
Yeah, please. Can we put up my charts, please? Let's have a look at Forex to start with. Good afternoon and good morning and good night to everybody who's paying attention and from multiple time zones in the chat. Great to see you. Lucky G, Dunwat, MD, JU, Maria Foster, Emily Trading. Great to see you. If you just put my charts up, we'll have a quick look at Forex while we're sorting out some of those issues. It's been a very interesting weekend and the end of last week. So this is obviously we're going to get into some of the news which we had at the end of last week. Of course, we had the FOMC, we had some data points and then some political implications on those data points, which is all kind of kicking off, as well as the tariff stuff. So let's just have a quick look at how the Forex market is responding. Pound US dollar is essentially where we were at the end of last week. We've hit support, but we're also potentially putting in a bearish retest of this reversal pattern. So we could be heading down from here. The Aussie dollar, also with the, paired with the US dollar, is putting a bearish retest of this range, which we've come in on. So we could see some downside here, but we could also have a recovery because we haven't yet surpassed this previous swing low. So pay attention to this, but it looks like we might be beginning to head a little bit lower. New Zealand paired with the dollar, we're also finding our feet. We've broken down from this pattern, of course, but we are basing out a little bit, so we could see some ranging action before I move higher. No reason to think we'll be heading lower until, of course, this line is changed. And the Euro USD, again, we're putting in a bearish retest, and it looks like we'll be coming down from here potentially. And if you have a quick look at the pound Japanese yen, likewise, again, we're coming down. We haven't quite surpassed this previous swing high yet, so that'll be the line in the sand to pay attention to see if we may get a move back up to retest this upper range. But unless we can surpass this diagonal trend line, of course, we're probably going to be coming down or ranging in this area. Obviously, this is a very simple just look. The dollar, Japanese yen, we are seem to be putting a higher high, and of course we are seem to finding a new foundation at the bottom, at the top of this range, which of course is following a significant retrace and a basing out of the indices action. So this is looking pretty good for this pairing at the moment. There's some good trading opportunities. In fact, probably right now as we're finding our feet at that level. And then the European Japanese yen, again, similar thing. We've had a breaking down from this very consistent move upwards, but it looks like we might be trying to find a foundation again here with this potential higher low. So being very mindful here, but I would expect a bit some range trading, of course, from this pair. And dollar Swiss is looking pretty good as well in terms of a reversal. We've put a solid higher high in, and we've just tapped this the SR flip from this resistance flipping to support, so we could have some upside here. So that is a very brief Forex rundown. But while we're just waiting for my good friend James to tell us all about what's been going on in the market, let's have a quick look at Bitcoin. Let's just switch. So here we go. So this is Bitcoin 2-hour chart. Now this is all in the context of what happened at the end of last week. And just to surmise that, James will look at it in more detail. So we had the FOMC meeting, which was looking a little less dovish than we thought about September. And then, of course, we still think these interest rate cuts are going to happen in September, but nonetheless, the Fed was still very cautious, weren't really bowing to any kind of political pressure in this respect, which is fine. But then we had some of the employment data come out at the end of the week, and a lot of the previous data also revised down, which caused quite a lot of chaos. And the chair, the head of the data bureau, excuse me, I can't think of the correct language at the moment, unfortunately was fired, as the current administration wasn't particularly happy with the numbers. Now, there's no reason to think there's any issue with the numbers. However, of course, they're not looking, it doesn't look very good for the current administration, and they're not particularly happy with those numbers. But it also, the odd thing about this, although the political implications of firing someone in charge of the data has the potential to cause some issues, of course, in the market, hesitation on a more global and bigger scale, as people, of course, are worried about issues between the current administration and the head of the Fed's independence. And of course, this is all creating a bit of a cocktail at the moment, a bit of a political storm at the moment. So we feel that if the president of the United States feels he's within his right to, of course, start firing people in charge of data points, then this could, of course, cause some issues. And with Bitcoin, that has been reflective as we've broken down from this range we were trading in, and we've now tapped support just as intended. And we're going to look a little bit more in detail into Bitcoin in a little bit, but I think you're all very keen, before we jump straight into crypto, we're very keen to have a little listen to James about his perspective about all that chaos I just summarized. James, are we ready to hear your take of the last few days? Are we all good for that?
I'm back. I think it's very difficult because I've got a terrible reverb, but I'm a stoic sort of man, and I'll keep on trying through this. So if the back end can get my charts up, that would be great, and we can get straight into it. And I'm sure we'll fix these technical issues the next time we come around, and we'll start looking at what's going on. So here's my trading view charts, folks. But I want to point out, this is the sort of news ticker or squawk box, and this is the Reuters comment, which flashed up early this morning. And I think this kind of summarizes what's going on. And this is the headline: stocks rise as investors cling to hopes for US rate cuts. And the key points: stocks rise in Europe, stocks rise in the US. US jobs shock. We could talk about that in a minute. Paul's already started. Leads market to price. More rate cuts. Dollar flat. Oil slips, etc., etc. So it's all about jobs, folks. And we had this big consternation because we had quite a decent, relatively decent number, and then followed up by an adjustment to the previous month's number, which brought it from like 110,000 down to almost nothing.
It's crazy.
And so the market got sort of super optimistic, then got spooked, and then rebounced. I think this was an opportunity for the larger funds to buy the market. Let's have a look at the economic calendar. Nothing going on today. As you can see, a couple of bit of news coming out from France. We've got factory orders, transport from the US, not a big number. Total vehicle sales, that's just come out. Actually, these have just come out. 8.2% on factory orders. Very interesting number, massive number. And then total vehicle sales, 15.3. A little bit down, but not much. Nothing else coming today. Maybe a little bit more news on payrolls and that sort of thing, but not much. And I think then we got a bit from Korea and all that sort of thing. So Japan, a little bit of news later on. Monetary policy meeting, which will be interesting. But let's have a look at what's happened to the markets. And Paul, interrupt me if you want to leap in at any point. I'm just going to forge on, knowing that I can't hear you, you can't hear me, and I've got reverb all over my brain. So I'm going to just rely on you to jump in if you need to. Sure. So let's have a look at the Nasdaq. If you remember on Friday, we were talking about these very charts, the Nasdaq and the S&P. And we were halfway down through this Friday bear candle when we were talking. Actually, we had just started. We'd broken down through the 20-period moving average, and we were heading down towards the orange line, which is an orange line that we had on the charts previously. It's a flat bottom support. It's a place where we bought previously. We got out of that long at the top, and we went short. Basically, I hedged it, and we re-hedged at the bottom here. So we've now locked in the short from the top, right down at the orange line, and we're bouncing up dramatically. So essentially, we don't have a position apart from the locked-in profit. But I do believe, as I said on Friday, that we're going to see these markets moving higher and higher. And in fact, we've got something like the follow-on from the Zweig Brett thrust, which led the markets higher in the last few months. So I think that's where we're going. And there are all sorts of stats which point to a higher market. And if we do get a rate cut in September, I was talking to Paul earlier, actually, before this session started, and about the jobs lady being fired, the statistician. And I have the idea and a vague suspicion that they may actually make these job numbers terrible for the next meeting, the next NFP, which is the first Friday of next month. But we've got 3 other jobs weekly reports coming out in the interim. And if they place the right person in that position, maybe we can get some really bad job numbers and force the Fed to cut. I don't think it's as nefarious as that, quite as openly, blatantly evil and wrong as that, but maybe it is. All right, so going to the S&P. Now the question is, so we got hedged on the Nasdaq, we sold our shorts, in other words, we got rid of our shorts, we bought some at the bottom. What do we do on the S&P? Well, exactly the same thing. There's the same ledge, same flat bottom, same volume profile, so we're right in the most traded zone. A little double top there, actually, on that little traded zone, which I like. And we bounced off there. We got long literally at the bottom yesterday, which wasn't difficult because it's literally at the bottom of these candles. And we got there, we bought. It flopped around a bit most of the, so I said yesterday, I meant Friday. Flopped around a little bit, not much movement post or pre-market over the weekend. But since a few hours ago when the market reopened, we've rallied up quite strongly. We've got the 20-period moving average above us, which is the first immediate resistance, and obviously this flat top we've got to get through. But I would say it's a buy on dips again for Nasdaq, S&P, and probably the German 30. We're not trading this at the moment, but there are some opportunities perhaps buy here too. And I had these 2 paths on. You'll be very pleased, folks, and for those of you who are watching, please like and subscribe. There are only 4 likes so far, folks, and there are 14 folks watching, so maybe we can get another 2 likes from you guys. That would be great.
What is that about? What is that about? I mean, come on. Look, you are all so wonderful. You're commenting. You're like, "Hi, how you doing?" Come on, just go the last mile. Just hit like, hit subscribe. That's all we need. That's all we need. Go for it. Right? It's an enjoyable experience. It's very satisfying. You get a dopamine here when you do it.
You do. That's why it's there, obviously. All right, so we got these 2 paths. I thought we might actually sort of break this level on an initial impact, but then having considered all the news and everything that was coming out with a big flip in the jobs report, I think that so I was sort of tempted to buy here. We did buy eventually, but I did have this other path in mind on the German 30. Sorry, we didn't buy. I was considering buying. I'm still considering buying, but I'm kind of watching this. I'm not sure this has been properly resolved yet, and there are better fish to put in the pan and fry, like the Nasdaq and the S&P. So we'll come back to the German 30, I think, during this week, me and my crew. And then just to finish off on stocks, I've just bought another tranche on MSTR and another tranche on Coinbase. Just actually the first tranche on Coinbase. The reason I'm mentioning these is because I'm pretty bullish on Bitcoin, and these are the picks and shovels that will support the Bitcoin rally, which is on the way right now as we speak, as I glance at my chart. So I think that's all about stocks for now. We can come back to that, but let's go across to crypto. And I want to show you this most beautiful chart you've ever seen in your entire life. I guarantee it. And why don't I pause and give you all a chance to think a wee bit?
Yeah, just enjoy the chart. It's a very beautiful chart. Just sit back, look at it like a painting, and just feel like warm waves wash over you. It's a very beautiful chart.
Yeah, it is. Now, so Bitcoin's not meant to have a beautiful chart. It never normally does. And if you've been trading this like Paul and I have for quite a long time, you'll know that we don't expect structural moves, particularly, maybe cycles, maybe general sort of technical structure to charts, but not very neat and not very tame and not very controllable or manageable until this year. And Bitcoin has now become a very well-behaved instrument, and we have a perfect bull run, bull flag, breakout, another one, a smaller one at the top here. And all we need to do now is to break out through the top. We've bounced off the bottom and the 50-period moving average. So far, today is a tweezer bottom, bullish engulfing, and what's the word? Not dark cloud cover, the opposite of that from the bottom, whatever it is. Paul, you might know. Anyway, a bullish engulfing candle at the 50 and at that breakout level. That's the original breakout level going back to May 2025. Is that right? Yeah, May 25. So quite a long time ago. And we broke out of there. We've just come back to that breakout point. This is the original bull flag. And I think I've got some lines on here even. Let's put that. Yeah, there it is. Let's quickly just adjust this. So there's the original bull flag. This is why I say this chart is so neat. And it's also a perfect chart because we can also now project the paths without having to rely on Fibonacci extensions only. We can use a technical pattern to project the outcome of this move. So there's the bull move, flag, and the bull flag move, the extension of this move, should be equivalent to the original launching move, which will take us all the way up to 135,000. All I've done is I've duplicated that white line and I've added it onto the bottom of the bull flag at the end. And we broke out. So that's the target based on this larger bull flag. But then we've got a small bull flag here as well. And we've been blessed with a flag within a flag. And once again, we can draw the line. So there's the flag. There's the rally up from the breakout point. Bull flag. And we're waiting for the breakout through the top. We can also now project where this will get to, because we can do the same thing that we did on the larger bull flag. And the red line reaches up to about 130. This one up to about 135. So we've got a 130 to 135 target. But many others, not only me and maybe Paul probably, but others like Morgan Stanley and Wall Street Journal this morning commenting and using this number as it's the fourth or fifth time I've heard it now, which makes me more and more suspicious of it. But that's another story. But anyway, we'll go with that. We'll go with it for now. 160,000 of Bitcoin in this rally. And that would take us up until, assuming the same gradient, I'm going to just sort of duplicate this and stick it on, sort of just copying. So if we get up to 160,000, that would be by exactly 1 month's time from now. If we just follow the gradient that we're currently trading within. No acceleration, no exponential moves, no parabolic blowouts, nothing like that. Just a linear move would take us there. 4th of September 2025. It does seem a bit too soon, doesn't it? Anyway, well, as Bitcoin moves, and I do believe it's bouncing here, it's bullish.
I'd like to.
Sorry, Paul.
I mean, look. I mean, the thing is, like, when Bitcoin gets going, I mean, all cards are off the table. So I think later in the week we can talk about this because I've got some interesting charts about kind of institutional Bitcoin and post-institutional Bitcoin. We can maybe have a different thought. But if you think 160 is a bit of a stretch, well, I think it can do it, no problem at all. So I think once it goes, it will go. So very conservative potentially, actually, in my view.
Sure. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I mean, we all hope that it'll do a lot better. I want to show you something on the 15-minute chart. If you were trading Bitcoin over the weekend, and many of you would have been, or should have been, or could have been, this was the move very, very late on Saturday night. It was around midnight my time, so at the change of day on the Bitcoin chart. And we got this move down to just below 112, actually, which was literally to the top of the breakout point, 111,900 and something. Almost touched it, not quite, but almost. And then we got this double bottom with a big spike over there, and that was the entry point for me. I added a new tranche on Bitcoin. And at the same time, not because I thought the other charts, Ethereum and XRP, were particularly basey or bullish, but because Bitcoin was doing its thing, I added onto Ethereum as well. I'll show you this chart quickly. Pretty similar, actually, and not really too difficult to pick this bottom. So there's the bottom. So double bottom with a clear out through the bottom, as you should always expect with most cryptos. That fake clear out through the double bottom, and then off we go. We got long on Ethereum slightly later, but around that sort of zone. And then also XRP, we got long Where did we get long? My arrow is actually on there somewhere, I think. Anyway, another double bottom there. So we all followed all of these, and probably many other coins as well, which Paul will know more about, probably followed a similar pattern to Bitcoin. And we have a short-term double bottom reversal with a tweezer bottom on the longer-term charts off all the technical levels, perfectly technically set up, target 160. And therefore, and we've seen it across all of these coins, and they're all behaving in a similar way, which adds strength to this idea. Let's go quickly to gold and finish off with on this page. I'm still short on gold, and you'll say, what the hell are you doing being short on gold? Well, let me just show you quickly, and I will change this position fairly soon. But I want to show you, and I hope you do appreciate the way I've done these charts for you. I spent at least an hour this morning. Thank you. I appreciate you appreciating me, Paul. All right, let's just make this a little bit easy to see. All right, so there we go. So there's the breakout. We got short over there, as you know. We talked about this quite a lot, and we broke down through both of these triangles. We got an ascending triangle, and we got another little one within the larger one. We broke up through the top of the smaller one, only up to the top of the larger one, rejected. We got short, broke down through both of them. But now, Friday, we moved back into the larger triangle and the smaller triangle, but we have not broken through the top of the smaller triangle. That triangle remains in power, in control, until we close above that level. So I remain short. We still have some profit on this trade, although it's being eliminated quite rapidly as this market moves up. But in order to compensate for that, I'm also long on silver. And this is the 7th time that we've been short on gold and long on silver simultaneously. And we've been, this is the 7th time. The previous 6 occasions we were profitable, and this occasion we're also profitable. So we got some profit on the gold shorts, and we got some profit on these silver longs. Our positions, we started off in the 20s, and we got our last position one down here, and about 31, 35, another one about 35, one over there, and we're trading at 37 and a bit now. So we have some profit on silver and we have some profit in gold. We want to get in the same direction on both of them, but we haven't been able to do that for some time because silver has been gaining against gold consistently over the last month since gold hit that top. So it's a bit of a hedge position. I'm also long on copper right from the bottom here, 2 tranches, and I think that covers that page mostly. And then there's one more thing I want to talk about, which most people have asked me about over the last couple of days, and that's WTI oil. And let's have a look at this. And I'm sure someone's going to ask about natural gas in the comments any minute, but we don't trade natural gas here at Ola Prime. So let's stick with oil. We do trade oil, which is a wonderful thing to trade as well. And oil, we remain short. You can see all of my multiple short positions, most of them in profit, but not by very much. Our first position was right at the top there on the Iran bunker buster strike deal thing that went on, drove the price of oil dramatically up. And when that all turned out to be just a missile strike in the end, oil crashed back down again. And we started getting short on the pullbacks to the 200 period moving average, the purple line, and to this downward facing trend line. We're moving down quite rapidly now, and next support is down into this next big support zone, big heavily traded area, support block, order block. And if we can eventually break down through there, I'll probably add some more shorts. So we've got quite a lot on now, as you can see. Around about 70% of my total size. I'm looking for a move back down to 55 and eventually below. So that's oil. And at the same time, I expect natural gas will move up. Just for those of you interested, that's just dipping down a wee bit in this hour. But we have taken some size off that and looking to re-add that on slightly lower down. We're also long on uranium, for those of you who are trading that. And I think that's everything, folks. I don't think there's anything I haven't covered. But we haven't gone into much detail on crypto, and I'm going to segue into Paul's crypto expertise on that, if you don't mind, Paul.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If we could bring up my charts, that'd be great. But just while we're doing that, I think so we'll look at crypto because we've got a few questions. MD is asking. MD comments. BTC setup is very confusing. Don't know if to go long or stay out.
And Paul, I forgot to mention currencies. I know when I was offline, you may have gone through them. I wasn't able to see what you were talking about. But if we need to cover the pound, I'm long on the pound and the euro and short on the dollar yen. If you want to cover those at the end, we can do so too.
let's look at crypto, then we can circle back to Forex, and then we can use that to just have a little convo about what all those things we've been talking about over the last few days, if that works for you, my friend. And just to reminder, everybody, we will be giving away a 25k Forex challenge account in this very session today. So all of the wonderful people who are commenting, liking, subscribing, and making sure their email is in their YouTube bio, will be announcing that within the next 20 minutes or so. So keep the comments coming. And of course, we don't take bribes, but we enjoy them nonetheless. Right. So
I take bribes, Paul. I'm open for bribes for sure.
James is open to bribes, so just bear that in mind. I could be persuaded, maybe. Right. So anyway, this is obviously we're just joking. So we're talking about Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin 2-hour chart. Now, we have been trading in this range with this local support and then major support below. Major support is representative essentially of the previous breakout level. So previous all-time highs until we broke above was 112k exactly. And we have essentially retested that exactly over the weekend. Now, irrespective of the reason for this retrace, it is good natural price action, and this is not this support area is not a bad place, MD, to come in. Now, for a Bitcoin entry or for an altcoin long entry, but it's obviously not quite as simple as that. But let's just jump into some of the charts just to get perspective. So this is Bitcoin daily, and as you can see that we've broken out of this inverse head and shoulders, and we're now simply coming back down for a nice simple retest, all very natural. Now, of course, if we start losing this area, if we start losing 110, which is the bottom of this major support zone, then you've got problems. But this is exactly where we want to be for a long play or an entrance for long-term, medium-term, whatever investment. So it's perfectly fine. And you can see it's all perfectly healthy, right? And we haven't even actually come down as far as we could go just yet. And also, we were talking about this diagonal line last week as well. And unfortunately, the price action does seem to be disrespecting it. It's been very disrespectful of this diagonal line, and it seems to be ignoring it. So I'm not sure how relevant it is. Let me take it off. You never know. You never know. You can see really.
It was a good line. It was a good line, Paul.
It was a good play. It was a good attempt, but the price action didn't care much for it, sadly. And we're just retesting this previous range. Now, what happens from here is going to be quite important. But the most important thing is this line holds. And if Bitcoin is just ranging for a little bit while we try and sort all the politics and everything out, then fine, it's all good. So it's not a bad place to come in. Now, if you're a bit worried, wait to see what happens. We might have a wick down here before a recovery like this. Bitcoin loves to do stuff like that. So be prepared, but still a great area. And you can see other people with the order blocks got a similar idea. And there's that other diagonal line, which is being disrespected. Thank you, Bitcoin, for being so disrespectful. But this is what I wanted to talk about. Now, we have been essentially Bitcoin is seen as a store of value. So regardless of whatever's going on in the world, if the shizzle hits the fan, essentially, right, Bitcoin is seen as a good place to go to as a store of value, right, with a finite supply, right? However, the altcoin market is not the same. The altcoin market, it gets hit very hard with uncertainty and all the stuff which has been happening last week with the data and maybe some of the politics getting stewed in with it, of course, are causing issues. Now, what we've been waiting for with the altcoin market, this is Bitcoin dominance. When it's heading down, that means money's flowing into the altcoins proportion to Bitcoin, and it's good. Now, we have seen a lower low, a lower high, but not another lower low for 2 years. And we need to see that to confirm a trend change. And this would be altcoin season. But right now, we have not had the lower low, and we need to see that. And the problem is, of course, we have a month or so of good altcoin trading. The market starts to turn towards more bullish longevity. So the altcoins can not just go one move and then down, they go one move, 40% retrace, then the next move, 40% retrace, then the next move. Unfortunately, until Bitcoin dominance can surpass this level and put in this elusive lower low, which we haven't seen, the second lower low, altcoins look like they could just reset, unfortunately, if the problems in the market continue. And if we look at Bitcoin dominance daily, we had this Adam and Eve pattern with this double top, and actually when it's heading down, that's good for altcoins. You can see when we came back down, we couldn't get below the 50 on the weekly chart, and now we are essentially putting in a bearish retest of this area with, unfortunately, a higher high. And if we find our feet here and Bitcoin dominance heads up from here, all the altcoin longs, which we've all been looking at now, like XRP has made a nice move, it's come back down, we're looking for an entrance, everything will just continue to head lower again, which would be very, very unfortunate. And if you want evidence that that might be happening, This is total 3, representing the entire crypto market minus Ethereum and Bitcoin. And you can see we were at the end of July, just a few days ago, in a great place to enter, but it's all reset and we've broken down. So we need to see what happens with these levels, and we really want to see it trying to find its feet again, and then up we go. Because a lot of altcoins are in good positions to trade right now, which is the most frustrating thing as well. But this is the most relevant Bitcoin chart. We can look at it's very straightforward. The golden zone here is right below us. We have support at around 112, 110K, but we have now Bitcoin's got a bit of work to do. It's got to surpass this, right? It's got to surpass the point of control. It's got to surpass this resistance level and all-time highs, which is 2 more resistance points than we had last week, which is problematic. So we could see Bitcoin doing something like this for a little while and then doing that for the next few days until the market. So we need to be obviously paying attention, of course, but everything's fine with Bitcoin, but what happens next is going to be very important. And if you are looking to get into a long, this is probably your invalidation line for a long trade. Anything below this, you want to think about escaping. So if you do enter around here and the price actually comes down, just look to get out if you get the bearish retest. But good buying opportunity, I think, for Bitcoin. But this is the problem. This is the problem with the issues in the market right now. And if we just look at XRP, well, look, as we talked about last week, it's now tapped the 618. We've lost kind of the hidden bullish divergence. And if we can't move up from here, we're just going to come back down. And this is exactly where we were, right? This is exactly where we were at the start of July. And we don't want this to happen, right? So, I mean, James, your thoughts on this with again, this very strange disparity between risk assets and digital gold. I mean, this is a problem. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm a Bitcoin maxi personally. This is quite a recent thing. I'm like only a year or so. Altcoins I see as competitors, much like fiat currencies compete amongst each other. Someone's going to end up the king, and I think that's Bitcoin. Then there might be a queen, that like the euro could be, the dollar, the euro, something else, Ethereum maybe. But they're all going to compete. And some will do better than others. Some will fall away. Some will do brilliantly. Some will become solid and stable and just remain there. Maybe Ethereum and XRP and a couple of others. But I think Bitcoin, it's like the dollar is like 1.2 euros, okay? Or the Aussie dollar is 0.6 or 0.7 US dollars. It's been like that for 40 or 50 or 60 years. And I think eventually we get to that sort of level where Bitcoin dominance might be 65 or 75%, and it might fluctuate by 3 or 5% over time, and it'll get stuck there. So for these alts to move up right now, and if Bitcoin dominance is not going to change, and we are kind of stuck, as you pointed out, then and if those charts actually indicate that Bitcoin dominance is going to stabilize and maybe even rally, I mean, have we reclaimed that line? Maybe. Then we'll end up in a situation that when altcoins want to get a wiggle on, they're going to need Bitcoin to do so first, and so there we go. Bitcoin to 200K and altcoins to 10x on Bitcoin, maybe 15 on Bitcoin, 15 on alts, something like that. But Bitcoin's got to move. I mean, it's got to move. And we're kind of at this point now, I think where I've been watching markets for a long time. To me, this looks like a bottom. I've gone quids in, as they say in Blighty, and I've added more there at that bottom right there. Same on XRP, same on Ethereum. And those are my main plays, to be honest, for the next month. I've got a little bit on currencies, a little bit on stocks, fair bit on the S&P and Nasdaq, a couple of names, a few commodities, sugar, soya, cotton, that sort of thing. But most of my plays right now are on Bitcoin, and I believe that we're heading towards 130, probably 160. And I think the altcoins could get a little bit more oomph than Bitcoin, but not a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, look, we are waiting for this. We want this. That is what makes a ton of money in the crypto space, but we haven't seen it. And when we're looking at September with potential rate cuts, right? Obviously, we don't just want rate cuts. We want we want maybe less issues which are causing problems in the market. The tariff stuff, the political wranglings potentially, about data, because there's a reason why we want independence from certain institutions, right? Because they offer stability. And it's very frustrating, of course, I understand that, if we want interest rates to come down, but it needs to come down appropriately. The Fed has got loads of issues in the way it deals with interest rates. You can talk about that till the cows come home, right? Are you going to rein in corporate profits? Well, I guess you're not, but that's all part of inflation. The issues are that we need the altcoin market, which is risk assets. We need the world economy to be supportive of risk asset growth. And regardless of whether the dollar is coming down or not, uncertainty is not good for risk assets. So Bitcoin is doing great. Bitcoin is always going to be, a dip is an opportunity. But with the altcoin markets, until we start seeing a confirmed move from Bitcoin dominance, from an uptrend to a downtrend, we're just going to have this stop, start. Medium-term holds aren't going to play out. Long-term investments aren't going to play out. And whereas last cycle you can 50x your money with altcoins, we're not seeing that right now. So our best bet is to look for September, and again, look for that elusive lower low. And if you do want more information about this, head over to Hola Prime X, whereas weekly we have crypto news, Bitcoin update, and top altcoin picks for you to trade, which will look at these sort of analysis in more detail. But shall we just have a look at Forex just briefly? James, does that work? Should we just see if I can find my chart and just get your take? Maybe if I can find it. Where is it? I've lost it. Oh no, what a tragedy. Forex has disappeared off the face.
Oh, you can put my charts up if you want.
Yeah, let's put your charts up. Let's have a look at Forex, and we can try and make sense of what's going on.
I've got my currency charts up here. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah.
I'll start with the dollar index, because currency actually had quite a move yesterday. Hang on, that's the Aussie. Let's DXY.
Yeah, so we did a brief rundown of the Forex at the start of the session, but it'd be very interesting to look at it in the context of what happened last week.
Yeah. So in the broad context, I mean, the dollar. So my view on the dollar index is that we're moving down to 93 and probably 90. We're trading at 98 now, so 5% down, but not in a straight line. I think it's going to take some time, as you can see. Now we've bounced up a little bit recently, back up into this order block, which does exist. Again, the color's a bit weird, but we are on top of these colors now, so I'm obsessed, as you can tell. All right, so there's the order block, straight back into that order block, which I had highlighted weeks and maybe even months ago, probably months ago. Yeah, it's called Dixie Moab, so months ago. Let's change this text. And, oops, hang on. Anyway, you can see it. There's a label there. It's in black. So this is the key breakdown level that the dollar...
If you're a big fan of James's charts and his naming scheme, please leave a comment saying we love James's charts. It's great. Come on, let's show some love for the effort. He said an hour. He's put an hour into this. Come on.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. So I've got a blob down here. You can see this red blob. There's actually it's slightly out of context because there are some other lines which I've got drawn in here which are not visible. But that's my target, and we could even get a little bit lower down to the yellow line. So you can see we've got some way to go. That's the 78.6% fib. The fact that we cleared the top through there on the dollar index and have now collapsed through the bottom means that we've had a complete reversal. The top failed, the bottom is the go. And we need to get this moving down. At least as far as the top protruded through the top, we should get the bottom protruding through the bottom of Moab. We haven't done that yet. So yeah, so we rallied up a bit, rejected very sharply. There's another line there. Spotting these lines like you can't believe. What color should we make this one? That one. So that's another moving average that we moved up to. That's the 100 period. And so a bit of resistance there, and we've fallen back down. Now, this has affected all the currencies, including the euro, the pound, etc., all the majors. And I'm going to show you my euro trades and chart. All right, so here we go. Now, I don't have a position on the euro, but I want to point out that we bounced off the 100 period moving average and support, and I believe the euro is moving further up through this recent high at 1.18, and I think we'll get up to 1.2. So that's another 400 pips, 4-5% above where we are currently. I don't have a position. We're waiting for a pullback on the euro, and if you want to get long, go to like the 15-minute chart, and the easiest way to do that, there's the NFP candle, right? The big spike up with the NFP. Jobs report. Just take that candle from the bottom up to the recent high. Hang on. Probably won't be able to see this either. Oh, there we go. All right, and just as a very, very simple rule of thumb, you want to get long on the euro, you think it's bullish, we've had a big move, we're still right up at the top, we want to pull back. We've got the 38 and the 50% retracement. Pick one of them for your long direction, if you believe it is long. I prefer the 50. Always, if you're in doubt, we do have support here at the 38 on the euro, but the 50 always provides better support when you're trading within a single candle. Look for the halfway mark and look to reverse back to the long side there. And that's also where this 200 period moving average is here on the 15-minute chart. So I would get long. I've got to change the scale as well. Symbol. All right. So somewhere around about 1.15 looks like a decent place to buy the euro. We're trading at 1.1569, so about 70 pips down. And maybe if you want to have an early go at it at the 38% retracement and this previous swing low at 1518, 1520. I like the 80s and 20s, so 1520 sounds good. If that fails or if you don't choose that level, then this one probably a little bit better at 1500, 1490 something. And then, of course, there are other fibs below. So that's the euro, and I believe it's long. And of course, we've got the pound that we are long on. We talked about this on the whole of last week. And although we were sorely tested, we only got back down to that level, and we bounced back off there. That's the 61.8% golden ratio Fibonacci number. And we bounced off there and moving up. We still don't have any profit on this trade, and I haven't added any more positions. I don't like to add to losing positions too much. I prefer to add to winning positions, but sometimes I add to losing positions. We have not done so in this event, but I will do so probably if we manage to close above the 20 period moving average, this green line there. So that's the pound, but we do have positions on there. And the other positions I have on are short on the dollar yen. Big NFP trade down. Dollar collapsed, of course, because of the poor jobs revision from the previous month. So massive move down. We're short right from the top, literally from about 5 or 10 pips from the top, and we're also long. Short on the euro yen and the pound yen. We talked about this last week too. We're short near the top there on the euro yen, and we're short on the pound yen. Over there, there's our arrow. That's in place. So we're about, actually, these are getting into sort of profit-taking zones already. We're short at just under 200, and we're trading now at 195.5. So we're 450 pips on that one, but a pip's not really worth a lot when you're trading the pound yen, so it's certainly less money than a pip on the euro or the Swiss franc, for example. So those are my trades, really. Short on the yen crosses and short on the dollar against everything else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it's a lot. There's quite a lot of comments about market exuberance and being cautious of it, and that's actually a really good thing to have as a trader, right? Because if you want to be taking other people's money, which is essentially what the whole market is trying to do, right? You need to think like that. You need to look at exuberant market behavior with skepticism. Rate cuts in September.
Sure.
Well, I'll wait and see if it happens, right? And this is the thing. And also MD, who's been doing some great, I mentioned that comment about over exuberance. MD, you also mentioned about hope. Now, you hope Bitcoin will come up from here, right? What I would say to that is that hope.
Yes, MD. Sorry, Paul. MD, we did talk about Bitcoin quite a lot just now, so you'll have a chance to as Jigger said. Thank you, Jigger. You can rewind and have a look at the Bitcoin analysis.
Yeah, and I think just the important thing to say is that hope isn't something we should have in trading, right? So if you want to see if Bitcoin is going up from where it is, you need confirmation. Now, what confirmation you need depends on your trading style. Now, for me, it might be a higher high and a higher low, boom, right? That's it. Or a reversal pattern or the break of a neckline, right? Or the retaking of a moving average, right? Hope really shouldn't be part of the equation. Just evidence-based. What do you need to see to enter a trade to confirm that Bitcoin and the rest of the market is going to go up? And if you approach it that way, you'll always have probabilities. And here's the thing. Other traders on your side with you, helping move the market upwards, right? However, before we just close up, we do. I think, James, we do have to announce the winner, and I do have actually. I have it in an envelope. I've got it in an envelope. They've actually Ola Prime have just sent me, and like in John Wick, where they have all those tubes which they send the stuff down, right? And this is obviously not an assassination. This is. I've just got it. Ola Prime have just sent it to me. So, who do you think is going to be in the chat, in the comments? Who do you think Who do you think is going to get it? James, you any idea who's going to get it?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't looked. I mean, quite a lot of people here, so it could be anyone. I know a few people have already won, so it won't be them, I imagine. But I'm not going to take a guess, Paul. I'll leave it to you to pull the name out of your envelope and let us know who it is.
All right, here you go. We ready, people? I've got it. I can see it. I've got the name right in front of me. Are you ready? Mark
Let's go.
Clemela.
Here we go.
Clemela. Congratulations, 25K.
Whoa, well done, Mark.
That's fantastic. The confetti
Awesome.
again.
Well done, Mark.
Are you serious?
Awesome stuff, man.
Mark, well done.
Wow.
And there's
Is
obviously
Mark
a lot
in
of
the
winners.
house?
Absolutely. There's a lot of winners.
A lot of people disappointed, but that's okay. There are plenty of giveaways coming up.
Yeah. But here's the key thing. We say this after every giveaway, right? Like Emily Trading, you had one. How are you getting on? Have you made a trade yet? Mark, come back and let us know how you're getting on, what your challenges you're facing, if you're successful and everything, because we want to be part of your trading experience, and we want to support you on your journey. But many congratulations. Wow, 25K. I mean, potentially life-changing. So really well done for that. And thanks for Ola Prime for getting that letter to be down in the post. Very exciting. Right. So James.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well done, Mark. Let us know if you're in here. And Emily Trading, I know I did have a chat with Emily because she's relatively new to trading and she wants to get some guidance. So I suggested that she gets hold of some of the Ola coaches, maybe even you, Paul, to get some help on how to do that. And Ola offers some coach guidance sessions, and I'm not quite sure how you access them, but you just visit the website or ask one of the other coaches. But there are coaches available to help you through your difficult patches, to give you advice and to help you set up your accounts, whatever you need. And you can make an arrangement for that too.
Yeah, we're absolutely, that's true. You can book sessions with coaches as well. I think I'm available a little bit throughout the week, so we can do that absolutely. Now, James, this has been a lot of things happening over the last few days, with a lot of things potentially happening in the future. What would your advice to traders be today for the week ahead, do you think?
Yeah, so as you said, there's a lot of exuberance going on, and one has to be super careful, particularly with the temptation to leverage into which plays that look like sort of dead certs. Like, let's say you think XRP, this is a 15-minute chart holding support. And a lot of people will go, and there's a bit of volume here, we're holding support, maybe dipping back into the averages. Let's add on some size, some leverage, and before you know it, the market drops down dramatically, liquidity dries up, and the market falls back into, let's say, one of these order blocks down here at 22.8, and your account's wiped out. So don't do that. I know it's tempting to see a market moving forcefully and strongly. There's a lot of news going around, a lot of exuberance, a lot of excitement, and you tempted to pile in and go. You don't want to be left behind. You don't want to be left out. You want to go with the flow, go with the herd, get your quids in, and get your part of the pie. But it's most often going to be that your part of the pie is a mortgage or a credit card debt. So don't do that, and just play your trades safely and normally, and make sure that you have an exit point. And that could be on the positive side, into profit. Make sure you know where you want to take your profit. A big problem is traders not getting out at the right place and not taking profit, particularly in crypto. But also make sure you know your exit point to the wrong side, to the downside. And for example, you might say, well, if we break down below the swing low, I'd get out of the trade. Just an example. But don't go gung-ho. Use the regular stop losses or hedges, strategies, whatever you have in place to protect your capital. Don't throw those out of the window just because there's a little bit more optimism in the market. I've seen way too many traders blow their accounts when the markets are in their favor and they're in the right direction, and they're adding too much size, and a small correction destroys their strategy and their plan.
The most
you don't want that to happen.
important thing is you need to realize your planning should be more focused on if and when things go wrong, and not because look, it's easy to put a take profit level. You got your take profit. That's just one thing you have to worry about. But all the other scenarios of your trade going wrong, faking you out, you've got a plan for that, right? So you should be doing much more work on if things go wrong, and then you find some really good advice from James. But it's going to be an interesting week, and we'll be here all week to support you. But next up, we have Futures Takeoff. So please, thank you for all your comments on this good Monday, and hang around for the next team because they're even better. They're even better. So hang around for them and give them your support. And of course, don't forget to like and subscribe. But we'll be here tomorrow. I guess we'll see you all then. Look forward to it. Thanks, James. Good to see you.
See you, everyone. Well done, Mark. Shake a
Well
leg.
done, Mark.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Good morning, everybody. Coach Troy, Coach Paul, and Coach Daryl. Hope you guys had a great weekend. How's everyone doing?
What is up? I'm back. How you doing, boys?
You're back. How was Mexico?
Nice.
Oh, very good. I'm starting to get my voice back. So if that's an indication, it was good. I may try to share some stuff here later on, with approval, of course.
Yeah, please do.
But it was great. It was a nice jaunt.
Awesome.
Sounds like a great little getaway. Hope you recharged your batteries, feeling better.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
That's awesome.
Love to hear
Yep.
it.
Well,
the market didn't do much when I was gone, though. I noticed.
Yeah, huh? Yeah. Troy had a field day while you were gone. Not because you were gone.
Yeah.
Not because you were gone. Just
I know what you mean.
No,
I know what you mean.
it was
yeah.
it was
Well, it's good to be
a couple
back,
days.
and yeah.
We do have
I'm
market
with you.
open in about a minute. We have market open, so should be interesting. Let's see what happens. And let's get some trades in, hopefully, if the market is a bit more calm. If it's completely crazy, then we're going to have to wait. But
Yeah. Overnight
No
looks like
major
it wanted
news
to come
today.
all the way back.
yeah, nice little
exactly.
recovery.
Yeah.
It was interesting. I was looking at the daily profile going back to where it kind of hit the low on Friday. Right within, I don't know, I want to say 1 or 2 points of the low we hit over the last 2 weeks, which was, I think, July 16th. Now, this is the ES I'm talking about. But, it just kind of came back. It just seemed to revisit. And we kind of pulled off from there overnight. But I don't know. I mean, are we going to hold this? Are we going to see a little more selling today? Be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should.
I think the on the ES, the 6310 area, which is where we pulled up to, where the overnight high essentially is on the day.
Right.
Oh, there's the bell.
Yep.
At like 5:45 this morning. That was also the previous day's high as well. So that'll be
That's
interesting
correct.
to see if
Yes.
we can, break above that, hold it, maybe look for a long there. If we can't, then maybe we look for shorts into yesterday's or the previous trading sessions value area, of somewhere around 62.84 to 62.55. So we'll see. All right, but here we are, off to the races.
Yep. And we got a good open swing push to the upside. Look at that. Test the overnight high already. 30 seconds in.
I got to log in. Ola Prime.
I'm going to mark up. If you guys want to share anything, I'm just marking up my chart here real quick because I'm trying to get back to speed.
Yeah, let's get a chart up while we're at it. All right, I've just marked up my chart. Let's see what we have. Dun, 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 dun. Hope everyone's doing well in the chat. I see we have all the regulars. Robert's here. We have Maria Foster. Maria Foster, good to see you. I've never seen you in the chat before. So
Welcome. Maria.
great to see you. Steve M1N1 is here as well. We have Mark Clamola, Emily Trading, Jigger What, Done What. Oh, we've got a lot of, and Coach Tiger's in the chat as well. JSA is in the chat. Crypto 3B, MD, TWJ. We've got a lot of people. Great to have you all here.
Absolutely.
If I missed your name out, I do apologize.
Oh, it's hilarious.
So just to let everyone know, there is a giveaway today, as usual. Let me just double check. I do think it's a 25K account, but let me just double check.
Look at this reaction. Big push.
Yeah.
Big push.
I mean, it's relatively tame. Relatively
I
tame
would agree.
in comparison to other days. So, I mean, we've pushed up a bit, but it hasn't been as crazy as in the past. So today might be a more of a slower day, hopefully, which is good. Which is what I want to see. I want to see it slow down.
We get a 5-point tick to the open swing low, and that's all she gave so far this morning. Right off the bat, just a little pullback, and let's see how high we can go. Interesting.
Absolutely.
Tell you what, Daryl, it feels like I haven't.
Days.
It feels like I haven't seen you in like 3 weeks, but it's only been like 5 days. So I don't know how
we've missed you, Daryl.
We've missed your.
No. No, I did so much. I did so much in 5 days down there, and this is kind of like the beauty of Baja. You can just, God, the ocean is 87 degrees, guys. The ocean.
No way.
It's like a swimming pool.
Wow.
I snorkeled every day. I was able to. It was great. I was able to horseback ride with my daughter on the beach, and I took my son jet skiing out to Los Arcos by the end of the point, and we did so much fun stuff. So it was just. But it's so funny you say that, Sam, because it's like I felt like I was there for 2 weeks in a way because we did so much activities, and every day was like we were out till frickin' 3 a.m. It was just party central. It was fun.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's nice having older kids
making me jealous
because you could have the Uber. You could have the Uber take them back to the resort, and the parents could stay out all night, which is fun. So it was a different experience for my wife and I and our friends that we went with. That all the kids got to go back and have fun, and we all stayed out. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, nice.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, you're making me very jealous with all your vacations.
I know. I see your Instagram photos, Sam. You're living the good life. You're living it, man. Freaking helicoptering around Dubai and Burj Khalifa and all the, look at this guy.
Wow.
Hey, it's trading. This is what it gives us.
Exactly. When you do go away and you do go abroad, you need to enjoy it, right? You need to do everything you can, make the most of it. That's the important thing when it comes to trading. It's really pushing up quite nicely, actually.
I know. Look at this thing. Woo! And we have what? We have U.S. factory orders here in 25 minutes, and that's about all she writes for the day.
Yeah.
we got bond, short-term bond at 8:30 at my time, 8:30, 11:30 for the East Coast, and that's about it on the docket anyway.
Yeah. The only there's really not, honestly, this week there's not a whole lot of news except for on.
Agreed.
I think there's really not much. I was saying to Tony, I think I was saying to everybody last week, I'm actually most interested in the 30-year bond and the 10-year bond auctions that are happening next week. I think they'll have a little bit more of an effect than on the economic news site, it shows it's a yellow folder event, but I just think it's going to have more of an effect than that, honestly. But that's me. Who knows? It could not have much of an effect, but I think people will be paying attention to it a lot more than you would think.
I tend to agree, especially with the fact that we didn't raise interest rates or didn't lower interest rates. Powell didn't do anything. Do we have? Correct me, guys. Did we have single prints in the ES up around the 6,400 level? It looked like it moved very quickly through on my charting, and this would have been the sell-off overnight from Thursday into Friday's open in the U.S. So kind of around that, man, there's a whole big gap though, but 63.40-ish down to like 63.35-ish. It seems like there's a bunch of single prints, which is interesting because we're ripping up. Maybe we'll go and retest this area, and it's kind of like a gap. It's not really a gap fill, but it's a single print, right? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
just means the market's moving so quickly through that spot.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to take a look and see. I do on my TPO charts, I have the ability to like split out every 30-minute time frame into like a different type of chart and sheet and see the see those single prints a little bit better, but I'll have to do that a little bit in a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's interesting, man.
We are just all right. No pullback, I guess.
Eric
today.
Lake's in the
What's going
chat.
on here?
No pullback so far. Eric Lake,
God.
good to see you. Thanks for the love, my friend.
So, Maria, this is called Project X is the platform. I believe
Yes.
other firms also use it, but it's called Project X. Great platform. Yeah. Oh, and yes, we are giving away a 25K account. There should be a pinned message in the chat with all the instructions, but I'll go over it really quick for everyone. So essentially, you got to subscribe to Ola Prime TV. This is this channel you're watching the stream on. Also, our main channel as well, Ola Prime. Also, follow us on Instagram, Ola Prime TV, and Ola Prime Global. There's 2 accounts. What else? You need to leave a comment in the chat. And lastly, and this is very important, make sure your email address is in your YouTube bio, okay? So you have to have your email address in your YouTube description, bio, whatever you want to call it, in order to enter. So make sure it's there. Apart from that, good luck. You will be entered automatically. We are giving away in this session a $25,000 challenge account. So good luck to everyone.
Absolutely.
I think the biggest question that I had coming into Monday here is, Sam, did you go and get a new computer?
Are we still dealing with that?
No.
Were we still dealing with that last week?
I didn't.
No,
I haven't.
I'm just joking.
I out this weekend. I kind of my back in at the gym.
Oh no!
I don't know. I'm trying to do like progressive weights. So I'm trying to up my like max reps. My max weight that I can lift. And I deadlifted. When upped it a little bit too much, and kind of my lower back hurt the next day. So I had to take a bit of a rest. But I'm all good now. I've a lot of heat, a lot of patches, and all that stuff. I'm all good. So
okay,
gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's
Can't
for
mess
sure.
around with stuff like that.
You're not a spring chicken anymore, my friend. You know.
I know. What is it about getting old? I don't like this. I used to be invincible. You know, I could get hit by a car and I'll just walk it off. Now, yeah, I don't know. A light breeze can hurt me now.
A light breeze.
Same.
That's so funny.
It's not fun.
So let's see.
All right, a small pullback here. At least a small pullback.
Very interesting.
My upside is the funny thing is my upside target on the ES from our auction, the previous auction that was trading around this area in the regular trading hours was July 22nd. And on that day, we had like a double bottom in 2 different 30-minute periods, which was actually in the morning session, 9:30 to 10:30. And we just retested and like slightly broke through that area. So that kind of was my upside target. And I guess going from there, now my other upside target would be 63.30, which was that session's value area low. And also kind of an area where there was a lot of comfort in general over that past, like the 4 days previous to that, just the sessions, their volume totals and whatnot, and where they traded over the previous few sessions. So I guess I'm looking up to 63.30, 63.35 ish, somewhere around there, maybe maybe we try to pull up to there. I'm going to get long a couple of MES here.
There you go.
I just got long a couple.
Nice. Yeah. Good
Yeah, came
shout.
right back to point of control. Yep.
And it looks like interesting.
Good call.
This is
Good
kind of
call.
funny. So, all right. So this is funny, everybody. A little bit of a mess up on my part. I mean, I made $50 off 2 contracts very quickly, actually. So 2 micros, but I thought, so funny enough, I have the chart up of the MES, right? Like I'm trading the MES. Something very important to mention. When you're trading, please make sure your chart matches exactly what your ladder and buy sell column is showing, like to trade, because it's the MNQ for me. And I was like,
Oh,
wow,
no.
why is my P&L moving so quickly?
Yes.
This is great that it's moving as quickly as it is into my favor. But so I bought 2 MNQ instead of 2 MES. A good thing is they're correlated assets, everything. It kind of, relatively speaking, it's good. It all worked out. I just got my money and took it off. But yeah, please make sure of that. That is not good to happen. That's actually never happened to me on the on Project X here. So let's be more careful, you know.
When you said you made $50 on 2 micros in like 30 seconds, I'm like, wait, how? What? In the
Exactly.
because I was looking at it, didn't move that quick, and I'm like, dude, how did you do that? When you did, I thought you did minis, that would make sense, but you're like micros, and I'm like, oh, interesting.
No, you were very right to question that so quickly. I myself was like, whoa.
That's okay.
That was good.
Rashid Trading's in the chat as well. Hello, Rashid.
Rashid, good to see everyone back. That's awesome.
Steve says a couple of ibuprofen and you'll be fine. Absolutely. I've always got my ibuprofen right here. Dosed up. Best medicine in the world. I stand by it. I dread to think, honestly, like if we lived in a world that ibuprofen didn't exist, I'd be one of the first people to die, basically.
To die.
You know, like when you see these apocalyptic shows and stuff where people have to find food and all this stuff. For me, my biggest concern will be finding ibuprofen. And if ibuprofen, the supply goes down, I think I'll just end it there. Like, call it a day, guys.
Oh my
God. It is seriously it works wonders, though. I agree, man. Jeez Louise.
It is. It's a great medicine.
Okay.
Let's see.
Man, ever since we were talking about Diet Mountain Dew last week again, or I mentioned it, I've been craving it, Troy. I genuinely think this week I'm going to go get a 12-pack of Diet Mountain Dew. I'm going to get a 12-pack of Diet Mountain Dew specifically because I'm craving regular Mountain Dew, but I know Diet Mountain Dew isn't like that, and I'm used to diet sodas to some degree. So I think I'm going to get myself a 12-pack here and rep it on the show, possibly.
Why not?
Oh my God.
Every day.
Why not?
Every day. It's like ibuprofen.
Exactly.
Damn right.
Maybe better. Maybe more effective. Jeez. Louise. Did you get out of that?
Well, if I had
NQ? Did you get out of that micro NQ?
I did again, and this is all. Well, number 2 things.
You would have been up
One,
$500 by now.
I know. I wish I would have had my NQ charts up so I could have kept tabs on it better. But number 2, being responsible here, it wasn't the product I meant to trade. So I immediately saw that something was weird, and I got out. I mean, I'm up $51, so not bad on a couple of micros in literally less than a minute. So I'll take it. But
Oh yeah.
better to be safe than sorry. I wish I was holding, though. Of course, I wish I was holding. What I really wish is that I was
Today
in
so
the ES,
far-
because I would have probably still been holding, to be honest, because that 63.30 target was it, and it just got hit. So
Today so far has been a very good pre-market. I was trading the pre-market. I didn't trade my Ola Prime account, but I traded my cash account. And I'm up over $3,000 on my cash account, so I'm very happy. Pre-market was amazing today. It was so lovely to trade. I'm hoping it follows through with the open market, because I'd love to do some damage to this Ola Prime account today. Kick its ass.
There you go.
good to hear.
But I tell you what, some days pre-market is amazing. I never used to be much of a pre-market kind of trader, but today, gap everywhere. You know, it was just so easy. I don't know, something about it was just so easy to trade today. It wasn't confusing. The footprint was easy to read. It was such nice conditions. Those days, I love days like that where it's just clear as day, everything, and there was just no manipulation in any way. It was just nice.
Yeah.
I think if I lived in the UK, I'd trade more open pre-market, more overnight, just because I'd be awake, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I agree with you, Sam. So some days are cleaner than others. Today was very clean. Most of that overnight.
It was a beautiful market today.
Did you mostly trade in like the 7:30 Eastern time to like 9ish Eastern time, or were you closer to 8:30 to 9:30?
Eastern time. Wait, so 9:30 Eastern time is 2:30 my time. I started trading around 11 p.m. my time, so 11, 12, 1, 2, so about 3 hours before open.
Okay.
So yeah,
Nice.
about 6, 7, something like that. I started trading.
Nice.
It's great.
That's an interesting
Yeah,
time
it's lovely.
period too. Yeah.
We just had, like, if you look at the NQ on the chart, like it was ranging pretty much, but it kind of ranged in there was a nice enough gap. Not gap. There was a nice enough movement, and like each candle, it wasn't that choppy. It just kind of when it wanted to go, it just went. So you know, I got like 2-3 candles out, and then bought it up. 2-3 candles out, sold it again. 2-3, and it was lovely. Like the footprint was clear as day. People getting trapped, out, in. It was lovely.
Beautiful.
Sadly, not every day is like that, but
Yeah. Robert says we'll have you on Team NQ soon, Paul. Yeah, man. I mean, hey,
yes.
I somewhat agree with that. I do trade the NQ a little bit here and there, but man, yeah, there are certain days like today where, she's Louise, did it pay to get in the NQ more than the ES? My goodness.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're all slowly migrating, Robert. Don't worry. I have to say you were right, Robert. I prefer NQ over ES.
I'm not going.
Come on, Daryl.
Come on,
Daryl. I'm holding out. Maybe I will, just for, what the hell, for the stream.
You know you want to, Daryl. Deep down, you know you want to.
Why would I switch when I do so well on one product all the time? I mean, come on.
I agree.
Just for the sake of it. You might do even better on the NQ.
Strictly from a trading standpoint, right? Like if you're an intraday trader, you're trying to make money. If you got something that's pretty much working, you've got an edge. I don't know. I think I'm scared to leave because it took me this many friggin' years to get to this point. So it's like, do I really want to jinx it? I don't know.
No,
I get it.
that.
Is this coming back to point of control in the ES here? Wow. Came up to that. It came very interesting where it came to, though. At 32.5 in the ES. But it's, you know, it's kind of a weak high, right? It looks like it wants to get back up. I just don't know where I'm going to get in long here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking
I
for
already
a
got
long
in
entry.
long, but
Did
I was
you?
out
Okay.
very quick. Yeah, made like $70 or something.
So this blue line, the 63.19 area that I just marked off, was that area where we double bottomed in the previous session where we were trading up this high, which funny enough is where we consolidated before blasting off higher, another 14 points on the ES here. Was looking to see maybe if we could come back down and get back to there, but it doesn't look like that is the case necessarily. It looks like it kind of wants to keep going here.
Robert wants me to move over. He says,
Yeah.
but I got some support from Eric, so thank you, Eric.
We got Bravo Zulu FX in the chat, aka Tom, one of our funded traders who also won a 25k account. He used it for the first time and hit a 2R win on the ES on a 5-minute ORV to 1-minute strategy. Still working on a pound trade, just sharing some cool news. See you soon. Awesome. Congratulations. Well done.
Nice.
Keep it up.
Very good.
Keep it up.
Very good.
Yeah, getting in long at 63.27-ish, 63.28 would have been a good move there on the ES. A little bit quick for me. Was caught off there, but that would have been a good long. So good long, Sam. You're long at the moment, right?
Oh, no, I'm
No,
ready.
I think he's out already.
I'm ready out.
Oh, you're already out. God, I forgot.
You know,
I got to get used
we
to
call him
this,
Minuteman over
Sam.
Minuteman Sam. A minute is a bit long, Daryl, personally. I
don't want to hear about that. It's,
Way too much information.
I agree, Troy.
Talking about trades. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I'm strictly talking trading here. You know, you
Exactly.
That's what she said.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at this now. It's coming back. Wow. Jesus.
Wow. Here we go.
Let go. It's going to tag. We'll tag the 63.40. I'm at this point, I'm waiting 5 minutes for U.S. factory orders. I want to see that print, see if we get a reaction. We have had no reaction. We've had an open swing, just rip, right? 35 points almost, 32 points in the ES. I don't want to front run this and get ahead of the report in case you get just a whole bunch of, short cover. Man, I don't know what could happen here. It's weird. I'm really surprised at the momentum this is carrying.
I doubt factory orders are going to do much, to be honest.
No, but it's the fact that we're thin with anything, any releases, and it's a Monday. It could just do some. I just want to see what the are we going to continue?
It would be
to
interesting
to squeeze up.
If it was like minus 12%, like if factor orders are like instead of being minus 4.9, minus 12.
But it's month over month.
That could.
It is month over month. That's the only problem, right? It's not. Like annual or anything like that.
Yeah.
It could be a big number, like you said, though. It could be pretty, because we haven't seen any of that. The tariff stuff hasn't really affected much, right? Everyone's kind of. Everything we keep hearing about in these earnings, everyone's just kind of getting ahead of it and loading up on materials and inventory.
Yeah.
But at some point, that's going to stop. All right. Point of control.
Eventually, you run out of time, right?
Yeah, you run out of time. Although they keep kicking this can, don't they? What are we at now? August 7 for a bunch of these major countries still? Besides the ones that have already struck trade deals. All right. Point of control shifted up in the ES to 33. Now I'm back up to 31 quarter. Wow.
Rip City.
Look at this
My
go.
goodness.
Look at this go. I know.
It's like everybody was like sweating heavily to just like they wanted to buy so badly overnight or over the weekend, and now everybody's just feverishly buying. Like this is funny, man. You get just a slight pullback in the markets over like a week's period, not even, and then we just see feverish buying coming in again.
Pretty much.
Retest all-time highs
nice,
again. Who knows?
Nice.
Will we get there?
The market climbs the wall of worry.
Yes, it does.
Sure.
Let's see what we got here.
Eric, we do wish you luck with the new puppy. That is an undertaking for sure. My goodness, full of energy, lots of care,
Lots of mess.
Yeah,
Gotta love a puppy, man.
That's yeah.
Jeez Louise. I feel like it's just taken off without me. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm just sitting on my hands.
I know.
I'm sitting on my hands. This is.
I'm waiting for a good pullback as well. A few times I
just keep dragging my IB. I just keep dragging my IB higher, right, the whole way. Just like, my God, hasn't settled down yet.
Oh, it's as expected.
Yeah, as expected. No minus 12. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah. Son of a gun. Would love to see just a little spark of some sort.
Too.
Yeah.
I would.
Apparently Eric posted a video on Discord of his puppy. Let's have a look.
Oh, the puppy?
Oh, wow.
Let's take a look, see. I'm assuming you probably posted it in the lounge, maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna say which.
Oh, look at her. Super cute. Man.
My dog's kind of like that too, with a little white stripe on the head, and
what a cute dog.
cute dog. Really
She's
cute
a
dog.
boxer mix. Very cute.
Lots of energy then.
Oh, yeah. Look at her go.
Yeah.
Gonna look at the gold
Gotta
real
love dogs,
quick.
man. Gotta love dogs.
Of course. All right, gold here. What's gold been doing? It's more politely uptrending. It's actually got some consolidation area, uptrends, consolidation, looking like it wants to go back into an uptrend now. I need to look at a little bit higher time frame, 5 minutes. Yeah, overnight was basing out a little bit. It's like a 30-minute. Get rid of the shark from a previous session. Okay.
Don't talk about that animal. You know what's going to happen, Paul. If you start mentioning that particular animal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Damn it. I hate that I already even mentioned it. Son of a gun. Son of a gun.
We'll pick a new song. Don't worry, we'll pick a new song. Any song that comes.
Were you guys
to
singing?
my
Were you
head,
guys
I'll
singing
start
like
singing
Baby
it.
Shark or something?
We
no,
were.
Daryl.
Yeah, well,
You just well.
The song that must not be named.
Yeah, I agree. No, you won't have to worry about. I'm not bringing that back up.
Oh, but you already did.
Well, but I didn't sing it though.
I know.
Singing is really. Dude, they play
all
that
right,
crap.
There'll be a
in,
new song that will pop
know,
randomly.
They play that in arenas for like professional sports games and stuff. I'm like, what are they doing? Why would they play this?
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I hear it at hockey games. I've heard it at baseball games. It's crazy. Like, what
Really?
the hell for? Yes.
Why?
In the US they do anyway. Yeah. They do. I don't know why.
I don't understand why.
I also heard it.
It's hardly.
It's ridiculous.
That's strange. Very strange, but
Yeah.
fair enough.
I know. I think it's to get like the kids
Not entirely
involved
sure
in the
why.
crowd, No, I think it's more like, maybe like during timeouts or whatever, they do little things like that, little skits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, but it's bad. Interesting here.
It's a great song, man. It's a great song. It's, what can I say?
A real classic.
It will be a classic forever. For
Maybe.
generations, people will be singing it.
Oh, gosh.
Song of the century.
Yeah. 400 years in the future.
Oof.
Wow, written on these tablets is small
They'd be like,
shark. Do.
What happened with the evolution of this species? Why did they think this was so important?
They found the one thing that annihilated the entire civilization.
Could you imagine?
Right.
It wasn't a meteor. It wasn't a volcano.
Nope.
That'd be terrible.
That's funny. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum. Got a new song in my head now. It's necessary.
Well, another very tiny pullback here on the ES and the Nasdaq, and looking like it wants to get bought up again when I really thought that there was a possibility for a larger dip here. The Dow is making a little bit of a larger dip, but not the Nasdaq or the ES. And as soon as I say that, I bet you the Dow just reverses.
I'm looking to possibly get short the EF right here.
Okay.
Only because that high came up to where I was thinking there were single prints, and
Not a bad idea.
Gotcha.
I need an area to lean on.
Yeah.
Oh, Daryl, looks pretty good.
I'm short 2 contracts. We'll see where we go.
No matter how hard you try.
Let's switch to Daryl's screen while I mark up some of my charts and whatnot as well.
Yeah, we can switch over. What are you singing? What are you humming?
Sounds like a good idea. In the end, Linkin Park.
Oh,
Got
okay.
so fun, but in the end, it doesn't even
It
matter.
doesn't matter. Oh my god,
Such a good song.
that's your generation song right there. For
Yeah,
sure.
very true. Yeah,
For sure.
it relates a lot to trading. You know, in the end,
It definitely does.
P&L, it doesn't
Yes.
really matter. You got so far, but in the end, it doesn't matter.
Oh man.
You're gonna blow the
Getting
account anyway.
deep.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Blood.
Nobody's doing that here. Not on this stream, not on this chat.
Hell
We're
no.
only messing about.
Hell no. That's
We're
right.
only messing about.
All right, here we go, Daryl. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm watching. It's in the chat. I don't see it.
No. I meant like here we go. Like your position is.
No, I know.
It's in.
I know, but
it's doing good.
There we go. Now we're up. Now we're up. Okay, cool. Look at this. Yeah, I'm just gonna write it. I could go to point of control, which is obviously the pink. I'm down here to this low volume. I'm just see if it'll get a good heavy retraction. I mean, and don't forget, right here is a former point. This is a former point of control before it shifted up here, right? So there's quite a bit of volume that was accepted in this area. And yeah, I'm just gonna come down to point of control here. I'll probably move to break even. I'm basically at break even. So obviously I don't want it to come back up and scratch me out for barely anything, but let's go point of control. See what it does here. Let's watch this reaction right here. See the velocity. If it starts to go back up, I'll probably flatten out. Okay, this is
flatten.
I'm not flattening yet. I know you want to. That's good. Locked in. No. See, look at this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is just me watching this stuff. If it came down here and it kind of just really came off hard, I would be more inclined to flatten out. Right here, I want to see if it eats through. You know, the sellers can push through these boxes here. No, you should mess. Let's go. Nah, come on, baby. I'll lock in a little more. Lock in a little bit.
Actually, a decent pullback we've had.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get there. Come on.
We're gonna get there. Let's go, D. Let's go, D. You got it.
I do want to mention something real quick
look
on the
look at. Come on, let's go.
On the I love this. I love this coach tip here on the project decks on the little stats page. Ola Prime coach tip. We did also mention this last week, and trading can be a lonely profession when you're in front of a screen all day. Check out our Discord community to find a trading buddy to bounce strategies off of and help hold each other accountable. That is literally exactly like what we were talking about with these streams. And I was talking about like when I was trading my own cash account and stuff, like it's kind of weird when like, you know, it seems weird that like you talk to yourself through trades and everything. And like, you know, Sam, like we just, you know, we all butt around with each other. And like, you know, Sam's talking through his trades feverishly. And even when I'm trading my own cash account alone, like I'll be talking myself through the trade. So I'll look, you know, kind of crazy if you to see me in my room alone here talking through trades. But genuinely, like it's just, that's why it's good to like be on stream here, like with people that are trading like us, that are like trading maybe similar products as you guys are in the chat and whatnot, or in the Discord, find somebody that likes to trade the same things as you and, you know, bounce ideas off each other and stuff, because it's just like, it's good conversation. It's just good conversation to have. And it kind of frees the juices in your brain a little bit to just think a little bit more clearly, I would say. So
I agree, 100%.
So I got stopped out for profit, and I just reversed and went long. So I'm back going the opposite direction.
Nice.
Right here. But I'm a little negative right now, so we'll see. See if we can push up. I mean, this is a big This is a big IB range, 40 points or more or less in the ES. It's a big range. Most of our sessions the last 2 weeks, guys, remember, it's been like you get a pretty good reaction in the beginning, but then it would like kind of slow down to a crawl. And we had to wait for almost till the end of this current session, right? Like an hour and a half into it before we got range extension. Today we got freaking range extension right off the bat. It was all one direction. Sorry about that, Coach Troy, but it just happened to rip. And, but it just, and I don't know. I mean, I obviously I wasn't looking. I wasn't trading. I didn't look at anything last week. When I'm gone, but then I did check my phone over the weekend just to kind of see where things were, and I'm like, ooh, we had a good sell off on Friday. But so it was August 1st on Friday. New month, but now we're Monday. Maybe this is more of the reaction to FOM. Non-farm. That obviously we got a big reaction Friday, but maybe now we're in a new month, a new week.
Oh, fuck.
This may have something to do with
that.
Just from the sell-off.
Those May and June corrections were a big deal.
They were.
Yeah,
they were. Agreed.
Yeah.
Troy, I mean, you looking for any shorts at this point here? You kind of gonna sit on the hands a little bit,
dude. I'm down. I've been short all morning, which is why I'm down. Yeah, there's this pattern that you see occasionally where you have a down Thursday followed by a down Friday closing on the lows. Usually over the weekend, that means a gap down on Monday morning, a big gap down, and then an attempt at recovery, and then they sell it really, really hard into the close on Monday. That's your standard crash pattern.
Yeah.
Where you have a Thursday, Friday, Monday gap down. They try to do something with it on Monday, and then they just crash out on Monday. Tuesday being the big turnaround day. And so I thought this gap up was going to just turn over and crap on itself, and it just hasn't. So, I'm looking for shorts. I'm looking for anything. I think where we saw on Friday, we saw a volume spike. With that down move, which is encouraging to me. When you see volume confirmation, there was a little bit of fear that came into the markets, and obviously, even towards the end of Friday, we started seeing, the cumulative delta was positive by, 10,000 contracts or something. So a lot of buy the dip folks came in on Friday. That kept this thing from going down a lot more on Friday, and they followed through today. But I keep preaching this, but when the buy the dip folks get burnt, it's going to be look out below. I just can't see a fundamental reason why this market should be going up, which is part of my problem. My fundamentals do not match the price action. So, yeah, I'm looking for a short, but it hasn't worked out today.
Right.
Stop pick action, baby. Stop pick right up here. It's why I went long right away when I saw it bounce off point of control down here. Now point of control has shifted once again to another high volume node, interestingly. And we're coming up to kind of that. Whether they're really single prints, I don't know. And I know Paul hasn't looked at the TPO charts yet, but it just doesn't matter. It's just super low volume. It's a very low area. So to me, I mean, I got to trade my low areas. This is an outer edge. If we came down here to where previous point of control was like 5 minutes ago, and it's coming up, and now I've got more confirmation that the auction likes these higher prices here. I'm long, and I'm holding long still. So I don't know. We'll see if it gets up to my target. I'm at break even. So
sounds good.
Yeah. That's just my rationale. I mean, that's just, I'm trading what I see.
Yeah.
I know this frustrates guys that are very systematic, but I'm so discretionary. I know some people have they don't like it at all, but It's just how I trade. It's how I trade. All you can do is how you trade. All you can do is do what works for you, what fits best.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, see, boy, it came up though. But 7:17 was the time for me. It's 7:17. So we one ticked the IB high. Now we're coming back up. See if we can push the IB high before we close out here in 12 minutes.
Yeah,
You know, it was interesting, guys. I was unpacking last night. I got back pretty damn late from the airport, and I had to get some stuff caught up on my computer. So I hadn't seen Tony trade or be on the chat yet, Coach Tony. So he was on with Michael last night.
Oh, really?
I turned on a little bit. Yeah, it wasn't live. It was already pre-recorded, but I kind of had it just go playing on my speakers, and I was listening to him. So I was curious how he approaches things. He does like a 15-minute IB. And I know people that'll do, instead of like a 1 hour typical IB, there's guys that'll do like an IB 30. I know one trader that does an IB 45, which to me is funky, but if it works, it works. And to Coach Tony's credit, I mean, the IB 15, I think, makes complete rational sense, because it's no different than when I usually would sit there and say, I'm not going to take a trade for the first 15 minutes to kind of see what settles up in the morning, right? It's no different. It's no different, just to get some kind of bias or see if you got how big of a open swing high or open swing low you get. So it was kind of interesting to hear that and see what he does.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Great trader. Trader. He's a great guy as well.
Yeah, it sounds like
really nice trading with him.
Definitely.
He'll be on this week again.
Feed. Yeah, he'll be along. He'll be on with me.
Nice to have a Boston accent. Love that Boston accent.
Boston.
Yeah.
Boston.
You can sing that. You can sing that song, Sam. Shipping up to Boston. Sing that one.
Great song. Another epic song.
That is an epic one. I love that one. I love that so much.
Yeah, you gotta love that song. That song's great. Like,
I got stopped out. I think I was at break. I was at break even, more than break even. So okay, not bad. All right, so it didn't do. I mean, it kind of did what I thought, but it was good. It was at that point, it was a riskless trade. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Look what you did. Look what you did, Paul.
That song's in my head now. I know. Paul, what have you done to me?
Look what you did. Look.
You cannot recommend music around me because it will get stuck in my head.
That's the truth. That is the truth.
Oh, I think it's good though. I think it's great. It's great to do that.
It's a mental illness. What do you mean? That's what it is.
Mental illness.
That's funny.
Paul and Daryl love that song. You're both Irish, so you love that song. It's like your theme tunes. Like your
but
anthem.
I'm not. I'm even less than 25%.
Oh no, you were Scottish.
I'm Irish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm Scottish and Irish. Yeah, it's the same thing.
You can listen to a quarter of the song and enjoy it then.
I'm a big Notre Dame fan, so I love the Irish. Like I like Notre Dame. That's my college team. So I'm good with it. I'm all good with it.
Very good.
Do you watch much college ball, Paul? I'm sure Troy. Are you a Tennessee fan? You got to be. Troy's got to be.
Go Vols!
See, I knew it.
Rocky Top, you'll always be home to me. Oh, Rocky Top, Tennessee.
We broke
when they start
through.
playing, I'm gonna wear orange. I'll wear an orange shirt
Big
on Fridays.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord!
That is amazing. I've never
This is
heard
gonna be
Troy
good.
sing. That was a blessing. That was an absolute blessing.
I knew there had to be a way to get to him. I knew it. Do you put a big flag out in front of your house too, Troy? You put a big T. I know you do. Don't lie.
Oh, that's right. Hey,
Like on game days, I never knew about the flag thing because on the West Coast we don't really do it.
it's
And then
you
I
put
had
them
a
on our
roommate back.
cars.
Yeah, I
You put
know.
the
I
little
know.
orange flags on your car, man.
I had a Midwest roommate. He's like, "You guys don't put flags up for
Look,
college game day?" I'm like, "No, not really."
On Fridays, it's everybody wears Tennessee something, and it doesn't matter whether you're a hospital employee or a bank employee. Everybody wears orange.
I know.
So yeah, go T.
Wow.
Did you go to school there?
Big D. I actually went. I didn't graduate from there, but I did go 1 year.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
took
are you a
bunch of
big Eli
prereqs
fan?
to get into another school. So I did some prereqs there.
Nice.
Are you a big Eli fan, or were you?
You mean not Eli? No. Peyton, yes.
Or I mean Peyton. Well, I'm saying Eli.
Yes, huge Peyton
Sorry.
fan.
Yeah.
It was great because
What
when
is
he went to
Eli?
Denver's a big orange, so I didn't have to change
Yeah,
shirts.
they are.
It's great. Orange Crush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have season tickets at the University of Central Florida, so we go every year to the home games here.
Robert's exactly right. I agree with you, Robert. We don't want to give him our, don't rub it in too much now. Robert in the chat. It's like these little towns. I mean, I got to teach, or I got to tease Coach Tiger a bit because, Friday night high school game, that's what everyone lives for in these small towns. It's like, really?
Mm-hmm.
But I get it.
Yeah, it's the thing to do,
I know.
We have a local high school that, as the bird flies, is about half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile away from our house. And on Friday nights, we go sit out on our back porch, and we can see the lights from all the stadium lights shining up. We don't actually face the stadium, and then we can listen to the band. We sit out there and eat popcorn and listen to the band.
Yeah.
And you can hear the crowd go, ah, and you say, touchdown, Heritage High. It's great.
Yeah, you don't even really have to watch it to know what the game is based on the crowd's reaction, right?
Right, that's right.
How the teams are playing.
Well, we can actually hear the announcer. We're that close. We can hear the announcer, and it'll say, first down, da-da-da-da-da-da, It's good.
Mm-hmm. That is good.
It starts up here, and I guess we're 2 or 3 weeks away from football season starting.
I know, isn't that crazy?
They start mid-August.
That's awesome. Good stuff.
No, don't do that. Don't do this.
I've been looking to possibly get into a trade here. I was looking to possibly get long. I didn't get long. Might have missed my opportunity, but that's fine. I'm kind of starting to feel like we might try to pop up to the lows of July 31st here, which would be on the ES 63.58, which would be, man.
Where am I at? 5 points.
That would be
take me out. Oof,
50 point,
like that.
60 point move.
Look at that rip. Jeez. Still moving my IB. I mean, this is just wow. I should have listened to my stop picks. Should have stayed here in this zone. Still going.
I have something you guys are gonna like.
What is that?
It's emoji
It'll-
diarrhea. That's what it is.
It'll be here.
Are we doing them? It's going to be an emoji. It has to be.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
It's a like a tribute to a song that, you know, a little emoji tribute to a song. I finished it, but we'll look at it a little bit after. Maybe
wanna
after
switch?
like 11. No, like after like 11. We'll let's keep an eye on the markets here. You know, make sure that we're getting into trades that we should be getting into and whatnot. And then when it's,
I
you
gotta
know,
get
if the
back
morning
up.
slows down,
I gotta zoom
I'll
out.
pull it up.
Oops.
What a tune.
I really want to get it. I really want to get in short. I think it just stopped picking me. I was a sucker.
Yeah.
I really think I was. Go back to the 1 minute. Now I got to stretch everything out. Sorry, guys. Making everyone dizzy.
Oh, man. These
Man, I need
songs.
one of those buzzers like on American Idol, or you know, where they hit the buzzer because
No.
it's so
We
bad.
need it. We need. Remember the Gong Show, Troy, where they take the gaff and they drag them off
we need
stage
a
with the
gong show.
We need to do that with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gong Show.
Yeah.
The hell
Gong
are you guys
Show.
on about?
Oh, it was back, 70s, probably still
It was
early
in the
80s.
70s. Yeah.
Oh,
It was in the 70s,
wow.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that's way before my time then.
You guys were like 20.
Yeah, no chance.
My IB's locked. We're going to retest. Let's see. Pull back. I will go long. If we get to this low volume area here and we hold, I mean, point of control is so high, and we're basically P-shaped here. Wouldn't you agree, Paul? We look pretty P-shaped here in the ES. And
Yeah.
if we can hold,
my charts and my ladder aren't linked anymore, so I have to figure out how to do that. I'm probably gotta go through the settings or something, and because I was looking to possibly go get long gold here, and the same thing happened to me. So I just immediately got out. It's like a $2 loss or whatever, but I need to figure out how to link the charts with the bid ladder.
I apologize for the face I just made, but I swear to God, I heard you say my charts and my bladder are not.
My bladder. I thought the
and I was
same
like,
thing.
What? I was like, my face is like going, what? Are you talking about?
The bid ladder, the bid offer ladder. That's what I meant. That's not bladder.
I swear,
I
Sam,
heard the
you have to
exact same thing.
I heard bladder, man. I'm like,
That's
what?
so good.
Is that what is that? Chart bladder connection.
Good old chart bladder connection.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I heard the exact same thing, Troy. It wasn't just
That's
you.
so funny.
So I'm looking at the chart, or just, I'm looking at the stream, and I can see my face, and I'm like, what? and Paul's just going right on. He's just talking, going right on. And I'm like, maybe I heard it wrong. Oh man!
I didn't see your face because I was looking at my chart, but I was like, I heard ladder because I knew where he was going with it. So I don't know. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I figured out he meant ladder, but I heard bladder as well.
Bladder. I can't see Paul saying that word.
Bladder.
Bladder.
Get him bladder.
I'm back in long. Off
Oh,
of low
that's
volume. It came
hilarious.
right down to where I was looking. Came right down in here. And I am playing the IB stat that I have. Right? After my IB set for the first hour, I got a 95 plus probability one or both will be tagged at some point during the session. So we're so close to up here. I'm hoping it'll get through. Now, it doesn't mean anything. I've had many, many sessions where I've gotten within very, very close range of this, only to see it just puke out and go the other direction and tag the other opposite IB more than this one. So just like, I know some traders may say, okay, you're higher than like mid or VWAP, let's say, or some kind of mid point on the developing profile for the day. Well, if you're playing for an IB, if you're playing the IB, whether the high, which is right here, this yellow, or the low, which is the yellow down here, well, why don't you just stay long and go for this? But it doesn't all the time. I mean, this is just where you have to track it. You have to vet these. You have to write things down, go back, replay your trades. And that's where the randomness comes in too, because there's no set guarantee anything. It doesn't have to do it. Just because it's right here, it doesn't mean it has to do it. That's the frustrating part of trading.
Yep.
I'm a little bit in this danger zone though. Now that we're kind of starting to consolidate at the top, I could get chopped up pretty easily. I've got to be careful.
Sharp bladder connection. That's what I need. Going toilet.
It's a new indicator.
When the chart is nice and not doing anything, then the bladder can call and be like, all right, you can take a minute.
Gosh. I'm looking at possibly getting long gold here in a little bit, but I do want to be cautious. I know the equities are looking a little bit more bearish now. Like we could be topping a little bit. Volume is just decreasing here at the top in like the ES. Part of me thinks we might see a little gold influx here at some point, but haven't seen much confirmation yet. And honestly, the volume's died down a little bit on gold as well. So you looking at something, Sam?
No, nothing yet. We're just consolidating. So
Yeah.
Thanks, Coach James, for the love. And Robert, I don't know. The initial balance is typically it's a volume profile sort of statistic. It usually means the first hour of range for the like in the RTH or the US session. But there's traders that do an IB 30 or an IB 15. I do an IB 60, which is an hour, which is probably the most common. It's another way of gauging the early range, and then, are we going to trade inside that, or are we going to continue to tag and move one or the other? So it's something I've observed and I've watched for years. And it's an edge I have to make, a quick little move. So that's what the IB. Now the orb, I'm not familiar with orb. Now, I don't know if you mean when you call it an orb. Do you guys know what he means by that? By orb?
Opening range.
Opening range
Opening
balance.
Opening range balance. Okay. So very similar. Just same thing.
Yeah. Yes.
Potato.
And actually, Daryl, if you are old school and you go to the definition of IB, it is a 60-minute. It's only been a 30 and a 15, probably the last 10 or 15 years, with newer traders coming
Agreed.
in and
Agreed.
modifying that. If you look at old theory, IB is the first hour.
Yeah.
Yep. I used to say IB, and then I had guys saying, well, which one do you mean? Like 30? And I'm like, is there a 30? That's when I started hearing about these variations to it, right? I was always, you know, it was always 1 hour.
That's so funny because like literally the same thing kind of happened to me where I just was studying. I was studying traditional initial balance, and then like people are like, "What? Are you talking about the first 15 minutes, right?" Or whatever. And I'm just like, "No. What are you talking about? Like this is like 5 years ago." Like,
yeah. I mean, I think
I was gonna say I get a kick out of people that come up with these new indicators that, you know, that you find out that it's really a moving average crossover or something really ridiculous, because I believe that all the technical advantages of patterns and whatnot have already, I mean, we've had 200 plus years of stock market action. It's every idea has been tried. It just gets regurgitated in some other format.
So
yeah,
true.
I mean,
yeah,
and it also comes
I totally
down
agree
to
with
like,
that.
yeah, and I mean, really, what it comes down to is, are you able to apply whatever those technical like strategies are? If you're even able to like apply them correctly and execute them very precisely as to how like your success will be. And I think that's kind of why we praise consistency here, is like, you know, consistency isn't in the sense of like just making money. Consistency is literally the whole process of everything to be able to even have the chance at making money. So let's just be consistent, execute consistently, and have a consistent mindset of what we're trying to do here and how we're executing. So
absolutely.
Well put. Yeah. So Maria in the chat was saying, Maria was calling it an opening range breakout. So she uses the 15-minute and executes on the 5-minute after a break and retest. So I guess you can do a number of things with it. It's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
But it's no different than what I'm doing here. So I'm going to look for a break or a tag of the IB. And then if it continues, I call that a continuation move. If it falls back and doesn't come back, it's a failure move, right? So it's all very similar. It's just how we refer to things or call things or what have you.
Right. Yeah, no, I think I bet like if you were to, like when we were talking about back testing this, the 60-minute initial balance, we were talking about, you know, there's more emphasis on, does that 60 minutes get broken at some point in the day? 90 something % of the time, it's a yes. That doesn't give you like a trade necessarily, but it allows you to know like, hey, if this range is established, it's likely going to trade outside of it, and you have to use order flow and whatnot. Maybe make a confirmation to then make a trade. With the 15-minute or 30-minute initial, like, you know, opening range, I'm sure there's a lot more back testing that can be done to have very kind of specific strategies put in place. I think that those opening balances and whatnot are more there's just like more that I would definitely have to do to research and back test, because I think there's a lot of opportunity in it for sure. And I was talking about it with Tony, because Tony, you know, we were just saying how Tony trades that 15-minute opening range there, and he's and I mean, we can see over the last couple trading sessions we had with him, he's a great trader, and he trades with that 15-minute balance very well. So, you know, there are some things, even like I see traders like that, and I'm like, man, I need to kind of look into that a little bit more. I've just for the sake of, number one, just being like allowing myself to branch out a bit. And then number two, if I like the idea of using it for myself, I can maybe find a strategy or something within my strategy, or like find a strategy to implement within my own strategy to maybe take advantage of a trade or two like that every so often. But
Yeah. Oh, come on, hold the low.
Yeah.
Hold the low here. I liked what it did.
Bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, bum.
Oh boy. Look what
That
you did.
song
Hey,
is
Paul,
in my
so
head.
that's one of the big advantages of having multiple traders with different styles is to learn other things, expand your horizons. But for many years, I would allocate $1,500 to $2,000 a year for continuing education for myself, and I would subscribe to a site and learn all their stuff. And then the next year I would subscribe to a site. And I just do it for 1 year. Just take the 1 year, whatever, $1,000, whatever the deal is, and I think it helps keep you fresh on the newest terminology. And occasionally I pick something up I didn't know. I would say the vast majority of the time when you really dig down, you say, oh, this is really a stochastic that's been modified. It's always something that somebody's modified and they call it something else. But that's not always the case. Sometimes there's some really good stuff. So I think it's a great idea to like Tony's got he's bringing in some new stuff. Let's take a look at what he's got. Some of it's going to stick, some of it's not. And that's just the, personality types of different traders. Some things stick, some things don't. Not to say it's good or bad. It's just different. Different is good, right?
yeah. And a great example with you, Troy, was you showing us like the MFI last week. I loved listening to that, and I had never even been shown that before, and just getting to play around with it a little bit myself. And now I've got something else that I can just look into in my free time, and maybe back test a little bit in my own time, and see if I can apply it anywhere in my own trading. Or if so, great. If not, like, it's still just fun to know. I mean, we're junkies here. We like to learn stuff regardless. We like to learn trading stuff just because. So
Did you call us junkies?
yeah, we're traders, man. We love trade. We love trade. We love learning about trading. We love everything in the trading world. We are just
we're trading junkies. That is that's a fair a fair point.
That's what I call it myself. That's like my terminology for me, just being infatuated with learning about the markets in general. That's why I like spreading my wings into like different products and whatnot, just because they just interest me. I just enjoy learning about different stuff within these markets, and there's so much to learn. There's never like a lack or like a famine of things to learn. So
oh yeah,
I do feel like I do need to you know what, we're kind of turning down here, so I'll wait a little bit, but I'm going to show you guys the Picasso at some point here, I think in the next 15 minutes or so.
That would be amazing.
The Picasso.
Good.
We want to see this art.
I have great expectations.
It's more of like a riddle Picasso. It's like it's maybe like a Da Vinci Code kind of thing. I don't know. Like,
oh wow,
you'll see.
Okay, it's making it even better. Da Vinci Code Picasso sounds amazing.
Fits in there. Yeah, Robert's terminology of saying the junkies fits into the Nasdaq. Yeah, I remember you saying that before, but I forgot about that one. That's a good one. a good one, Robert.
The Nas crack. It's so true. Can't be ashamed. We're junkies for the market. It is what it is. There's no rehab for it.
Exactly.
Embrace it.
All right, here we go. Rebound. Big rebound.
Yeah, and I'm mad at myself. And I had 3 on, so I got hammered. But look, it didn't get to. It was coming off, and this is exactly my point. It was, just because we're right here, you think, oh, we're gonna go tag the IB, and it hasn't yet, and it may not. It may still not. It may just come up here to point of control and roll over. So, I don't have to jump in right now. I wish I did, but I can wait and see how it reacts off this. If we get a continuation move further north, then I'll probably go in. If it pulls back, I'll wait to see if it retests and then decide whether we're going to fade off or we're going to, break north. So there's several ways I can do it. I just need to be more patient. I was a little anxious there. I'm a little pissed because.
Yeah, I think you had the. I think your.
This is the thing. I know you have the right idea.
Right.
This is one of those things for traders. You get the right idea, and you're a couple. Look at this, Jesus, my Lord! Oh my God!
You definitely had the right idea. I don't think you should.
Pisses me off.
Beat yourself up over it.
No, but I just. I know, but I'm just.
But that's
any
the
other
story of
time
our
you
lives.
do
It is.
This is where
the
Coach
problem
Sam.
here-
Coach Sam needs to say, "This is filthy. This is filthy.
It's filth.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Just filth.
Filthy market.
Yeah, this is the. I think this is actually a brain problem. So you saw the pattern ahead of time, and your brain went ahead and said, "Go ahead and go for it." You went long before the pattern actually developed, and I have that problem all the time. I see the pattern in advance. And it's because your brain has already seen that pattern, right? And you're already processing it. And you go in, but you're going in way early before the pattern actually fulfills itself. You're right in that you see it way ahead of time, but our timing's off. I have this. That's a very common problem with pattern recognition. I'll recognize the pattern, 12 bars before it happens, and not having the patience to wait until the pattern actually develops to the point of where you can get a good entry. So you have to say, Daryl, that was great. You saw the pattern. We just got to work on your timing.
I'm short. I'm short. I think that's a stop pick, and I think that's all she wrote.
And I'm short.
Well, I mean, Troy's talking. He's giving me courage to go short, right? No, I just was looking at this. It did. I mean, God, I have to trade the way I trade, guys. It came up here. It really made a move. Stop picks right through the IB. Look at this now. This is where you can really get chopped up. So what if I was here and I went long?
That's a good short.
I'll be so messed. Now I'd be bad. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed, right? But
no, I like that short. I love that short, Daryl. That's a fantastic short, and you got a really good entry price too there. Like fantastic.
But I just got taken out for profit. Yeah, but that just was a major whipsaw, just like that. Crazy.
Yeah.
Rug pull.
Because what I saw, what I on the heat map and on the order flow in general, big buyers came in, and then there was a huge buy order right at the very, very top, and then the volume just died for literally 45 seconds, and then
that's what I was waiting on at the top. Exactly. That's what I was waiting for right here, to see the energy. If we had a continuation of the energy, that'd be more inclined to hold long or go long. So now we're back up to point of control. Dude, this thing wants to go up. This is Yeah, I'm long. I'm long one. I'm only going one contract. I'll be very conservative. Maybe I'll go right above 63.50 to take profit in case it wants to get over those stops. And I don't know if it's going to go much more. It's just, it seems like kind of like where I put this little purple band. It's just kind of consolidating now. Now that I made its nice big old move up in the morning. Now it wants to dilly dally. You gonna take me out? You can take me out. It's fine. That's why I only put one contract on. Oh boy, got a lot of energy. All right. I'm okay with that. Trump says, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India.
Okay.
What the hell that means?
Oh. India
says
was
India's not-
supposedly. Okay, sorry. You go.
No. I'm just now he's claiming that they're not only buying Russian oil, but they're selling it on the secondary market. I don't know. Whatever.
Brilliant.
But I don't think the market. I don't know if that caused what we just experienced here.
No, I don't think so.
That's an interesting little quirk in the situation. India's not buying Russian oil; they're selling it. That's I wasn't.
I don't understand that.
That
I don't understand that.
That wouldn't have popped into
Yeah.
my brain. I don't understand how that works, but hey,
No, neither do I.
I don't know if they're a big producer of oil. Honestly, I don't. I just don't know how India is with. I mean, I know they're not an OPEC member, but I don't know if they produce a lot. The fact that they're buying Russian oil probably tells me they're not, right, producing a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Actually, I think
We can Google it, or someone could find that. I'm sure that's probably an interesting. Some of our CL traders may know, but I don't.
Should ask your financial advisor, ChatGPT. That's it knows everything.
Mr. GPT, what should I do?
it has been declining over the last their domestic crude oil production and natural gas production has declined over the last 15 years or so. But they produce about 30.5 million tons of crude. Relatively speaking, if you were to look at like Russian oil production, let's see.
I know Russia produces a ton.
Yeah.
But
So
how
they
many
produced
tons?
516 million metric tons roughly in 2024. So
Wow.
So India doesn't even produce 10% of what Russia produces in comparable numbers.
Yeah.
Right, just the sheer landmass of Russia is insane, isn't it? I mean,
It's crazy. It is crazy.
Yeah, but India's a major country too, and they got the most people.
Well,
you think it would
India's
behoove
huge
them
as well.
to try to tap into some of that if they could. But
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
so I'm in short. It's kind of just right under point of control, and if it starts to pull back down, I'll probably add to my short position.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just take profit. This could be Chop City right here. This could chop me up.
Choppy, choppy, chop.
If it gets below the
Or we could
33 or 32, I'm adding. Basically right below the little purple band I did here. coincidentally.
Yeah.
I will look to add.
I do see the VIX kind of bottoming out, or I look at the UVXY, like the ETF, and I just follow the 1 minute and the 5 minute chart of it to kind of see what it's doing relative to the indices. And UVXY is kind of doing a little bit of a basing out here and trying to get into an uptrend. So wouldn't be terribly surprised if at some point we either see some sort of like, breakdown and UVXY spikes a little bit, but looks like it really just wants to consolidate here. It's nobody feels comfortable going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Agreed, good sir.
Holy yeah.
This market's become chop city now. Just up and down, up and down. The last few minutes really
Agreed.
choppy. Trying to look at the order flow.
Agreed.
Trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Let me put in my RTH high.
Oh, my neck. Oh. I'm an old man. My back.
I wonder if Rashid is still long. Are you still long from way back whenever the comment was? I mean, I think you were. This is going back probably. When was this comment?
No way. Is he still long? That would be insane.
I don't think so.
Well, it actually wouldn't. I mean, if it's intraday, fair play.
Can we see the timestamp on the chat when they enter? I don't see it on mine. Maybe I'm just not.
Don't think
using
you
it
can.
right. Yeah, I don't think you can.
That's a shame. Come on, NQ, do something.
I'm gonna give you a little leprechaun hat to wear or something.
I've
He
got
is still
like
long.
a St. Patrick's Day hat.
Yeah, that's cool. Rashid is still long.
Sponsored
Wow.
by Guinness.
Wow. Diamond Hands.
Wow.
Sponsored by Guinness.
Fair
There you
play. Fair play to you, Rashid. Yeah, diamond hands. That's the exact phrase I was looking for.
There we go.
Speaking
Let's
of
get down here so I can
crude
add to
oil,
you.
we did have a little bit in the morning. We had a little bit of a base out in the 65.50 area, and we're trading up at 66.75 to 67-ish dollars per barrel. So another market that just kind of went straight up in the last hour and a half or so. So honestly, if you were long really much of anything this morning between the indices, crude, you're doing good.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Gold topped out and has been down now. So gold's down like $13 an ounce the last hour, unfortunately.
I'm still leaning short. It just wants to come up to point of control and do its thing. I'm okay with that. And there's a lot of fuel from when we came up here. I mean, you got sell stops all the way up. from all these buyers, right? We could see a nice little pullback and do whatever, but I mean, anything's possible. The question is, for me, have we seen the all-time high? Are we done with the all-time high in most of these indices, or are we got to come back and keep going, a la 2002, right, Troy? Every time you thought it was over, the party was over. No, you know, it's crazy. Crazy.
I feel like, yeah, if I was to make a guess as to whether we are going to approach or break those all-time highs in the next, let's say, 2 weeks, I think possibly actually in the next 2 weeks, but in the next, but trying to break, like, let's say in the next 3 months, are we going to be constantly making all-time highs? I don't know. I would think that the market would want to consolidate over this like fall period because of all this data that's going to be coming out with all the tariff stuff happening, and we're going to see that lagged data maybe come into effect.
That's what I think too. I agree with you on that. Especially if September comes by, FOMC meeting, and they don't do anything. I mean, that just shows that. Yeah, I mean, the data the Fed looks at is tainted to a degree, but it just means that they're happy with what they see. They don't need to do anything, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, but it depends on labor.
With that.
It does.
It
Labor's
does.
off.
It absolutely does.
Labor's off. They may get pushed into cutting even if there's inflation. Although usually inflation
that's their dual mandate.
The big elephant in the room, right? And labor is secondary to inflation, but you know, I think that eventually Powell is going to get so much political pressure that he may say, okay, fine, I'll give him a quarter point if labor continues to sort of not be as good as he thinks it is. Because again, honestly, if you really do some research, theoretically, the tariff should be a one-time bump. So it's not a continuing inflation; it's just a one-time pop. And once everybody absorbs that, then inflation itself is not going up or going down; it's just flat, right? Or maybe it starts going down, but it's not going to continue to go up unless the tariffs keep getting redone and they, renege on the deal and go up, renege on the deal and go up. That's certainly a possibility, but logic tells us that it should be a one-time bump. And I think the question is after this one-time bump, is inflation going to continue or is it going to taper off? And then, what's the ramifications of that? But yeah, theoretically, it should be a one-time bump and that's done. So raising rates or leaving them high does not really make sense if you know that it's a one-time bump. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I do think I agree with Paul. I think the September, October, Fed meetings are going to be very, very crucial.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We're looking at an 84% chance of a cut here in September now because of the last 2 days. Well, ever since that data that was revised in May and June for the labor, like you're saying, Troy, very important. The labor data, very important. It went from like a 40% chance of happening to an 80% chance now of a cut. So unless anything else is revised in a more dovish correction or like dovish trend in the next month or so on the labor side, it looks like we're oddly enough going to get a cut.
Well, I think that you have to also think of it from a macro view. If employment goes down, that means that there is less spending. People are not employed. So there's less spending. Less spending creates less demand, which means that prices most likely will come down, right? And that so if labor gets crappy, inflation should be less of a threat, right?
Agreed.
Agreed. That's a extremely good point for sure. I agree. And it's the worst is like, this is why you can't really time. This is why people say like you can't time the markets, because nobody knows how long all of that is going to take. That kind of awareness of like, okay, the job situation is going to be bad by this time. It's like, it's just a guessing game as to when things will all accumulate, and then all of a sudden you'll have some sort of immediate, area of, okay, now I shouldn't be in everything that I am in, or I shouldn't be long or whatever, and the market's going to make a correction. Like, you just can't time that stuff. It's so difficult. Time in the market, or it's like, what's the saying, Troy and Daryl? It's like, it's more so time in the market, not timing the market. That's what it is. Time in the market,
for
not
sure.
timing the market in terms of like longer term investing thoughts.
You can't time it. You can't time it.
On
you can
the
be
intraday,
again. It's kind of like what we just talked about. Yeah, it's like what we just talked about with when my trade there. I had the right idea a little early, so you can try to time markets and be on the wrong side for a long time and get just beat up to death. I mean,
and this is in reference, and to be clear, this is in reference to like looking at fundamentals, chat. Like we're talking about like fundamental stuff here. If you're looking at fundamentals and you're trying to time markets based on fundamentals, it's extremely, it gets to a point where you want to bash your head against a wall, because you think that something is supposed to happen, but it doesn't have to happen. And Coach Troy has said the phrase many times before, the markets climb the wall of worry, and then and also there's like famous quotes of the markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, and
liquid.
There's all these
solvent, whatever.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
true.
It's to a certain extent, it's kind of logical. So I lose my job. What happens? Well, in a couple months, I'm not getting a new job. So I better start mowing my own yard. So I cut the yard guy. So the yard guy now has one less customer, and maybe he pulls in, he cuts, he says, hey, I'm not going to have the maid service I've had for the last 5 years. And it's just this long, everything takes time to flow through. And the trickle down is so hard to gauge, when it's going to happen. You just don't go, hey, I'm going to lose my job today and I'm going to cut all my spending. That's not the way it works, right? It's like you automatically feel like, oh, I'm going to get a new job. It won't take that long. You're always over optimistic, and it takes time for that pulling, tightening your belt to really start kicking in. And then there's then the guy below you, he has to pull his belt in a little bit, and you get this longer term. So, one guy gets fired and it affects 12 different people down the line, but it might take a year for that to happen. Right. So it's really hard to, the Fed's got a hard job. We like to sit back and think the Fed's just able to snap its fingers, but the Fed's got a really hard job. They're anticipating, they're reading incorrect data, their sources. And somebody asked me over the weekend why were the labor numbers adjusted, and I said, well, look, here's what happens. The Labor Statistics Board, they call, hello, company XYZ, what's the story? And they say, well, I don't have my information right now. Okay, I'll call you back. Click. 2 days later, do you have the information? Because our report's going to come out next week. No, I'm not ready yet. Click. Okay, so then you get all these different people, and there's like hundreds of thousands of companies reporting labor statistics to the Labor Department, and there's lots of them that get delayed for whatever reason, and you're using information that's just incomplete. And so then we have a big market reaction, and then we find out 2 weeks later, oh my God, it wasn't as bad as we thought because the rest of the data came in. And it's not like, certain administrations believe this is manipulation on the data, but that's actually not true. If you really research how the data is compiled, it is just, unfortunately, it is prone to lagging time because it's self-reporting. It's self-reporting, or the Labor Department actually calling people, and they're saying, hey, I don't have that report in front of me. Okay, well, I'll get to you next week. And then that giant employer, Ford, GM, Microsoft, doesn't get their numbers in to the labor statistics overall number. So, I think that as when I studied economics, that was one of the biggest things they taught us was you have to constantly be massaging the data because it's so hard to get it all at once to actually put a report together to give you a true picture of what's happened. Captions is extremely common and is not you're not looking down upon the people collecting the data. They're doing the best they can with the data that's presented to them.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's incorrect. I mean, it's always incorrect data. You're never going to be perfect. It doesn't include all the small businesses. It's, these regional feds, they have their group of companies and what have you that they talk to, but they're trying to make some kind of guess. I mean, and they're very smart people, these economists, and nothing against them being smart. It's just from a practicality standpoint, they couldn't trade their head out of a what. I mean, so we're just that's just the world we're in. I mean, they do what they think is right, but we just keep talking about how the fundamentals really don't affect the market. It does on a long time frame, of course, and you could have a fundamental event that'll be some sort of catalyst. And then that's all it takes, right? And then everything just kind of just pukes out or what have you, or does the opposite and just melts up. But I mean, it's very, very difficult. Very difficult. That's why I call it the BS. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics is it's a BS statistics because they're always readjusting. And again, they're always doing. I can't count on it. I never count on it.
That's brilliant.
Sam's been a little.
I don't believe any of these numbers of government
over here.
Yeah,
I've jumped into a few small positions, but nothing. Okay. I had a few small little scalps, but nothing. Just grabbing like $60-$70 here and there, but nothing. Nothing major. The market is very choppy, so I'm kind of looking at it as a range. So when we get near the highs, I short it. When we get near the lows, I obviously buy it, but only if the footprint gives me some kind of confirmation. But it's no great trades at the moment. Yeah, just little scalps.
M&Q is trying so hard in the last 20 minutes to really buy up this 23,200 area, but I'm not sure how much longer the buyers can stick it out. Honestly, it kind of looks like 23,220. Or 23,210 to 23,220 is a good area if anybody wants to get into a short. If you wanted to get into a short on the NQ, that seems like the area that seems like the area I would be getting short if I was going to try and play a little bit of a breakdown, and have my stop right above 23,225 or so. But yeah, the Dow has just been trickling up the entire day. It's the Dow is very steady, a lot more predictable it seems than the Nasdaq or the ES, and I have not traded the Dow at all today. I'm thinking
come on, break the plan of control.
Thinking we see how we see how Daryl's trade plays out here, and then we'll switch to my screen at some point in the next
you
10 minutes or so.
Feel free
you want to show over. The Picasso, don't you?
Yeah, feel free to switch over though. I'm just sitting in short.
Let's go on. Let's see this Picasso. We need to see the art. So if the back end wants to switch over to full screen.
Banksy
We're gonna see what this is
2.0.
all about.
Here we go.
Exactly.
Here we go.
Banksy 2.0.
Except we know who you are, so you're not.
I
quite Banksy.
wish. I was gonna say exactly. I wish, man. Oh my goodness. I'll message them.
Are you still making final adjustments?
No.
You can hear the mouse just clicking.
I'm moving. I'm moving the. I'm like my OCD is
The mouse.
requiring the spacing of these emojis to be more perfect, and I'm just constantly.
Oh, this is the riddle. Oh,
so line number
Okay.
1, I can give you the rhythm here of the lyrics. I mean, I feel like you can figure it out
What
pretty
is that
quickly.
in the middle? Is that a pen?
yeah. What is that thing? Thermometer?
It's the
What is that
closest thing
little
I could
line?
get. It's the closest thing I could get to what the lyric really is. You just have to kind of
All right.
Okay.
abstractly think, I guess. But if you know the lyrics to the song that we've been
Something don't kick. Something don't.
It's a song that you've been very privy to singing.
Cross. Me or
Yeah, you. Yeah. You might not know the lyrics, so this
climbing,
might not work out
boat.
really well.
Climb the ship.
Okay,
rock climbing,
I'll
boat, cross knee.
I'll go through it. This is going to be too much. Too.
Give us the first word. Give us the first word.
What's the deal with the ship at an angle? Is there some kind of relevance to it?
Not this one. There is to this one.
All right.
Okay. The first one is I'm a sailor. I'm a sailor.
Even keeled. I'm a sailor.
I'm a sailor.
Sailor don't kick.
Cross.
Sailor don't knee jerk. Sailor don't. The hell.
Sailor X.
Sailor
cross.
X marks the spot. X marks. Sailor I.
Sailor.
It's a song. Who's been singing it?
Sailor.
Sam?
I have.
That's not a pen. I don't think it's a pen. I don't think.
I don't know what that is. Sailor.
Sailboat.
And then
Is it Popeye? I mean, what the hell is this stuff? Sailing takes me away. That's
Anyone
a
in
good
the
one.
chat have any idea? Please.
Yeah,
by all,
I know.
By all means.
I think is Bravo Zulu. Is that Tom? Is that Tom? Guys, remind me.
Yeah, that's Tom.
Bravo Zulu FX. Okay, that's pretty good, man. Sailing takes me away. Chris Christopherson or whatever.
So
Is that what it is?
What?
No, shipping up.
I
It's
don't think
So shipping up to Boston. I'm a sailor, Peg,
Oh,
and
really?
I've lost my leg.
Oh
And I've
my
lost my leg.
God.
Climbing up the top sails. I've lost my leg.
Oh my God! How did I not get that? That is so obvious.
And then I just added this.
Oh,
I'm shipping up.
dear.
You were getting
to
Boston
like,
right there.
Boston.
Yeah. Oh my lord. Oh
nah,
my God.
that's. How did I not get that? Come on, that is despicable.
Oh man.
Oh my!
It's Monday.
Lord.
You require too much brain power from us.
That is.
Too good.
I'm so disappointed in myself right now. Genuinely disappointed that I did not get that.
Like
I'm
that little
disappointed in you,
charade game. That was
Sam,
cool.
too. I mean, Sam, come
How?
on.
It was so obvious.
It was. I felt like it was.
But great game though. Great game, Paul. That was your emojis were
Terrible
on point,
Picasso.
I have to say.
Terrible Picasso.
That's okay. That's okay.
They were good emojis. We were just terrible contestants.
I gave too many like hints as to what it could be with like the song what like was singing earlier, to where I was like, all right, well, if I give any more, I'll just completely give it away. So
That's brilliant. I like games like that. We'll have to make others. I'll have to think of something. What can I do?
For sure.
It breaks the 30.
It needs to be something classic.
Yeah.
It needs to be a really classic song. It has to be something universally known. Can't be anything obscure.
All right, Daryl. We are coming close to the low of that range area that we've been in. Hopefully, it can.
I wanted to break the 30. If it breaks 30, I'm still short. If it breaks 30, then I'm. It's hanging out below point of control. So that's. I mean, it's. Time are we at 8:20? Nothing else. Nothing else newsworthy. Nothing's going down. Yeah, I'm just holding. I'm holding.
Not a bad hold. I mean, you've got
come on, hold
the
the point of control.
Nasdaq consolidating lower, and you've got the Dow also trying to break its downtrend or uptrend. So
I'll be right back.
Troy sounded like he was a pilot there.
Troy's got a problem with his.
It's like, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back.
Troy's doing the bladder trade. Telling you, Troy's doing the what do we call it that you were doing, Paul? The bladder. What did you say? My ladder. I had a problem with my bladder.
Yeah,
but there's the ladder.
The chart and bladder connection.
Troy's like, I'll be right back. Gotta go.
Oh, jeez, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching LAX. If you look out, it's 37 degrees outside. Wind.
Why do they always sound so muffled? Do they like literally eat the microphone?
Yeah, it's right.
Literally,
it has to be really close to them. It has to be really close to them, otherwise you can't hear when they talk to like the tower and airspace. Yeah.
You did that very well. That was a great impression, Sam. Great impression.
Thank you. It's one of my talents is to pretend to be a
impersonate. Pilot. Yeah, that's good.
Impersonate pilots. That's it.
Hold the point of control, you little sucker. Hold. I really moved my stop down. Maybe I shouldn't do that because I don't want to. I'm still leaning south here. There we go. Come on, there we go.
So we've now been in a range for roughly an hour and 20 minutes.
Yes.
In the ES. In the ES, at least, specifically.
An hour 20 for sure. At least an hour 20.
10-point range.
Yep.
Let's see if there's any news.
Nada.
Yeah, nothing really.
All right, so Tom's got something for us to play on in the chat. Here's a classic song. Don't Stop Believin'. Journey, baby. Hold on to the bitter end. Feeling people. Get me going, man. You gotta get me going here. Don't stop believing. Could be Don't Stop Praying, but I don't think that's a song. Don't Stop Praying.
I actually don't know the lyrics, to be honest. Oh, the pilot's back.
The pilot is back. How was the bladder trade? Troy. He's got the Diet Mountain Dew. He had to make a run.
I was having withdrawals.
It wasn't about the bladder connection like me earlier. It was the Diet Mountain Dew withdrawals this time.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, it was both.
I can't believe I combined bid and ladder to bladder, or it sounded like that. Like, that's just ridiculous. I don't know how
My bid ladder.
mess that up.
Ladder.
I thought I was hearing things, but then Sam jumped in and I realized I was actually hearing what I was supposed to hear. Yeah, I actually heard it.
Yep.
Come on, let's drop now. Let's go. Have enough fun in this range.
To everyone watching, I just want to remind everyone we are giving away a $25,000 challenge account. Remember, to enter, all you got to do is subscribe to Ola Prime TV. That's this YouTube channel. Our other main YouTube channel, Ola Prime. Follow us on Instagram, 2 accounts. It's Ola Prime TV and Ola Prime Global. Leave a message in the chat. And lastly, and very important, make sure your email is in your YouTube bio. Okay, if your email is not in your YouTube bio, you are not eligible. You won't even be entered to win. Okay, so you have to make sure your email is in your YouTube bio. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So good luck to everyone. We will be announcing it in about 25 minutes. We'll announce the winner of the 25K account. So good luck.
Awesome. And remember, for that email being in the description, you go to your channel, click in the channel. There's a button that says customize channel. Click that, scroll down. There's a description area. Boom. Put your email in there. Save. Done.
Yep.
Easy. No worries.
Oh, wow.
Easy.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but Nero, one of our top traders, he goes, "Hey guys, last week FTMO closed all of my accounts, 3 funded of 100K each one, and 2 challenges, phase 1. After getting $35,000 plus in profits this year on April, they restricted all my accounts to max risk 1%. That's just abysmal,
Wow.
man. I mean, what advice can we give to something like that? I would personally scream from the rooftops. You know, don't let companies like that get away with it. It's not right. It's not fair. Shouldn't happen. But sadly, it does happen in the prop industry. Only thing I can say is, I know you're already with us. You've already had, I think, at least over $30,000 in withdrawals with us. You're a fan. Keep trading with us. Get more accounts. Scale up, because we'll keep paying you out. Don't you worry, Nero. So I know you're probably. I know it sucks right now what you're going through, but yeah, it's a hard lesson, I guess.
That does suck. That is.
It's a tough industry.
Yeah. It's terrible, honestly, man. Like, it's just the worst because it just feels like you just got the wool like pulled over your face. Like, you just expect. I don't know. You just expect more professionalism, I guess. But yeah.
No, absolutely. And you know what? I think the worst part, it's not even always the money, right? But it's the time you invested in it. Think about it. You've invested time in the challenge phase, the evaluation phase, phase 1, phase 2, whatever, depending on the account, obviously. And then finally, you know, you pass, you get funded, you trade, and then finally you get to the payout stage, and all of a sudden, no. Like, it's the time. Do you know what I mean? You could have put that time into you know, Ola Prime, for example, and you would have got that payout. You could have put it in your own cash account, and you would have, you know, been able to withdraw some profits. It's just the sheer time you put into it, you cannot get back. And I think at least for me, the time would be the worst, because, you know, imagine losing a month of trading.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, it's not right. It's not right at all.
I agree. Time, like, when you start thinking about things in just like time, you start getting angrier when people when like it's wasted. It's easy to make you to get very angry about wasted time. I think for sure. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's unfortunate, man.
Because as traders, we can always make more money, but so money can be exponential. As traders, if we want to make more, we can up our risk a little bit. We can up our lot size, our contracts, whatever. So making more money doesn't necessarily become a harder job a lot of the time. But the time you can't replace the time, and for me, the time is more important than the dollar amount. But 30K, yeah, I'd be very pissed as well. To be honest, I mean 30K is just it's just that's a really big amount of money. I mean, it shouldn't happen. It definitely shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, James mentioning the disingenuity of it hurts the most. I mean, it is. It's like I was saying, it just feels like a rug was just pulled out from underneath you when it seemed like everything was going to be. There's an agreement, there's an understanding of the risks and everything, and like as long as I abide by these rules, we're fine, right? And then it's like, and then all of a sudden a month later, nope, just kidding. That's sucks.
And here's the thing, I just want to point out, right? So Nero has written, after restricted with max risk 1%, they forced me to use other assets. I use gold or pound yen. They want me to use other assets. I adapted my trading to those conditions. Okay, so you're a very profitable trader with gold and the yen, yet now they're trying to force you to trade a different asset class or a different instrument, and lowered your risk to basically only be 1%, essentially making sure your profits are going to be a lot less in the future. Nero has made, correct me if I'm wrong, Nero, but I'm pretty sure you've made around 30 grand with Ola Prime so far. You're a fantastic trader. You're always very consistent. What did Ola Prime do with Nero? We sent him merch. We've interviewed him. We've celebrated his success. We haven't put any restrictions, nothing like that, because his success is ultimately our success as well. It really does tick me off when, how can you be a trader as good as Nero and be penalized for it? That doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
I agree. It is odd. It is odd.
Good job, brother.
The way that business is, like some businesses, how they think like good business works versus others. It's like some of it's just appalling, to be quite honest. But all we can do is just continue to Ola Prime to just continue to be ourselves and do what we know is right. So
absolutely. Oh, and he's updated. However, a few weeks after, they want to force me to take trades in both directions, long and short, despite the direction of the market. Finally, I closed all my accounts to violated the max 1% risk. Well, yeah, I mean, 1% risk is ridiculous, and then to force you as well to take both long and short.
That's crazy.
They basically made it impossible.
Like,
they changed the goalposts. You were doing too well. They made the goalposts completely different, changed the rules on you to make it next to impossible now for you to trade. That's not good. Not good at all.
Next thing you know, he's going to need to be like winning a Nobel Prize of some sort in order to fulfill a rule to continue a trading account. My goodness, like this is ridiculous. My goodness.
You must come up with the solution to climate change.
Yeah, right.
To get your pay.
You must solve world hunger before continuing trading. Like, oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Some of these rules, man. All right, let's look at some of these questions. Investi Genix says, please, how can I explain trading to my grandma? She's been asking what I do, and every time I explain that it's buying low, selling high, she doesn't get it. Please, can you help me? You know what? The easiest way to explain trading to people is this is the way I always used to do it. Back before trading was even like kind of known, pre-COVID times when no one knew what the hell Forex traders were. I always explained it when you go on holiday or vacation and you take £100 and you go over to France or whatever and they have the euro and you exchange that money, right? You will get, let's just say hypothetically, 110 euros back, right? Now imagine you don't spend any of that money. You spend a month in France and then you come back home, back to England, and you exchange your 110 euros back to pounds, but the exchange rate has gone more in your favor, and now you get back 103 pounds back. So you've made £3 for doing nothing, just from exchanging the two currencies. That is all traders do, but we do it on a much smaller scale, obviously, with much larger amounts. Remember, one standard lot in Forex is equivalent to $100,000. So, we're doing it on big amounts of money. So, but that's essentially all we're doing. We're just exchanging. We're just exchanging currencies.
It's a good way to put it for Forex for sure. I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's extremely relatable, honestly, for anyone. So I like that.
Yeah.
I would have gone down a totally different road.
Ooh, I want to
hear Okay. All right. Here you go. Ready? Say you're in Little Town, USA. You've got a craft store. In the craft store, you sell crafts. Okay. And once a month or once a year, maybe, you drive all the way across the country to Atlanta, where they have this giant craft wholesale sale. All these vendors come that make these little crafts. You come in from Little Town, USA to Atlanta, and you go to where you can buy all these different types of crafts at a wholesale price. And so you then buy them, you travel all the way back to small town USA, and you sell them for a slight profit. Traders do. They go to the exchange and they buy a contract. And they then scurry back home, hold the contract overnight, and sell it the next day to somebody else. So it's super, super tangible understanding. It's just like any other business. Buy their inputs. So if you're a restaurant, you're buying vegetables and tacos, and then you turn around and you make it into vegetables and tacos, and everybody says, "Ooh, vegetable tacos," and you sell it for $3. That's how you make your money. It's exactly the same thing as any business. Buy at wholesale, sell at retail. At least that's the idea. That's what you're trying to do. It's just a little bit different in that our wholesale Atlanta convention of crafts is the exchange. And the hometown store is us, offering our bid or offering our offer out to sell it at a certain price. So it's really the same exact thing. That's my 2 cents worth there.
I like that too.
Good explanation
like
of
that.
the futures. Yeah. It was a very good explanation of the futures. For some reason, I explained Forex. I don't know why, actually. For some reason, the first thing I did was explain Forex.
But I like it either way. Like it's good though.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Thank you.
I'm never that lucky. I always come home with the euros and they're worth less.
Yeah.
I still have when I had my trip to Japan like a little over a year ago, I still have a like on your phone you download this app thing that's like essentially like a debit card of sorts, and you can load money onto it, and you load JPY onto it from your own bank account, and I still have JPY on that card. And I've and like the value of JPY has not changed much over the last year in general. So it's like the value is relatively the same, but every once in a while I take a look at it. I'm like, oh, I wonder what it is versus like what it was, a year ago or a year and 3 months ago or whatever. And I think I've gained maybe like $1 tops in value, if that. But
that's being a real life Forex trader right there.
Exactly.
But theoretically speaking, everyone is a trader to a certain degree. If you really want to break it down, all right, you might not be trading the market, so to speak, like directly, but on day-to-day life, we're all traders, regardless of what you do. We're all doing the same thing.
Yep. I agree. It can get a little bit abstract too, and people just don't realize it. But yeah, I agree. We definitely are. Everybody is a trader, whether you like it or not, in some fashion.
Yeah.
Daryl's, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
He's
I had a noisy.
He's...
I know. I had a noisy trash truck go by, and I just muted. I wanted Troy to pound that Mountain Dew so we can get short here. I need the short dance. I need the energy for the shorts. Bring down the rain. Come on. It doesn't want to break the 32. Just
you don't want me to stand up.
No, I don't need to see that. I saw a lot of that over the weekend. I don't need to see more.
Daryl, I see you shared something in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know if they want. I don't know if they want to put it up, but I don't know if they want to put it up.
I haven't watched
because this is how we should celebrate our profitable traders like Nero. This is the way we do it. Ola Prime. Personally,
let's do it.
I've been working on my videos as we've been trading today. I'm trying to crop and edit a few that I can put up. Trying to keep it clean, guys. Trying to keep it clean.
Annoyingly, I can't seem to play.
PG.
No. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like these. I think Sam's gonna love these. Sam's gonna love it.
Yeah, I want to see this video. I tried to play it, but
Sam's gonna. Oh, this is a tame one, but this is. Oh, it can't play. Were you able to play it, Paul?
I can't play MOV.
Oh, I have to.
Well, I'm trying to upload.
First, so let me see if I can.
I'm trying to upload it. I don't know. I struggle with this, trying to get it off my phone. I put it on my Google Drive, and then I download it.
Let me try it again.
I don't know if they can get it though. If the team could get it, then they can let me know. I would think.
Yeah, back end.
That's okay.
Look in the Zoom chat, please.
Yeah, maybe they can work their magic.
I might have to do just a quick. Make sure it's acceptable to be played.
Oh no, it's totally clean, dude. totally clean. No. I just had to take family out of it and stuff. I had to edit people out of it.
I'm joking.
I do have it. I do have it, and I can play it whenever, as long as they say it's.
Yeah, I mean, I could drag it over to my screen. I just don't want to do it if I want to just make sure it's
right.
Okay. Yeah, very nice.
I
like it. Back end, not.
It's not a chart. It's a file.
The video yeah, Daryl posted a video. Can you please play it on the stream? He wanted to show the world how we celebrate at Ola Prime our profitable traders.
Yes, exactly.
Little clip.
Bottle service and everything. Yes.
It's
girls
perfect.
dancing and bottle
And it-
service, man. It's a perfect.
And it would be good for the production team to play it because then they can play the sound and everything too with it.
That's
so
right. That's
it's good.
exactly. I needed a sound. That's exactly why I did it that way. Way to go, Paul.
Yeah.
You're so good, man. You should be an associate producer. Look at that,
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh.
dude. This short that I'm in is just dragging.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yes,
They
it's
said okay.
boring. That's a fun.
Any
fun
second now, the
video.
back end will play it.
I got more to put up for the rest of the day. We'll have little tidbits here and there. It has to feel
I'll
right,
tell
though.
you
It has
what.
to fit the vibe of the conversation, right? It has to.
Mexico is a good time, man. When we went to Mexico earlier this year, man, it was a fantastic time. Saw some humpback whales and everything, and one
Yeah, I've
breached
seen so many
right
whales.
like 30 feet away from our
Yeah.
boat. It was insane. It was crazy.
Yeah. When I go fishing down there in the winter, sometimes I mean the whales are
All right.
the whales and the turtles are out of control.
Play again now.
I got to flip it over. Maybe they can't.
Yeah.
That's all right. We get the point.
Wow.
That's good.
Place looks
That's
awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, that place is.
Daryl,
Love
were
it.
you sitting in the VIP area with a big
That
bottle
whole
of
damn place is
champagne?
freaking. That's a
cigar.
very high end place. Yeah, that place is awesome. There we go.
Oh, okay.
He works with them. Was like getting pictures with them all night. It was like,
I love it.
oh my god. Oh my god.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what Daryl does when he's off the charts.
That's Cabo. That's just Cabo.
In Mexico.
Nah, that's just fun. That's just fun. It's fun.
Beyond the charts, Daryl.
Yeah, I can't put that on. yeah.
Daryl sent us
Yeah.
such a sober video of him hiking and doing all this
I do.
yoga and all this kind of mindful stuff.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is the real
exactly.
Daryl right
Exactly.
here.
Oh,
Then we
dude.
get the real
Yeah.
story. The real story.
There's two sides to everything.
Party.
There's two sides. You got to get two sides, man. Oh, it's so funny.
You gotta
Well done,
fight
back end. That was good.
for your right to party.
Look at Troy today,
Little
going
Beastie
off.
Boys. Little
You love
Beastie
it.
Boys. Yeah, that's right.
Love it. Love it. I do.
Paul and Sam don't even know who
Amazing.
Beastie Boys are. It's crazy.
Oh, we
Oh,
do.
I think they do.
We do.
They do. I'm sure they do. I'm sure
I
they
love
do.
I
They
love
do.
the Beastie Boys.
Yeah.
We know the Beastie Boys. We're not that young.
Yeah.
Not that young.
Oh, can we get a little downward action here before the end of the stream? Come on, baby.
Come on.
Uh-oh. What did I hear? Heard a little ukulele? What was that?
Wasn't me.
What was that?
It's like a
think that was,
notification, I
Troy's
think, or something.
Ah.
That was Troy's Nokia 3310 that he has.
He's playing Snake on it
Hammered
as
on
we
this
speak.
short. Hammered on this short. Come on, Daryl. What's the problem with
Dang.
the short?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm holding for dear life. I'm in the red all the way around. I don't like it. You know, this is one of those situations where whichever direction it breaks, it's just going to break. And it's going to be like quick.
Yeah.
And I'd be like,
what I'm really
you could
hoping,
just coiling up.
What I'm really hoping is that this isn't the rest of the day, because like you mentioned it earlier, Daryl, with the P distribution. Man, if we just stick in a range now of on the ES 63.29 to 63.43, and that's it for the day. Oh my goodness. Talk about boring.
I know.
Goodness.
I don't suspect. They're just too much below us. At some point they're going to want to eat into this, I would think. It doesn't mean we're going to end up down here, but I mean, I'm certainly hoping it'll come back down, revisit. But the auction's very slow and very happy where it's at.
The Nasdaq's got a little bit of gusto to it.
Let's see what it looks like. Let's put the NQ up. Let's put the Dow up. Let's put them all up. They're all doing the same. See how they all just open, swing up, and they're all just in the same range.
Well, we'll be announcing a winner very soon. Just to let everyone know. Exciting times.
Yeah.
Gonna announce a winner very soon. Who's gonna be a winner?
You need to do like commercial jingles.
Oh, that would be a great job.
Jingle writer.
That would be
a great job.
I'd love that. I can't play any musical instruments, but I can hum, and that's all you need.
Exactly.
He's a hummer. That's scary.
Exactly.
That's frightening.
Be careful what you say there, boys.
Humming
Remember,
is the first step to a musical career. Be
careful what you say. No, you little bad boy. No,
hey, Michael in the chat just said, just discovered you guys today, and thank God for you guys from Nairobi, Kenya. Oh, that's cool, man. Awesome.
Sweet.
We appreciate it.
Sweet.
And by the way, Michael, just so you know,
here.
because we did announce it earlier, we're giving away a 25K challenge account that you can win if you just like and subscribe to the YouTube channel that you're on right now. Like and subscribe to our Ola Prime Global channel, and put your, if you have an email, you need an email to be put in your YouTube bio. So just go into your channel and then click the customize channel button, and then put your email in the description and save, and then you'll be eligible to win a 25K account challenge. So definitely recommend you do it, Michael, for sure. Great to have you.
Yeah, I'm done. Rashid, I'm done.
Thank you for joining.
Rashid, are you still long?
Derry.
I know. Everyone calls me. No one puts an L. I don't know why. What is up with that? That's cool. I don't know what is going on. Laverne and Shirley. That would be great. We could do all sorts of stuff. All kinds of 80s, 70s sitcoms.
Yeah. Can the ES break out here? Can it do it?
I'm looking.
The Dow
45 levels,
Yes,
or the 45 liquidity. I think it can. I think it's coming back after that sweep on the stock pick. I don't know if it will continue. God, right near the end of this session. Jeez. Or a segment, I should say, not session. Oh, it's gone.
Can you do it? Yes, you can.
You can do it.
That's all right.
Look at the contracts come in.
I think it's time to start
354 on the bid
winner.
at 44.5.
Maybe like one more minute, Sam. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 50. 51 again. I'm sticking. There we go. I like that. Push through though. Take me to 51 where the stops are. Rip, 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 rip. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We got to do announce. All right. We got extension anyway on the day, finally. There we go.
Wow.
And all this time I was thinking we were going south. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny how it is? Just goes to show you. All the years of trading and of watching the same, it doesn't mean anything. It could do whatever the hell it wants.
Well,
This
it looks
pisses
like
me off, though.
the S&P broke through its high, but the Nasdaq
did.
is still technically needs this. Nasdaq still hasn't broken.
It'll
through
fall.
yet.
It'll follow. It'll follow.
And
Now I'm moving my take profit. If it'll rip. 57, there's a bunch up here on the book. If it wants to go. If it goes past 30, it goes past 350, then I got to take profit up there. But that's a pretty ambitious take profit. And we may not see that here before we're off the air, but I will update and then we'll be back. When we're back, we'll see where we're at in the live trading. Come
on. Well, we have a minute left. Back end.
Come on, push through. You know you want to get there. There we go.
here we are, coming up.
Well, we have almost hit time. We're just waiting for the back end about the confirmation of the winner. Just give us
We're in
2
overtime.
seconds, guys.
This is fun. Yep. There we go. Look at that push. Come on. Let's go. Come on, ES. Finish strong. Let's do it. Rashid is still long. Man. I'm proud of you. Keep going. Come on now. Get to 50. Get to 50. There we go. It's okay.
Okay.
All right, I got taken out for profit. All right.
Nice.
Yeah, but I'm still in the hole, but that's okay. We'll update. I'll be green before we're done. I always have that confidence. It may be a curse. Still mad at myself. Still mad about myself with that other one. Right when I was here, and it just ripped on me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we can announce a winner. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to create a nice little graphic, but the winner of the $25,000 challenge account goes to Robert. Robert, you have won. Our long-term friend Robert Mashiro, you have won the 25K account. Congratulations, my friend. But guys, we have also hit time. We've gone a bit overboard on time. Do join us again. And yeah.
We'll be back.
Basically, join us again a little later. We'll be back. Up next, we have Mind Over Markets of our performance coaches. So do stick around. But thank you, guys. See you in a bit.
See you guys.
We'll see you. Way to go, Rashid. You closed out. Good job, man.
What's your experience so far with Ola Prime?
It's been great in this industry, as you know, and your listeners probably know there's some shady ones out there. You know, will find reasons not to pay out or can just straight up disappear overnight, kind of deal. So, you know, I did some research before, joining you guys and paying the valuation, and you know, the 1 hour payout that you guys promote. I mean, that's awesome. If anybody knows, waiting on a payout can be torture.
Like, you have the 300,000K account. Payout of 9,500. It shows that you're not, trying to do 50% in a month or something, because while it's possible technically, of course it's possible, right? The chances are you're going to do that consistently, probably not. So targeting, like a smaller amount and kind of just consistent gains, that's exactly what we're looking for. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Trader Stories podcast here at Ola Prime. Today we're joined by one of our funded traders, Jeremy from Texas, who controls a $300,000 account, a two-step Prime account with us, and he's now eligible for a $9,500 payout. So Jeremy, thank you for coming on. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. How are you doing today?
Oh, good. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So Jeremy, we'll get straight into it.
Okay.
The viewers love to learn a little bit about, our traders, how you got where you are today. So I guess the first question would be, where did it all start for you trading-wise?
By accident. I got lucky and bought, this is probably 10 years ago. And there was all sorts of little newsletters that go out of this hot stock that was, coming out. And so I opened up a brokerage account and put some money in there and went all in. And unfortunately, I got lucky and it took off, it shot to the moon. And I was thinking, like many people, wow, this trading stuff's pretty easy. And stuff. And that was probably the worst thing that happened. Because then when you start doing that over and over, and as anybody that's traded knows, that's not a winning strategy or risk management style that you want to follow. So that was kind of just backed into it, and I think just came across a newsletter of some hot stock that was going to the moon, and it did for me for a little bit, but eventually, like most people, I think I lost all that money pretty quick. So yeah.
It's
so
funny,
that's how I
actually.
began just trading equities.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely funny because, every beginner, let's face it, we all lose money at the beginning.
Sure.
But some people do have that little bit of luck at the beginning where they overestimate their abilities then. And I almost feel that is worse than if you just lost like straight out the gate. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Because it kind of like builds you up. And
Yeah,
you're
no,
all
it
hyped up.
is because you don't know what you're doing, and you don't know how quickly it can turn on you until it actually happens. So yeah, that's That's what happened to me. And so then went back to the drawing board and started trying to actually learn how to trade from there and studying everything I could online. Just every trade guru that I could come across, just would read their stuff, read their podcast, took a class here, that kind of stuff. Probably like most of the listeners here have done the same thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you started in stocks. Do you still trade stocks today, or are you mentioned equities as well, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, I do. I trade stocks, equities, but mainly with you guys, the indices, a little bit of Forex, but mainly the indices. And sorry. Yeah, for me, I
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Lara. Nice to see you here. Let me check. Okay. Let's start. We are a little bit late, but we are not going to rob you of all of these crucial insights we have prepared for you today. On Mondays, as usual, we talk about some traditional classic thought experiments and some philosophical notions and translate these into what is relevant for traders and trading psychology. From my end, I see my colleague Lara is frozen, but I am sure this will be fixed in no time, and maybe you actually can hear and see her move. If not, I am sure this will be resolved, and I will keep you company in the meantime. I'm Stanislava, psychologist and performance coach here at Hola Prime. And today we are going to steer into one of the deeper waters of trading psychology, which is identity. Specifically, how it evolves and what that evolution looks like and feels like. This might not seem as a primary topic for traders at this moment, but I assure you, you will recognize some of these elements as you listen. So, what thought experiment are we talking about today? It's the ship of Theseus. Maybe you recall this thought experiment, maybe you know what it is about, but let's summarize it again. If you have a ship, of course, and if you replace each wooden plank of a ship one by one, every single part has been changed. Do you still have that same ship? Is it the same ship or is it a whole other ship? So basically, it's a question of identity. Oh, Lara, hello. I see you now. I see you move.
Hello, Stanislav. Yeah, sorry, just a few technical.
Yes, I'm happy that's resolved, and I see you here with me now. I will let you introduce yourself, but in the meantime, I started introducing our today's topic. Yes. And we are talking about actually personal continuity, our internal sense of being the same me over time, even when circumstances, roles, behaviors change. That same, if you want, little girl I was when I was 6, and now in my early 20s, a bit later than that, okay. But we need that sense of continuity. When we are facing significant change, especially in domains like trading that require repeated adaptation, we do hit resistance because of this need of being that same me who I was forever. And because that evolution, even when it's healthy, feels like a loss, this is where we can struggle. We feel a sense of losing control. We feel that we are losing who we were, or safety. So it's not just a philosophical question, it's deeply psychological, and for traders this is not abstract. You start with beliefs like I'm a rule-based trader, or I'm someone who thrives under pressure, for example, which can be even more general belief than related just to trading. But as you grow and as you spend years in trading, you necessarily will change some bits of yourself. Some of those planks do have to be replaced either intentionally or it just happens like that. You're changing your style, your habits, your reaction, your core mindset. So are you still the same trader? And this is where it gets interesting. That need to feel coherent is strong, but so is pressure to evolve. And that tug of war shows up in how we interpret our mistakes, how we respond to new strategies, new tools we learn about, even these psychological discussions we have, and how we talk or think about ourselves throughout the day. So, Lara, can you walk us into what that evolution looks like? What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the ship of Theseus is such an interesting, philosophical question, because I think, in our work, Stanislav, we see people changing and evolving all the time. So, of course, we're not going to question whether those people are the same people. Fundamentally, they are the same person, but they're evolved versions of themselves, aren't they? So let's try and get practical and bring this into the world of trading. Evolution is required. It's something that is absolutely required in order to reach the goals that traders want to try and get to. Most of us come into trading with a picture in our heads of what a trader should be. Possibly that's somebody who's logical, highly disciplined, never hesitates, stays completely in control. And yeah, while some of those ideas are helpful, we cling to certain ideas or constructs without actually questioning whether they're working for us as individuals. You know, the market doesn't care about what version of yourself you're trying to perform. It holds up a mirror to who you actually are, and that's where it forces the growth. It's holding up a mirror to who you are in that moment and how you're showing up on the charts, and it forces you to grow from that position. And this is what we see. So I'm going to give you an example. A trader that I know called Marcus, call him Marcus, wasn't called Marcus, but we'll call him Marcus. Like to keep things anonymous, don't we? And you know, at the beginning of his trading journey, he was scalping. So he was scalping really low time frames, fast entries, fast exits, glued to the screen, because when you're scalping, you've got to be on the screen all the time. And he had this belief that, you know, if he just worked hard enough, stayed alert, he could control the outcome. He thought that that was what serious trading looked like. But very soon, and this is a very common story, very quickly, he blew 2 accounts. And of course, that's not because he wasn't trying. He was really, really trying. In fact, he was trying too hard. He was trying to force things. He was over trading, and he was reacting emotionally. And he needed to evolve. So he needed to replace a couple of his own planks. He had built a version of himself that meant that he couldn't tolerate being out of control. And the markets expose that very, very quickly, because the markets do expose us very, very quickly. They don't hang about. They humble us in moments. But, you know, just to say that he kind of went through an evolution, and a couple of years later, he trades in a very, very different way. He holds his positions, and this is just an example, you know, it's not to say that there's anything wrong with scalping, but for him in particular, he now holds his positions over several days. He only checks the charts a couple of times per session, and he works within a very defined but different plan. He's not chasing setups anymore. And so, you know, when I asked Marcus what it feels like to have become this type of trader, he reflected that there was nothing about how he trades that is the same now as it was at the beginning. But he feels like this is who he was trying to become all along. It felt very different. It felt much more natural to him. And it was this version of himself that kind of was waiting for him to evolve into. And I think that stuck with me because it captures what so many traders go through. You know, we just think it's about developing better strategies or managing risk differently, but actually it is about shifting and growing into your identity. And I think as you get more experience, you stop trying to control the market and start learning to manage yourself. And you can become somebody who can wait, somebody who can accept being wrong without spiraling, somebody who trades from a place of clarity, not fear. And it's not just a more sort of skilled, calmer version. It's a more stable and more sustainable version of yourself once you come into that evolution, I think. So for Marcus in particular, he didn't just find a better system, he became a different type of trader, and that was the transformation for him. So, but what, you know, here's something to think about. What if consistency in trading isn't about finding the perfect setup, but about letting go of who you thought you had to be consistent? So Stanislava, I was just thinking, you know, maybe we could go a little bit deeper into why is change so difficult, even when we know it's necessary.
Yes, as you said, it's a identity shift. So it's not just technical; it's emotional change. It's transformation and letting go of who you were, which is a lot in any area of life. That's we do tend to attach ourselves to our narratives about ourselves, our life stories. So there is a form of ego identification, and that's exactly that problem, because we grip onto everything surrounding that narrative. So if the belief we attach ourselves to is I'm good with risk, or I don't need breaks, very important one, we do expose ourselves to a lot of perils, but we don't necessarily recognize that. because we get satisfaction from living up to our own expectations. I'm good with stress. I don't need breaks. I'm a go-getter and things like that. That is our sense of self. But then when that identity no longer serves us, we still resist changing it, because we are not just changing a tactic, we are changing who we think we are. And this triggers what is known as anticipatory grief. We are actually grieving the loss of who we were trying to be. That it's a bit complex, but it happens on a daily basis sometimes, especially for us in psychology, psychotherapy. We see that all the time. That old version just doesn't serve us anymore, but people tend to cling much longer to that narrative until they have to face the fact that this no longer serves them and need to change. But instead of waiting for that to happen and the reality check to slap you in the face, as we will talk about in a moment, do question that identity, that narrative about yourself, and replace plank by plank. There's absolutely no need to overhaul your entire self all at once, but just go gradually as the circumstances change. So there is still that loss in letting go, but we do feel that emotional pain of doing so. There is also another element that comes to play, which is confirmation bias. We selectively interpret information to support our existing identity. So instead of admitting to ourselves, okay, the system, we didn't recognize a sign, we say the system was flawed, or something like that. We ignore signs that we have outgrown the system or our identity itself. And there's the idea also of consistency. As you said, there's I want to be consistent. But to what, actually? To your performance, to your original vision of yourself, or a reality of how trading is evolving for you. So if you have that need to be consistent, do ask yourself to what, and make a conscious choice of what you are going to be consistent, because consistency isn't always actually adaptable. This is what happens when you want to say it all at once. So you can reflect on what identity are you defending, even though it no longer serves you. Or are your goals based on who you are or who you used to be, or envisioned yourself fresh out of college, or things like that? All of this happens, and it's perfectly normal, but you do need to grab the bull by its horns and actually do something about it, and recognize that there will be that sense of loss. But if you want to advance, you do need to do that. So Lara, what does it look like when someone is evolving but then slips back into their old trader self?
Yeah, I mean, with all things psychological, nothing's ever linear, is it? It's cyclical. And this means that we go around in cycles, two steps forward, when maybe one back, when we're under pressure. But overall, I think what you just said there, Stanislava, about having an ideal identity, one that you're trying to embody, one that you're trying to become, that's what's going to get you there. But it doesn't mean that journey to getting there is going to be simple or linear. And in terms of evolution of the human, of the self, and integration into the new version of your identity, then, we've got different loops within that, and sometimes you're going to sabotage yourself, and sometimes you're going to regress and do things that you think, what the heck am I doing now? Why am I doing that today? So I've got an example. Let's just go back to Trader Marcus for a moment. He had a really good run with his new way of becoming. He was super disciplined, and he was doing very, very well. But then actually what happened was he hit a rough patch. It wasn't catastrophic, but it was enough to challenge him at that time. It's just a few small losses, a few indecisive setups, and a frustration. And I think that's the thing. It's our inner voice. We talk about this quite a lot. But he was asking himself, what's going on? Am I slipping? Am I losing it? Am I losing my edge? And then something happened that just kind of really threw him off. And he just opened up his chart one day and just did 6 back-to-back scalps, which was completely not part of who he was becoming. But, you know, when we spoke about it later, he said that it just felt automatic. You know, there was a part of him that was so used to that, he didn't even almost realize what he was doing. And he was kind of operating on autopilot. And this is what we call regression. And it's just very normal. I think, you know, don't judge yourself. It is a very normal part of evolution and identity integration. So just don't, it doesn't mean don't judge yourself. Go back to square one. You know, it means that your new way of being or your new way of trading, the one you're working, hasn't quite yet become your second nature. It will happen, you know, pressure hits in all aspects of life. When the stress is on, it's really common to go back to old habits, you know, especially if those habits gave us a sense of control in the short term, because ultimately that's what humans love, is a little bit of a sense of control. You know, so that might just look like a bit of overtrading or tracing losses, but they don't come out of nowhere. They're linked to older patterns of coping. So when you slip back to them, it doesn't mean you're broken. It just means you're under stress and your brain is working in the only way it knows how. You know, but you've just got to catch it, you know. And so, you know, in his case, we were able to recognize it. He journaled, he took a day off, realigned, looked at his identity that he was moving towards, continued so that he could then make that part of his integrated identity so that it would become second nature. And it's just, you know, it's just part of it, you know. So it's not about being perfect. It's about reducing the time between the slip and the recovery. You know, that reflection is super key. So if you do, you know, ever catch yourself sliding into old habits, don't panic. You know, you're replacing your plank, but, you know, there are times when, you know, that's going to feel like a little bit wobbly. So you just got to step back, have a look at it, and then come back to it, take stock. And like we say, if you do this consistency, the old stuff, the old behaviors will lose their grip. So I was just wondering, before we wrap up, Stanislava, what tips do you have? How can people actually work on reinforcing this newer version of themselves when the pressure's on?
Thank you for that question, because we do want to leave people with something practical, what to do about all of the things we talk about. So first thing, just a small motivational moment. The question is no longer, am I the same person? Am I the same trader? But are you moving with awareness and intention? So in other words, okay, the ship is changing, but are you still the one steering it? And to do that, to be aware and intentional about it, you do have some practical tools at your hand. You can first, for example, map your identity evolution, draw a timeline of your trading journey, analyze and mark where those significant identity shifts happened, what changed and why, and what the result was. This is actually important for you to see that you are no longer the same person, but that's perfectly okay. You are successful at what you do. Another thing you can do is create a let go list. For example, if you feel up to it, write down trading beliefs or habits that once defined you, but no longer serve you. And pick one intentionally and release one each week, ideally, or at least one this week. Of course, daily anchoring phrases, you can try something like, I'm not who I was, but I'm becoming someone worth trusting, or something like that. Do have some anchoring phrase that will reinforce continuity through intention. So I will leave you with a question. If your trading self is a ship, what's the next plank you are ready to replace, and who you are becoming as you do? And think about this a bit, let it simmer for a while. Hopefully it will bring about great changes.
Love that. That's some really, really good tips there, Stanislava. Thank you. And I think those are really good and helpful for traders to begin to integrate. So thank you for listening to us again today, everyone. And we'll be back on Wednesday with some more psychological gems.
See you soon.
But that's all for now. Thank you so much. Bye for me. Thank you.
Good night. Bye-bye.
What's your experience so far with Ola Prime?
It's been great in this industry, as you know, and your listeners probably know. There's some shady ones out there. You know, will find reasons not to pay out or can just straight up disappear overnight, kind of deal. So you know, I did some research before joining you guys and paying the valuation, and you know, the 1 hour payout that you guys promote. I mean, that's awesome. If anybody knows, waiting on a payout can be torture.
Like, you have the 300,000K account. Payout of 9,500. It shows that you're not, trying to do 50% in a month or something, because while it's possible, technically, of course it's possible, right? The chances are you're going to do that consistently, probably not. So targeting, like a smaller amount and kind of just consistent gains, that's exactly what we're looking for. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Trader Stories podcast here at Ola Prime. Today we're joined by one of our funded traders, Jeremy from Texas, who controls a $300,000 account, a two-step Prime account with us, and he's now eligible for a $9,500 payout. So Jeremy, thank you for coming on. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So Jeremy, we'll get straight into it. The viewers love to learn a little bit about, our traders, how you got where you are today. So I guess the first question would be, where did it all start for you trading wise?
By accident. I got lucky and bought, this is probably 10 years ago. And there was all sorts of little newsletters that go out of this hot stock that was, coming out. And so I opened up a brokerage account and put some money in there and went all in. And unfortunately, I got lucky and it took off, it shot to the moon. And I was thinking, like many people, wow, this trading stuff's pretty easy. And so that was probably the worst thing that happened. Because then when you start doing that over and over, and as anybody that's traded knows, that's not a winning strategy or risk management style that you want to follow. So that was kind of just backed into it, and I think just came across a newsletter of some hot stock that was going to the moon, and it did for me for a little bit, but eventually, like most people, I think I lost all that money pretty quick. So yeah.
It's
so
funny.
That's how I began just trading equities.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely funny because every beginner, let's face it, we all lose money at the beginning.
Sure,
but some people do have that little bit of luck at the beginning, where they overestimate their abilities then. And I almost feel that is worse than if you just lost like straight out of the gate. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Because it kind of like builds you up. And
it is because you don't know what you're doing, and you don't know how quickly it can turn on you until it actually happens. So yeah, that's what happened to me. And so then went back to the drawing board and started trying to actually learn how to trade from there, and studying everything I could online. Just every trade guru that I could come across, just would read their stuff, read their podcast, took a class here, that kind of stuff. Probably like most of the listeners here have done the same thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you started in stocks. Do you still trade stocks today, or are you mentioned equities as well, so I'm assuming?
Yeah, I do. I trade stocks, equities, mainly with you guys, the indices, a little bit of Forex, but mainly the indices. And sorry. For me, I just started studying charts and just screen time. For me, I actually took a job probably about 5 years ago. I'm not there anymore. With a brokerage here in the Dallas area, and learned a lot about the market there. Learned a lot about market manipulation. How some of that, the specialty there was we located hard to find borrows for people that are looking to short stocks. Garbage stocks that have gone parabolic and then no shorting. So that was the kind of niche of the brokerage I worked at. So I saw a lot there. But what it allowed me to do is it allowed me to have charts moving all day long.
Yeah.
And so just watching the movement of stocks and how to respond and learning about support and resistant levels and the different moving averages that seem to work for me. And so that's really where I began to kind of learn, as far as entries and how to read entry and where to put my stops and where to put my targets and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, no, absolutely. And you're right. I mean, there's no replacement to just getting that pure screen time, just watching the charts. You almost build like a sixth sense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Something you just can't learn.
I've seen this before. I've seen this play out a million times. And that doesn't mean that the next time it's going to play out exactly like that, but you've seen it play over and over and over and over. And that's what, I'll have friends or people find out what I do and they'll say, hey, can you teach me? And so, I'll point them in the right direction, give them, here's a book, or I like these guys. These guys are solid to learn some basics, but there's really no replacing just screen time and sitting there and learning. And I think that's where you really learn. So the more you can do that, if it's you don't have time during the day, if you can have it recorded and then watch it at night, do whatever you got to do, but just spending time watching the charts and watching how price action moves is where I think we're going to get the most benefit from.
Absolutely. 100% agree. So equities, recently they've been a day trader's dream to trade, haven't they?
Right.
Some of the movement. I only trade the S&P 500, so I'm like you. Okay. I don't really dabble in anything else. I like the equities. I like the S&P, and wow.
Yeah, especially after this weekend, when the trade or between the meeting with Trump and China, and I think we kind of expected that. We're praying that something was going to come through because we felt like it would finally break through this sideways action. But it's been extremely volatile. But this week especially, last week the stocks have been on fire. A lot of the ones, some of the ones I'm in now. I think I just closed out Tesla today. But it's just stuff that's just gone. The last 4 or 5 days it's been a dream for a day trading for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's probably been my best quarter.
Trading the S&P.
Yeah, absolutely insane, the movement. I mean, we had like 2-3 times the daily ATR compared to, it's just insane. The movement.
Yeah. Every day is, if it's a 1.5% move, it's like a slow day. It's like, every day is just these wild. And, I think that's, I've kind of you asked about trade stocks and I do, but I've really enjoyed trading the indices. This is something that's kind of been new for me. I've always got the S&P and the Qs pulled up, kind of just seeing where the market's at and looking at that daily, but haven't traded it a whole lot. And what I really like about it is I feel like it's easier for me, I'm learning it's easier to manage risk because trade equities, the market closes, you never know what's going to happen overnight. And you wake up and you get gapped down against, and that's hard to recover if you got a big position open. I like the indices in that and trading the contracts for difference because I can keep the stop open. And it's if something crazy happens, somebody shoots off a missile in the middle of the night, whatever, I know that I'm going to get stopped out. I know exactly what my risk is.
Yeah.
And some of the stocks, it's that makes it hard, especially some of the garbage stocks that you can trade that you just don't know what's going to happen, and that can really hurt you too. And so I've learned to kind of stay away from that. If I do trade equities, it's typically the bigger, more solid companies, the Amazons, the Nvidias, Teslas kind of stuff. Away from some of the ones that I learned how to trade on. But the indices seem to be where I'm making most of my money is trading those just because I feel like I can manage the risk a lot better. So I'm not having to make losses all the time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would love to know a little bit about your actual strategy.
Okay.
What do you look for? What's your entry requirements? How do you set your stop, your take profit? I mean, if it's possible, if you could even show your charts, that would be amazing.
Yeah, let me go over here. Okay, so my strategy is typically not a whole lot to my charts. As it's funny, the older I've gotten and the longer I've done this, the less I have on my charts. I just find it's easier for me.
Yeah.
It not so you don't have so many signals, I guess.
Yeah.
Like if I've got a lot of different things going on, it gives me a lot of false. I overtrade, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And so
Absolutely.
So I've got 3 moving averages on here. I've got the 200, I got the 50, and then I have the 20. And those are my 3. And then I have volume, and that's really it. The trade I just come off of support and resistance. So, I'm looking for, here's a high here. I'm looking for things to bounce off of support and resistance levels. Right here recently, the trade that I was in kind of broke. You and I were just talking about how crazy the S&P was these last 8 months. I mean, up and the down, and when it finally kind of broke through the 20 and the 50-day and pulled back, I think this is where I entered last week, right around this level right here, right around this 560 level, and then just kind of let rest. So I really I use those support resistance levels and moving averages to kind of find where I want to. And then once I identify that, then I'll go to the 5-minute charts. And this is what I will enter on the intraday, and this is where I look for entries. So on the entry, and again, I've got the VWAP,
Nice.
and then I use the 9 EMA and the 20 as mine. And really, a lot of times, if I'm looking to be long, like I just showed on the SPY over here, this is a smaller daily chart. I know that I'm looking to be long that day. I love it when it gaps down. And kind of rounds out, and then once it crosses up over my moving averages or over the VWAP, then I'm looking to get long with a stop at the low of the day. And that's what I've been doing a lot of lately. And then typically holding it. I guess it's a hybrid of a day trade or swing trade in that I'm typically holding it a couple days, but I'm not swinging where I'm holding it several weeks. So I'm looking, for if I'm risking $500 on the particular trade, I have a dollar amount in my head that I want to risk, and so I always do it by dollar amounts. If I'm risking 500, then I'm going to shoot for a target, usually 3 or 4 times what that risk is. And so if I'm risking $500, I'm looking to make 2,000, and so I'll set those parameters in my trading software and then let it play out. If I don't touch it and just let it do its thing, I'm typically better at it. If I start, if I start tinkering with the trade, I either leave money on the table or I get out too soon, and that's so I try to have a set it and forget it. Once I know my parameters, I know where my target is, then I'll let that ride. And my winning percentage is not typically high, maybe 35 to 40% of my winning percentage. But I've just found that if your winners are 2 to 3, 4 times your loss, I mean, you can have a 30% winning percentage and make really good money. And that took me a while to figure out, because I would get down on losses, and like I've lost this many in a row. And when I finally just started understanding the probabilities and understanding putting the numbers and the averages in my favor, that's when things really begin to turn for me, and kind of understanding the risk reward. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's a few things to unpack there, which I absolutely love what you said. I mean, first, like just having the clean charts, we see it time and time again. Generally beginners, they'll have a ton of indicators, everything's telling them to buy, and then this one's telling them to sell. And like you said, there are just too many signals coming left, right, and center. And they just go around in circles. They never really commit to anything. And we always see that, once someone starts getting profitable and getting good at trading, their charts become cleaner and less populated. And, again, you're a perfect example of that. A few moving averages, VWAP, that's pretty much it, and then support and resistance and just doing price action. And that's the right way to do it, 100%. And then I also love what you said about, just the pure risk management you have here. Your win rate might be 30, 40%, but because you got a really good risk reward, you're still profitable. And, you know, this, again, another thing that, although most people know about that, it's very hard to actually do, to put into practice. Do you know what I mean? So the fact
I
that
mean,
you've, sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, if you're staring at the dollar amount, as it's going up, that makes it very difficult because you will, you're gonna take profit, like you'll take profit too soon, and you start cutting those wins, and then it makes it harder to catch up when you have some of the losses as well. And so letting it play out, and again, I think it goes back to having a plan going into the trade. You know how much you're going to risk, and you know where you're hoping that's going to go, and you suspect it's going to go, and you have your target in place, and then letting it do its thing, and know that it's going to whip back and forth. And that's I always trading off the daily, making the decision off the daily is for me is the best way to go. I think sometimes if I'm sitting there watching the 5-minute chart all day long, or the 1 minute, or whatever intraday chart you're looking at, that can make it kind of scary because it can whip back and forth, and then you start getting in your head, oh crap, here I'm about to lose all this money that I made or whatever, and then sure enough you get out and then it whips back in your favor again, and you play that little game, and that's enough to make you pull your hair out. So I try to identify on the daily, look for an entry on the intraday, and then let it do its thing and play it out. And that seems to have worked better for me than tinkering throughout the day all day long with it.
Yeah. And believe me, I know how hard that is. The fact that you've overcome that, I mean, props to you, because I could never do it. That's why I can't swing trade. Like if I was in a like a long-term position, a swing trade type position, I would obsess over the trade. Honestly, I'd be looking at it on my phone constantly. Every time I go to sleep, I'll be dreaming about the trade, and like, I just couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. So the fact that you've overcome the psychological part and you've nailed it, honestly, I admire that a lot, because it's something
I don't know if I nailed it. I would be lying to say that I'm not laying in my bed pulling up my iPhone. Or if I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm not pulling up the charts on my phone. So I don't know that I've nailed it. I've learned how to sit on my hands, but as far as just completely nailing the psychology of holding positions like that, I don't think I've quite got there yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, well, you seem to be doing a lot better than me when it came to swing trading, that's for
so
sure.
You're just trading, when you said you're trading the SPY, you're just, that's all intraday, trading off.
Yeah,
intraday.
I'm US Open, first 2 hours, I'm looking for that push. And then I use order flow to, I trade a futures market, so I got the transactional data, and then scalping. 1 or 2 trades maximum. Once I'm, whether good or bad, I'm out for the day. That's it.
And just the SPY, not the Qs or the Dow?
No, just the S&P. Yeah, just the S&P for me. Nothing that's more just because you kind of, I don't know, I kind of have a feeling for how it moves now. Do you know what I mean? If you put me on another chart, I could technically trade it, but I wouldn't feel as confident.
Sure.
Like the S&P, day in, day out, it's my bread and butter. Yeah. I just know how it, I don't know, I feel confident with it. So, but yeah, never swing trade though. I completely sucked at it.
But I do. I mean, I know what you mean, because I still watch the intraday trades, and most of them, I guess, would be somewhat of a day trade, because I'm using those 5-minute charts. But you do get a feel for the particular the indice or whatever you're trading, and that's just, again, you probably just put a lot of screen time into watching what it does, and so you get a second sense of kind of where it's going to go from here, and when it's about to make that move. What time of the day of it, when that move is going to happen, and that kind of stuff too. So that's always helpful.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I still trade equities, but I feel like most of my money, especially this year, has become mainly off the indices and trading those. So
yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, no, your strategy looks fantastic. Really good stuff, and it's clearly, I mean, it's clearly paying off for you. You've done very well. So you can stop your screen now. There's yeah, that was awesome. We're back.
Okay,
cool. So I'd like to move it on a little bit. So obviously strategy is one side of the equation. psychology is a big one. We briefly spoke about it. I feel like it's an ongoing battle for every trader, right? You're always battling your psychology. Even when you kind of nailed it, there's that, I don't know, that gambler within every trader who just kind of wants to break their rules, right?
Sure.
How do you overcome that? How do you overcome the, FOMO, greed, all the bad emotions, basically?
I don't know. If you figure that out, let me know. It's an ongoing thing, like you said. I mean, it's there's great books out there, Trading in the Zone, anything about Douglas, on psychology. And so I listen to those when I'm driving on long trips. I've probably listened to Trading in the Zone 10 times, and every time there's something new. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I've been doing that. Yeah. And I think it's always going to be there. I think I think when you've had enough pain in the market, you remember what that pain is like, that feeling of giving it all back or having a big loss because you broke the rule. I don't mind losing if that just the charge if it didn't go my way, and that's going to happen. You're going to have losses, but that feeling that you get of losing because you broke your rule, because you had FOMO, because you got greedy, because you over leveraged and took a bigger position. And so, I think just writing down your rules, having them with you, and then just reviewing them daily if you can. Over them, have them on your desk, put them on sticky notes, whatever. Just a reminder of why you're doing it, but even then, I mean, I've had sticky notes and posters and everything, right? And I still would be like, YOLO it and just go all in, sometimes on one. And then, more times than not, it blows up in your face. And you're like, you're back to square one and you're frustrated and pissed. And I think it just takes time of just where you get to a point like, I don't want that feeling of I blew this, because it's on you. There's no one else to blame. It is on you, right?
100%. Yeah.
So I think some people are much better at it. I think it's taken me a long time to get here. I've seen traders that have been really successful. And I think that's because they were better at managing their emotions, managing risk, and they got there quicker. And that's really what it's all about. I don't even know if you have to be a great technical analysis or chart reader. If you know how to manage risk and manage your emotions, you can make money in this game. But that's what it boils down to. But if you don't have any kind of risk management, and if you can't control that FOMO and all that, I mean, you're just going to be chasing your tail. I mean, it'll be 15 years later and you're still doing the same thing. So I think you just got to kind of get to that place where like, I'm not going to let this happen anymore, and try to do it more times than not. I don't know if that's any help at all. That doesn't sound like there's any substance to it.
No, that was spot on, honestly. I mean, I think every trader can relate to that 100%. Everything you said there is like, it's almost as if you just read out my story. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's almost as if you knew everything that's happened to me in the past, trading wise. Like, it's spot on. I mean,
that's every trader's. I mean, I don't know of any trader that doesn't go through that, because it's such a kill what you eat business. I mean, it's just, it all comes down to you being able to manage yourself. There's no rules. There's nothing in place. I mean, you can go as large as you want. You don't have somebody looking over your shoulder telling you no. So you've got to be that person to look over your shoulder. And so that's very difficult, because what other job? I mean, there's what else? There's not a whole lot of jobs that gives you that kind of freedom where you can do whatever you want in it, but then deal with the outcome of what that looks like. So.
Yeah, no, 100% right. 100% right. I mean, it's funny, in the live sessions, we discovered that a few of our, like me and a few of the other trading coaches, we all have like and we all called it something else. I called it the casino account. Michael called it the bully account. It's basically like a small account where you just have money you don't care about.
Right.
And whenever you want to just break your rules or do something really stupid, you do it on that account. Do you know what I mean?
That's a good idea. I've never thought about that. Just to have a casino account where you can just screw it and I want to call in on Bitcoin, because I feel like it's about to rip through the roof and something like that. So you know what? I think I'm gonna steal that for sure.
No, Try it, see if it helps. I mean, it helps me as well because it kind of satisfies that degenerate inside every trader, who just wants to.
You know what helped me too was this is, you're talking about degenerate, was me betting on sports during football season too, because I do like to gamble, and so gosh, I can't believe I'm telling your listeners to go gamble. That's horrible. But
No, we weren't advised to gamble. But
no, I'm not about to gamble, or maybe if it's just a few bucks or whatever. But betting on football here and getting that kind of out of me, I think actually helped me not do it in my trading, right? So so I'm betting on the Cowboys game, but I'm not going to bet on the S&P.
Exactly.
So that's anyway. So
no, you're 100% right.
Edit that out.
You're 100% right. You gotta scratch the itch somewhere.
Yeah, for sure.
I think every trader has that streak within them. It's partly why we're probably attracted to trading in the first place. The idea that, you've got freedom, you can control your own destiny and all the good stuff, right? But there is if we're being completely honest, there is that gambling streak in all of us who just kind of...
Yeah, especially when you're on the right side of the trade and it's going parabolic, and that's a great feeling, you're watching those numbers go up, and that's part of trying to control all of it too, is
$1,000,000%.
Striking an itch. Yeah, for sure.
I'd love to move on a little bit to Ola Prime. What's your experience so far with Ola Prime?
It's been great. I think I bombed a couple of evaluations to start out. So if anybody's listening and you have bombed a couple, it's okay. And what I really like about Ola Prime and just the prop industry in general is it does allow you to not just scratch the itch we were talking, but it allows you to try different things out. And that's, I had never really traded the indices up until this past year. And so this allowed me to, okay, well, there's not a whole lot of stocks for me to pick from and on most prop firms. So let's work on the indices, work on a little bit of Forex. And so I think people use it as an opportunity to try out different strategies, whatever indicators you're using, just because you're just risking, whatever your evaluation fee was. And then as you get more serious into it, really, and you kind of nail down your strategy, start focusing. But as far as Ola Prime, it's been great. The communication's been wonderful. In this industry, and your listeners probably know there's some shady ones out there that will find reasons not to pay out or can just straight up disappear overnight, kind of deal. So I did some research before joining you guys and paying the valuation, and the 1 hour payout that you guys promote. I mean, that's awesome. If anybody knows, waiting on a payout can be torture, especially if that's your only trading account. And so now you're shut down for 2 days, and then talk about FOMO. The market takes off, and this is where I wanted to enter.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Ola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed,
It rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Ola Prime.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Ola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. I'm really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play big darts with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Come, I will show you how Ola Prime is changing the future of prop trading.
Not like this.
By being on our toes so that you can experience prop trading as it should be, fair and transparent.
We are Ola Prime, the most transparent prop trading firm.
With traders from 175 plus countries and offices all across the globe.
We are the first company in the prop industry to publish daily price transparency report, so our traders can cross-verify their trades and they can trade with confidence and peace of mind.
Let me share the story. In the decentralized Forex market, traders often face pricing uncertainty, but not anymore. To ensure fair pricing every time, we introduced Price Transparency Report.
A daily tick-by-tick comparison with industry data.
We didn't stop here.
No hidden rules.
No unclear trading conditions.
Everything is stated up front,
including prohibited trading practices.
From supreme trading conditions to responsive customer support.
We operate with transparency,
sharing every crucial detail with our traders.
That's why traders from 175 countries trust us.
No unfair breaches of accounts. Wherever possible, we send traders preemptive warnings because we hide nothing.
With us, you can scale your account up to $4 million.
And those profits?
We offer up to 95% of the profit splits.
That's 95%.
But what good are profits if you can't access them quickly?
That's why we process withdrawals within 1 hour, putting your earnings straight into your hands.
We calculate your withdrawable profits at the end of each trading day, ensuring you get your withdrawals as soon as you request it.
We know what failing a challenge feels like, but we won't leave you alone. After reviewing your account's trades, we'll create personalized videos to help you prepare for your next attempt. Our expert trading coaches and Prime Academy are always ready to help you learn and succeed.
I started as a junior analyst. With clear feedback and growth paths, I've moved into a leadership role.
When I joined here, I was just a graduate. Now, I'm an MBA and a senior manager.
My career has been transformed here, from an entry-level position to a department head.
While others are catching up, we are setting new standards in prop trading every day.
Join us today and get funded with transparency.
Behind each face, there's a story. A story of courage, a story of battles fought too soon. These
children, a puppet show, which is trying to make them, feel better and enjoy, and they're laughing and having a great old time. So, really good to see.
Every smile is precious. Every moment of happiness, a victory. Today, they are free. Free to laugh. Free to believe in magic, if only for a little while. A few smiles, a few moments of wonder. It may seem small, but for these children, it means everything. Magic may be an illusion, but the happiness it brings is real. It's a reminder that joy is still within reach, that even in dark times, there is still light, laughter, and love. In a world where stigma and isolation often overshadow humanity, small acts of kindness remind us of our true shared connection. The focus wasn't just on providing meals, it was also about creating moments of care, trust, and belonging. So now we've put on some aprons and we're starting to prepare some food. As you can see here, we have some lovely vegetables being prepared by the good members of Ola Prime. It was about sitting down, sharing stories, and being present. In the small moments that matter most, sharing a meal, exchanging a smile, listening to a story, we found the power to create change. For the people we served, it wasn't just about receiving a meal. It was about feeling recognized, appreciated, and cared for. Now the food has been cooked. It's ready to serve. I'll just show some of the food here. Every plate was filled with love. It might sound small, but in these moments, you realize how much it matters to someone who's often overlooked. We preferred not to show faces to honor the privacy and dignity of each individual. Nevertheless, behind every hand is a story, one of resilience, hope, and humanity. And it's all been dished up. It's a lot of work, guys, it's a lot of work. But we got there in the end, everyone seems happy. It's looking really good, a really successful day. Education is the foundation of growth, opportunity, and empowerment. Yet in many rural villages, access to quality education remains a distant dream. This is school, a place where young minds come with dreams of learning and a brighter future. However, limited resources and infrastructure challenges makes their journey difficult. Despite these challenges, these children are driven, hopeful, and eager to succeed. At Ola Prime, we believe that every child deserves access to quality education, no matter where they live. Through our CSR initiative, we're committed to creating lasting change by supporting schools like these. Our efforts include renovating classrooms, providing necessary supplies, and creating a learning environment that inspires growth. We're helping make this village school a place where dreams can take root. Together, we're not just building classrooms, but building futures. When these children succeed, we all succeed, because education is not just a privilege, it's a right.
How do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited, we're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks,
the
final
trophies.
buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. No. Everyone faces it.
No.
But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Ola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Ola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Got trading skills but can't risk your money? Enter prop trading, a smart way to monetize your trading skills without risking your own money. Start your journey with Hola Prime. Here's how it works. Buy a small fee trading challenge. Hit the profit target and keep losses under 5% daily and 8% overall. Pass the challenge and get a funded account. The risk rules stay the same, but now no profit targets. And yes, up to 95% of the profits are yours. Wondering, how's that even possible? Well, we selectively copy trades from top performing traders in live markets. That's how we generate profits. Whether we copy yours or not, you still get your share. While most firms take days to pay, Hola Prime is the industry's first to do it in under 1 hour. Yes, every payout is processed in less than 60 minutes. It's a win-win. You bring the skill, we bring the capital, speed, and support, including one-on-one coaching. Take the trading challenge. Get funded.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hello and welcome to another Ola Prime Academy video. This is Chris Lewis, your instructor, and in this video I'll be taking a look at interest rates and their influence on currencies. However, one thing that I would point out, there is a huge caveat, because a lot of retail traders make the mistake of thinking that if the Federal Reserve has set interest rates at 4.25%, for example, that would be the end of the story. The reality is that the bond market sets the rates. And if that's the case, you need to keep an eye on those yields, because it can tell you what would happen with, in this case, the US dollar. Every country has a bond on earth pretty much, and therefore you need to pay attention to the various ones that you are trading. For example, the US dollar obviously is influenced heavily by the 10-year yield in America, but the euro is heavily influenced by the 10-year yield in Germany, and to a lesser extent, France. The United Kingdom obviously has its own bond market, the gilts. That will have a major influence on the British pound. And then, of course, you have other countries like Canada, New Zealand, Australia, that all have interest rates that move throughout the day via the markets and specifically their respective bond markets. So with that, let's take a look at some charts. In front of you, I have the 10-year 1 week interest rate chart. This is not the bond price. This is the actual interest rate. And as you can see, over the last couple of weeks, it has risen. That's interesting because here in the United States, the Federal Reserve recently had cut rates and people started trading accordingly. But the bond market has been in some revolt since then, and rates have only rallied. Without going into the mechanics of the bond market, because that in and of itself could be a masterclass, the whole idea is that higher rates will, generally speaking, attract more money into that country via the bond market. Think of it this way. If you are a Japanese investor and you've got a few $1,000,000 that you have to send somewhere to sit quietly, and rates in the United States are 4% more than they are in Japan, it makes a lot of sense that you put your money in the United States. You have to buy US dollars in order to make that happen. So specifically speaking, you would talk about US dollar rising against Japanese yen. But in this video, we're going to look at the specific currency. So I will add the US dollar index on a new price scale, and you will see it pop up on the chart. And you'll notice that as the yields rise, that has a very positive correlation to the US dollar index itself. Notice that we have gone straight up in the air recently, going from 100 to about 104 over the last month, while rates have gone from about 3.67 to roughly 4.26. This suggests that the US dollar should be strengthening against most currencies, but it doesn't have to just be the US dollar you look at. For example, Germany 10-year bond yields. Okay, so that would be the candlesticks. You can see what's going on there. And I will take the US dollar index out of it, and I will look for Euro currency index. Now, TradingView has the ease of function with this. You can do it with pretty much any currency, and the Euro currency index is going to be much like the US dollar index. It just basically measures the strength or weakness of the euro against multiple other currencies. So we have this, and notice this. There is a pretty significant correlation most of the time. You can also look at other ones. So for example, the French, and again, very similar price action most of the time. Now, there are other things that can move a currency. For example, in this case here, when we saw the euro drop, at the same time, the yields in America were rising, but they were rising much quicker. So that does have an influence. So you have to keep in mind, this is just part of the puzzle here. So let's do Canada 10-year yield. So there we go. And then we will change to CXY, which is Canadian dollar index, at TradingView, and get rid of the euro. And you will notice, again, typically it tries to stick with it. This is that same time frame where we had massive US dollar strength. So sometimes it doesn't line up perfectly, but you'll notice since then it's been pretty straightforward. This, of course, is the weekly time frame. You can do it on the daily or even the hourly if you choose. It's a little difficult to do on the hourly, but it can give you a little bit of heads up. And finally, let's take a look at the British 10-year yield. This is on the daily chart. You can see that on the hourly chart, it does get a little bit messy for short-term traders, but daily, it's fairly steady. Let's take a look at the British currency index. You can see, apart from this area here, and I happen to know for a fact that was a very specific US dollar event, you basically see the market try to find equilibrium as the British pound follows yields. This is generally going to be the case most of the time, and it is something that you need to be paying attention to. Money goes to where it's treated the best, and what I mean by that is typically where you get more yield. Yield is a huge part of the investing landscape that must be paid close attention to, and therefore you are foolish if you are trying to trade without understanding that. Now, that's not to say that the interest rate yield itself is the sole reason to buy the British pound or the Mexican peso or whatever, but it does add to the puzzle pieces that eventually tells you what you should be doing. This is not something that you should ever ignore. If you see yields rising in a currency, then you start to think, okay, is that currency rising or falling against this other one? You look at the other currency and you see if those yields are falling at the same time, then typically currency A will rise against currency B, assuming that there isn't some external factor, geopolitics, global slowdown, that kind of thing affecting things. But for the most part, day to day, this does hold true of the longer term.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Ola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, you know, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Ola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got a license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
All right. How we doing, Coach Troy?
What's going on, Coach Daryl?
Not much, man. Seems like I've been back forever. Good start to the morning, though. So, as our common viewers know, this is Ask the Experts segment, where we spend a half hour asking or answering your questions that you have, and we always prefer to answer and address what you have in the chat because those are relevant to current trades you may have or the condition of the market, what have you. And if we don't have enough, then we can always dip into a lengthy list of Discord and Reddit questions that we've picked from some of our social media channels. So what I would like to do is, because we've had some recent chatter here in the last 15 minutes in the chat, I want to go back and address Rashid trading. And if this ends up going, 10 or 15 minutes, Troy, I think that's okay, because this is a concern that I think is an issue with almost every trader, and even myself to this day. And I'll get into this a little bit. Let me go back. All right. So Rashid has a problem with basically having a pretty sound trading strategy. He doesn't seem to have a problem passing challenges or test accounts, but he does have a problem with his psychology and constantly tends to move stop losses away when it looks like it's about to get triggered to avoid the pain of taking a loss. So this is something that is very common. And there's many ways we can talk about this. There's the concept of taking a loss and what that means, because that's ultimately what's behind all of this. Especially if you're on a good winning streak, the last thing you want to do is take a loss or erode some of the profits you've made for the day, the week, the month, what have you. However, we have to understand that trading is a probabilities game and a risk management game and a numbers game, much like American baseball and other sports are. No one is a massive professional athlete star in any sport making hundreds of millions of dollars by being perfect at every single attempt they do, right? Baseball, if you can bat 300, which is 3 out of 10, you're in the Hall of Fame. If you're in basketball, I don't know what the percentage is. If you can shoot probably more than 50% from the field, that's phenomenal. You're an all-star, right? All these sort of cliches that we can use. So trading is no different. We don't have to be, and we shouldn't expect to be perfect on every trade. We have to, the name of the game is really to keep the losses controlled and small as possible and grow our winners. And hopefully we have enough winners or enough profitable trades to, eclipse or surpass the losses that we take. But we have to take stops, and the sooner we get used to taking stops, the better. If you have a problem with it, maybe play down your size. So enter with a micro, enter with a partial position, whatever it is that you're doing, and keep a tight stop. If you think it's a valid setup for you and a good entry, and you're confident in the move, place the trade and keep a tight-ish stop, maybe something tighter than you normally are used to, and almost expect it to get hit. Let it get hit and experience what that feels like. I guarantee you will feel so much better if you took a $50 stop loss versus a $500. And you'll say, okay, that wasn't so bad, because if I have a $500 loss, I need to do 10 $50 wins to get just back to where I was. So you just have to, it's like everything else that we do. You have to get used to feeling uncomfortable. Trading is really an uncomfortable game. We never feel comfortable. Even after doing it for decades, like Coach Troy and I have, it's just hard to describe, because we know it's at risk, and humans aren't good at this kind of thing. And so I think the last thing I'll say about it before I let Coach Troy, chime in if he wishes, is I mentioned how I do this kind of still. It really has been a problem that I've always suffered from. I would have big winning days. I'd give a lot of it back. I'd make it back. I don't have a problem making money. I don't have a problem trading. I can make money. The problem is keeping as much of the trade as possible. And I really get upset if I have a $4,000 or $5,000 plus day, and I end up only finishing the day plus 700 or 500. Pisses me off. I'm like, God dang it. Why didn't I shut it off and walk away? Most of that has to do with me wanting to continue to be greedy and push the wins. I'm like, I made $4 or $5 grand in a few hours. I can make 6 or 7 today. That'll make up for the other days I'm down, whatever. And I would not want to get taken out of my stop. So I would tend to move it back a little bit, and erode. And when it triggered it, it was so much worse than if I just let it play out. Now, the only time that I do move my stops where I'm okay with it, and this goes back to me reviewing my trades every day. And I did have a trade this morning where I did exactly this, where I moved my stop and I stayed, and it turned out to be a winning trade. And unfortunately, I don't think that's good for people because that just reinforces the bad habit. I moved my stop. It didn't take me out. I ended up being profitable on the trade. So then you say to yourself, hey, I could keep doing this. I could keep moving my stop. It's not so bad. I probably make some money most of the time. It's no different than someone who starts to trade that has no idea what they're doing, and they're making a lot of money in the first few days, like beginner's luck. It usually is not the right thing to have happen from a psychological point of view. Now, when I moved my trade this morning, I will say this. I typically will enter a trade with a bracket. Now in Project X, I can't have a bracket necessarily, so I'll move my stop. But on my other cash account, I enter with a bracket. Typically it's a 5-point stop, no matter the size, and I still can move it around. But it just gets me protected. Right when I enter, it just gets me protected. So today I was in a trade, and I only had like a 2-point stop. But I put the stop, it wasn't where I should have put it. I should have put it at the outer edge where I knew where I wouldn't get picked. So I moved it back out of the danger that I considered for the trade. It did come close to me and reverted and went the other way. And so in that case, I was okay. But again, that's a case where I'm moving a stop and I'm being rewarded for moving a stop. But it wasn't like I went to 5 points from the outset and I kept dragging further and further and further away. I just moved it to where it probably should have been from the beginning. But that is also from me recognizing the instrument that I trade, the only instrument that I trade, the auction, and how things were developing at that moment. And I said to myself, it looks like it's just coming down and going to revert, and I just moved my stop. And if it hit me and took me out at full 5 points, I was okay with it. Again, you have to be okay with I don't want to say losing. Losing, we have a bad connotation with losing, but losing's healthy. I don't know how else to describe it. Losing and winning, that's just life, you know? We win and lose at everything. So the sooner you can kind of get over this little thing, and it's going to take time, just work at it and understand that you're so not alone. I bet 80% of traders suffer from this. It's a real tough thing to deal with. So either you come to the realization that you need to either put a fixed stop, don't touch it whatsoever, or maybe spend more time on a better entry so that when you place your stop, you're more comfortable being in the trade, letting it develop. And if it takes you out, so be it. You were wrong because you entered wherever at the best point for you, if that makes sense. So, yeah, and I haven't read the chat. There's probably some back and forth going on. But Troy, feel free to add if you need.
I agree with what you're saying, and I want to go back to the baseball analogy where you have a hitter that hits at 300 and they're an all-star Hall of Famer. I think you made a good point of bringing it up, but I want to beat on it a little bit. You're talking about 3
Absolutely.
out of 10, and 3 out of 10 as a trader is miserable. I don't care how good or how long you've been a trader. If you're 3 out of 10, and if you're 3 out of 10 and profitable, man, you're in a whole nother class, because you're able to see that I don't have to be right all the time. Not even 50%. I can be wrong 70% of the time and still make money. That's the guy. I don't know anybody like that. I wish I could be like that. But that being said, you have to, and this brings up a trade your personality. His personality that's doing 300, a batting average of 300 is that's just resilience. They get up there, they take a shot every single time. Maybe they go for the home run too much. I think that's one of the things that batting average could substantially go up if guys were trying to only get a single. But the urge is to be a star and to make the big home run. And as traders, we want to do we really want to do as many singles as possible, and get our batting average up, right? Get our batting average up and minimize our losses. Now, the other thing that I thought of while Daryl was talking was that most people, when they do a challenge or an evaluation account, will trade a different mindset than when it's real money. And I think there's a huge difference between, quote, sim trading and evaluation trading and real trading. When it's real money, and even if it's $20, you're already equating that. Well, damn, I lost lunch. I lost my lunch money. Okay, so you're automatically right away, when it's real money, you're equating it to tangible things. I lost $150 today. Well, that's my weekend out with the wife special dinner. It's gone. Poof, lost it. And you're beating yourself up for that tangible loss. And I think what and every trader does this. Every trader does this. But what we've got to sort of do is we've got to take a step back and say, I want to trade my sim, I want to trade my eval, and I want to trade my my funded account all the same. So you're looking to, from your very beginning, when you're sim trading, you are trying to be consistent. Not, everybody does the sim where, okay, I made a winning trade. Let's do 500 contracts, right? And we all do that. We all do it because there's nothing better than seeing that 6, 7, 8, 10 figure mark in the winning column when you just did 1,000 contracts. This does not teach us anything at all. In fact, if anything, it detracts from what we're really trying to do as traders, and that's to be consistent. And so I find it very interesting when you listen to a new trader. Oh yeah, I passed the eval in 2 days, and then I blew out my funded account. Well, that's because you were trading wrong, right? You were trading for what reason? To get funded, not to make money. And there's a difference there. So we've got to make sure that we trade the eval account exactly the way we're going to trade the funded account, and develop with the idea that consistency is going to win the game. We've got lots and lots of mediocre hitters that are in the 275 to 300. They're not in the Hall of Fame, but they're still way better than the average. So I think that's one thing. The other thing is that, so Daryl and we all watched Daryl trade in the mornings this morning, and he was getting seesawed out. And it's really tempting when you're getting seesawed out to widen that stop. I think it's really, really important to say, where am I going to get out before I get in? And it took me a very long time to think about this. So if I'm getting long at the very top of the channel, okay, it's looking like it's going to break out. If I'm getting in at the very top, where's my stop have to be to legitimately be legit as a stop? It's got to be below the channel, right? Because it's just doing this, right? So if I'm in the channel at the very top, I have to have a stop that's below the channel. And so this is what I call using chart structure to assist me in where should my stop be. Now, if I'm at the very top and it's 50 ticks down to the bottom, I can't do that because that's way more than I want to risk. I don't want to risk 50 ticks. So that means my entry has got to be better, and I've got to come down and buy closer to the bottom so that my 20 tick stop is below that channel. And this is the opposite way of thinking, because what we normally do is we see the setup and we instantly do what? Pull the trigger, buy, or pull the trigger, sell, instead of going, is this a good position on the chart to make an entry? So you want your stop to be, your stop's on your side. That's your insurance policy that I can only lose so much. But if you're getting in at a not appropriate spot where I have to risk way, way more, sure, I'll say, oh, I'm going to do a fixed stop. It's going to come and get me. They're going to come and get you. Okay, so it's really important that your entry be put in when you've actually thought about, where's my stop going to be? If I get in here, my stop will be here, and that's a good spot. That's a good spot for a stop. I think we need to sort, and I try really hard to do this. I am guilty of not doing it as much as I should, and that is evaluating your trade for a split second before you pull the trigger and say, where would my stop be, and is that going to work? So I can define how much I'm going to risk. And so many times you put that stop 2 ticks below the channel, and they come right down and they nip you, right? We're looking for those stop runs, and then you, as a trader, just got stop run. You know, it's like we can't sort of make that transition to saying, hey, I don't want to be that guy that's getting the stop run, right? You know, even though I'm looking for stop runs for potential entries, right, or exits. So, you know, you definitely want to think a little bit differently about your losses. Your losses are, yes, they're bad, but at the same time, they're good. They're good because that controls your loss. It preserves capital. And I hate to say it because it's so hard. A loss is your friend. Why do we have a loss? Most of the time, it's because we're wrong, right? And if you're wrong and you just say, yeah, I'm wrong, let's just wait and see what the market, yeah, I'm still wrong. Yeah, let's see what the market, I'm still wrong. And the loss gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So I know that you struggle with this as well, Daryl, but it's when do I accept that I am wrong and let that stop be protection? And that's the frustrating part. You know, is it 5 points? Is it 20 points? You know, where is that level of proving me wrong? You had a trade, we talked about it this morning, where you were right, but you were early. And so because you were early in the formation of the pattern, you were 100% right. You knew, you saw the pattern in your brain, but the market decided to slow down a little bit and monkey around before it finally did the pattern you expected. And that's a great situation where you say, you know what, I'm going to risk it. I want to be in because I see this pattern coming. So then maybe you lower your size. You take one contract and maybe you expand your stop a little bit so you can let it play a little bit longer. Or you do, hey, if it's going to work now, and I'm going to put a tight stop and say, it didn't work right this second. I may still be right in the long run, but I wasn't right at this moment in time. You know, so, and again, going back to what you said, small losses are easily overcome. Big losses, the hole gets deeper. We have to dig. And every time we dig, it's another trade. Yeah, you're making $20. You're making $100. Maybe you get lucky and make $300, but you're still digging because the damn hole's so deep, right? So losses are a necessary evil in that they are insurance, and they're a little bit of a slap in the face because they're saying, hey, you're early, you're late, you're wrong. And we have to get over that psychological issue of being wrong. It's not, you have to make it as simple as possible. Here's my analogy for this is, you're going to take a bath, nice hot bath, and you turn the water on and, you know, the tub's half full and you go, man, it's been 5 minutes. I want to get in. So you stick your toe in and it's either going to be cold, hot, or just right. The Goldilocks, right? Right. But we don't think twice about sticking our toe in. And if it's too hot, we turn we adjust. If it's too cold, we adjust. And we don't go, oh man, I got my toe wet. Damn, that pisses me off. You don't do that, right? You're testing the waters, and you think of every trade we do is testing the market waters. Is it going up? Is it getting hotter? Is it getting colder? And we're testing. And it's okay to take a small loss, because what are we trying to do? We're trying to figure out, is it going up or is it going down? And
we
at
want
any given time,
conviction.
every trade, right, more conviction. Okay, the water's just right. I'm plunging in. And then you're playing with your little goggles and your float boats and right in the tub, right, having a good time because the water's just right. But you have to test it. Losses are what, at the minimum, they are the trader's nemesis. They are our worst nightmare. They are all of those things. But we need to be able to say, hey, 80-20. I'm 80% right. What does that mean? That means I'm 20% wrong. And guess what? If I'm 80% right, I'm a winner. I'm kicking ass. Just like the guy who's hitting 300. He's hitting what? Only 300, but he's the king daddy, right? So it's all perspective. It all becomes perspective. 80% you're winning, 20% you're losing. That means that every single time I tap my toe in the water, it could be 80% winner, 20% too cold, right?
Right.
And I can't overstate how we need to really get over the losses and think of it as testing the waters. I'm testing the waters. It didn't work this time. I'm testing the waters again. Ooh, I made some money. I'm testing the waters. You're always testing to see if you're right or wrong, or your premise is right or wrong. And I know it sounds kind of silly that you're testing the waters, but you've got to be able to get over the pain of taking a loss. Now, going back to, I want to just say one more thing and then I'll be done. When we go from sim to eval to funded, take an intermediate step there and trade the micro contracts. Don't do any more trades, no less trades, the same setup. The difference is it's 10 times less. So that means every loss is a little slap on the wrist. Ow.
Yeah.
Okay, I learned something. Ow. Instead of the $1,000 loss and it's a complete slam on the face, fist in the face, that hurts even worse. And maybe get used to taking those small they mean nothing. Those losses mean nothing. And learn that is the way it is. And with a micro count, trust me, I've seen traders that after 6 or 8 weeks trading the micros were making $100 a day. And you're thinking, whoop-de-doo, it's $100 a day. And then they went to full-size contracts. And what happened? They went from $100 a day to $1,000 a day. They're not making any more transactions. They're not working any harder. Their stop is not any different, right? They learned consistency, and that's the key to success.
Exactly. Very well put. With 5 minutes left in the segment, I just want to say, and I'm not trying, I don't pretend to be a psychological coach or expert. We have our coaches, Laura and Stanislava, for that. But, I've learned, I think, over the years, that, at least for me, the more I read about various traders and their ways to success and how they approach different trades, risk management, getting out of trades, having stops hit, having stops trail, etc. I think a big part as humans, what happens in our psychology is we get into, whether we're in a trade or not, or we're about to get into a trade, or we can't trade because we have analysis by paralysis. We have so much I don't want to say junk. It's not the right thing. There's so many cliches and things going on in our head about, I heard so-and-so say, you got to do it this way. I read about so-and-so say, do it this way. I read, and everything's conflicting. So at some point you have to start making your own way. You have to start taking some notes, and it doesn't have to be hardcore journaling, but taking notes and writing down things that are maybe a little aha moments in the day where, I notice that I do much better if I take a loss and I walk away for 15 minutes or a half hour and I come back, and then I'm able to look at the market in a different way, and I'm able to trade better or anything. But I think too much of the time, certainly for developing new traders, they all think, because we all go to school, and westernized education is all about read books, memorize, get tested on it. It's got to be this way, that way. Here's your grade. This is what you get. We don't really get rewarded for creative thinking or outside the box, but you need to in trading a lot of ways. And there's something to be said for systematic, mechanical trading, especially early on, because how else are you going to frame a trade? So you've got to learn some technical analysis, some setups, and then you can start to tweak it, because if you're too rigid, you can also get chopped to hell, because you're just, I got to get out of the trade here. Well, guess what? What if you let the trade develop? It may run another 20, 30 points in your favor, and you'd be so much better off. So no one says you have to do this, you have to do that. Start to learn to listen to yourself after a while. Get comfortable with losing, get comfortable with winning, get comfortable with just finishing the day green or finishing the day somewhat green or flat, and getting up the next day. Hey, I had a great week. I didn't blow my account. I had a great week. I made $100. Who cares? Don't listen to other people. Some guy made 100,000 in 1 week or 10 grand. You don't even know what the hell they made. It's all full of crap. You know that. Half the crap we read out there, no one can prove anything. Who knows if it's real? So don't let that crap cloud your vision. Do trade within yourself and just work on getting a little better. And I won't say every day, because every day is too much pressure. A little better every week, just a little bit better, and you'll be amazed where you are in several months. You'll be amazed, because what you'll do is you'll take one or two things that are really holding you back. Once they go away, that's when you make massive progress. It's not all the other stuff. It's just there's a few things that are holding people back, whatever it is. You get rid of that, and then the sky's the limit. And that's when you become really, really consistent. So anyway, I hope that helped. And of course, we're going to be back on the air live trading in a half hour. So please come back and join us. And we'll continue to answer more questions, because I do see a lot of feedback back and forth in the chat. So, and this is great, guys. This is what we want to see. We want interaction. Not only do we want to live stream and show things, we want to help you guys throughout the day. So keep it coming, keep the interaction happening, and we'll see you guys back here in a half hour. So thank you, Coach Troy, as always.
You're welcome. Thanks.
See you guys.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Welcome back, everyone. Coach Ian, I hope you're doing really well. How are you doing today?
Not bad, mate. You?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How's the moving going?
You can see by what's behind me that we're in, but not organised yet. So my office space has been overtaken by portable wardrobes and stuff like that. So yeah, we had a few hiccups, put it that way. So my office is currently a storeroom, but yeah, the move went well. Thank you.
I'm assuming those your wife's jackets in the back there. You don't own that many, do you?
No, I think probably one of those is the shoes on top of mine. She's got another room for those. So
oh wow, wow. Well, good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, let's get straight to the charts. I would say. I hope everyone in the chat's doing well as well. So you've got all the usuals in the chat. Nice to see you all. We are live, by the way. This isn't pre-recorded. And if you guys have any questions for Ian, this is the time to do it. He is a master at patterns. What do you call them? Geometric. I don't even know.
Cipher formations or symmetrical patterns. Yeah. So, but based around fib levels. So yeah, I basically, I was once called the pattern monster. I don't know if that's a good name or not, but yeah,
I like that.
I basically I try and hunt waves. So, you know, we always talk about surfing waves. Yeah,
that's a good nickname.
Yeah,
the other coaches have nicknamed me 1 Minute Sam, so or Minute Man. Minute Sam. So believe me, I'd rather be pattern monster than a 1 minute man.
Quite a good one. Well, as we always say, there's a lot of ways to make money in the markets. There's also a lot of ways to lose money. So you know, everybody has their own techniques, I suppose. But, so I'll share my screen.
Well, yeah, that would be great.
So I'll just wait for it to populate.
I'll just ask the back end, could you pull up Ian's screen, please? There we are. All right.
Okay.
We'll see it.
So in the middle, monthly chart, and then we work around the clock, if you like. So monthly, weekly, daily, 8 hour, 4 hour. And these time frames on the right hand side are basically the ones that I work off. So I'm working off a sort of 4 hour or an hourly chart. Sometimes gets broken down into shorter time frames depending on obviously what formations that I'm seeing or I'm hunting. And then basically on the right hand side here, I've got an FX list. There's different products in there. It's not just foreign exchange, but foreign exchange is what I mainly cover because I like to look at single currencies as well. So obviously looking for a strong currency against a weak currency. Red or dark red basically means, so I use a color watch list, if you like. Dark red means I've sold. Light blue means I'm looking to buy, but it's not live yet. Same with this. And amber basically means that it's on my watch list, but I haven't really got a formation as yet. So I swing trade, so I'm not concentrating on one product. I'm not just looking at gold. I'm looking at various different products. I'm hopefully getting in and riding different waves. Now, can be intraday. Aussie CAD, which I caught today, was an intraday setup. I also caught a fourth wave in oil this morning. So I suppose I'll talk about those two first, and then talk about the DXY. Obviously, DXY being the dollar index drives a lot of the markets, a lot of the majors, including gold, and I also use correlation. So basically, if I'm looking at DXY and I think that's got the potential to go up, then I'll be looking at either shorting sterling dollar, euro dollar, or I'll be looking at obviously the opposite for for dollar Swiss, etc. The reason I concentrate quite a lot on DXY is because I do a fair bit of analysis on gold. And although there's a lot of other factors that drive gold, such as risk sentiment, 10-year interest rates, etc., there is an element of correlation there. So that it's not -1 correlated, but it's probably about -0.7. So, if you can catch DXY at a decent level, then there's half a chance that you can catch gold at a decent level. The dash lines, so the dash lines, so this blue one here, that's a monthly support. These dash lines here are market profiles, so that's point of control, which I like to focus on, especially when it correlates with other patterns. So if we see gold at the moment, we've got a point of control from the 21st of July. This is a weekly point of control, 5-wave pattern up. So I know that we're sort of going into this area that's going to be quite attractive to institutional money. But we'll start off with Aussie CAD. And I look at time frame breakdown. So what I want to be wary of is I want to be wary of whether or not I believe that I'm trading with the trend or against the trend. And I also vary my trade size or my risk against that. So if you look on the left-hand side here, the weekly chart, and we've talked about this before, Sam, bearish outside candle. Often when you see a bearish outside candle at the top of a trend, it can mean that there's a medium-term top in place. Not always. There's one here, got a decent move to the downside, but also, you can get false starts, etc. So it's really a bias. It's not an overlay, but we can see here, obviously on the weekly chart, and also on the daily chart, there's another sort of bearish outside candle there. OSB, I always annotate my charts. So OSB meaning outside bar, and it's just highlighting me to where there's potential for further losses, basically. So Aussie CAD, and this is off a 15-minute chart, so this is probably about as low as I go. This dash line is my bespoke support and resistance levels. So I believe that everybody needs a little bit of an edge. A colleague of mine, or an ex-colleague of mine, Steve, and I developed a system which would highlight areas of confluence in different time frames. So weekly, daily, and monthly time frames. We wouldn't go any lower than that. But when we get up towards these levels, then obviously if we're moving up towards it and it's above us, it's resistance. If we're moving down towards it, it becomes support. So here this morning, moved up to this level, got a very nice switch here, moved down to a support level for a cipher pattern. This is actually known as an inside back formation, and moved out higher, and then took the trade up around here, and I'm still running it, trying to get down to this 261.8% extension level. So what happens a lot of the time as well is when we get changes in sentiment. So when the price move, we'll get a mild period of consolidation. And I know we've talked about DMARC before, and I don't want to overcomplicate things for this chat, but DMARC indicators are predominantly used by institutional traders. 9 counts are normally correction counts, 13 counts are normally exhaustion counts. And we've talked before about flips. So you get a flip in sentiment, so it goes from bullish to bearish. You get a DMARC flip, and we discussed the fact that you get these bearish outside bars, as in the weekly and the daily chart. But what will also happen sometimes in periods of consolidation is that you'll get a run of ones. So basically it goes bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, and you can have maybe 4 ones, 5 ones in a row, and that highlights to me that there's indecision basically. So the market can't make its mind up, and it's actually just range bound on a shorter time frame, and that close to my resistance levels basically highlights that there's scope for a turn in sentiment. I can't sell it here because I don't know if this formation is going to build. So I always have to wait for the first leg. So I'm basically waiting for either the BC leg, which is normally, if we go over to this tool here, which will normally be the second leg. So in a bear count. So I'm always looking, if I can find it, then getting into the second leg. I don't mind trading 4th legs, so 4 to 5, because again, I just want to be looking for my risk reward factor. So as we said before, you got to plan the trade the plan. If you can get in on a second leg, then obviously your stop loss is above leg A because that negates the Elliott wave count. If you can get in on the 4th leg, then your stop loss is above wave 1 because again that negates the wave count. So I'm basically looking to either take 2 or 4, and then I work out my risk reward factor and pull the trigger basically. So that was or is sort of Aussie CAD on a intraday basis, and then I had my eyes on oil this morning. I'll just take it to a 60-minute, and again this is an inside back pattern. I'll just get rid of the pivots because they can be a bit annoying. So I didn't get in on this wave, and then we had that impulsive move to the downside. I didn't actually work Thursday and Friday, and I know the markets were absolutely crackers because obviously I was moving house. So I did a fair bit of homework on Sunday night. Analysed this to be a 4th wave correction. Again, we've got an open point of control. We've got this dashed orange line, which is my daily resistance, and it works out as a 4th wave plan. So risk reward on this one, not as good because obviously the 3rd wave was quite impulsive and it overextended. So the sort of the only stop that you can have really if you're going to trade this pattern is again breaking the B leg, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So obviously this 4th leg could have gone up to there. So those are the 2 trades that I have taken. These are the patterns that I am looking at. I always like a higher low because it shows me that sort of sentiment is changing. We've gone from either bearish lower lows and lower highs to bullish, obviously higher highs and higher lows. So even if I've got a relevant support level, and at the moment this is at 98.09, this is the DXY, I really want to see a move higher, but and try and grab that second wave. So in other words, sort of going in and playing it to the upside, and that there again, not trying to overcomplicate things, but using single prints. So this lines up with a single print. Single prints often attract price action. And on the 1 hour chart or the daily chart market profile, we've got a single print up 99.37. So I know that that's where I believe institutional money is going to target that move to the upside. So I'm not in DXY, I'm not in gold, but obviously talking about correlation again, if DXY starts to move to the upside, then I've got scope to sell gold. Even though really DXY is my signal asset, if you like, because I've got my bespoke support level down here. I can trade gold, because if I trade the wave pattern in gold and this breaks to the downside, then that then becomes my stop loss basically. So I'm monitoring DXY as a stop loss in gold. So where there's potential, if I get the pattern in DXY, is to sell the correction lower in gold, and the same thing with euro dollar. So I actually sent this chart out this morning to everybody, to Hola Prime, and this again is a pattern that's forming. So there's two resistance levels, 116.00 and 116.08. It's also the AB leg, another bat formation. So we're just seeing bats today basically. And what I expected to see this morning, and that's what we got this on here, was I was expecting a move higher in this wedge break, in this wedge pattern, and then to touch this level and then to move lower. And all it's done is move sideways. Really, we've had no news drivers or anything like that. So probably not going to get involved in euro dollar again unless I see sort of lower lows and lower highs. If we get a wedge pattern and then we get a decent bearish outside candle on the wedge, then I would consider taking it what I would call naked. So I'm not necessarily trading the third wave to the downside. I'm just expecting a wedge breakout. Again, just looking at risk reward, or where to place a stop, where to place a target. If I get a wedge breakout from the wedge high, then I know I can place my stop loss above here, which is obviously above the trend of higher highs, and I know that I've got a minimum target of the start of the wedge. So I don't really have to wait for that third wave, because I can already start planning the trade basically. And down here, it would be my target level, which is 114.49, which is the, again, single print. It's a bullish order block. It's an MSB, which is a market structure break. So, this is prime support basically. And then longer term stuff. And again, this is sort of lining up quite nicely. Aussie yen, wedge formations. I really like wedge formations. And again, the reason I like wedge formations and head and shoulders patterns is because they give you a dedicated target. So the dedicated target is obviously the start of the wedge, which is at 97.07. So again, you can formulate your plan. Here, I would need to see higher lows. So again, using the fib level. And sometimes these work out quite accurately. So obviously that's the target. I've moved it along obviously, but what has a tendency to happen, it hits support, moves up, breaks out. A lot of traders get long on the breakout, and what happens is it comes back and it retests the breakout line. So again, it'd be wave one, down in two, entry in two. I've then got my long trade, I've got my stop loss, and I've got my target, and then I can work out my R rate. So Aussie yen's on the watch list. CAD yen is also watch list. A little bit further, a bit further to the downside, 106.40. But again, the same thing applies. Looking at wave counts: wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. Possibility for a move to the upside, and obviously this wedge target is actually inside the pattern. So again, going back to Fibonacci retracements, there would then be scope to build this formation on the breakout. basically. So yeah, just looking at market structure, looking at patterns, cipher patterns, working out entry levels, try twos, and well, the end of wave 2 to try and catch wave 3, 4, and 5, and then basically just working out the R rate. Is it going to give me a decent R, and then pulling the trigger.
Yeah, amazing. Does anyone have any questions in the chat? Do let us know. Let me pull up the chat. A lot of people saying interesting. I love that. Wide FX. But if anyone has any specific questions to Coach Ian, do let us know. Because yeah, we have about 8 minutes of his time remaining, so do make the most of it. Honestly, guys, it's the thing. Carry on.
I was going to say they can look like messy charts, and cipher patterns are quite hard to find and catch sometimes. But the most important factor, I think, when you plan out is the first retracement. So the first retracement, when we're looking at just to pull this back up, that level is the most important level. If it retraces here, then I'm more likely. So there's basically different retracement levels, and I'm just going to put them all on here. So cipher. Okay, so there's different retracement levels. If it retraces here, which is unlikely to in this pattern, because I've already seen 5 waves down. We don't regularly see 5 waves down and 5 waves up unless you're actually getting a long-term trend reversal. So obviously what has a tendency to happen is we get 5 waves up and then we get 3 waves down and then 5 waves up, 3 waves down, etc., etc., etc. But what does happen is when we see 5 waves down and then a 5-wave reversal, that can actually be a long-term base. And again, not trying to overcomplicate things too much, but then you look at that and you say, okay, that's then the potential for a head and shoulders pattern. So basically down, left shoulder, this area then becomes your neckline, that becomes your head. It moves up, completes this formation, moves down again, and then moves higher. And over here, you get your right shoulder. So it's basically trying to overlay different time frames and just watching the price action in different time frames to try and decipher. Do you like that? I just threw that in there, by the way. Try and decipher the
very good
the formations. Yeah. So, but because we've seen 5 waves down, this is more likely to be 3 waves up. So 5 waves down is normally followed by 3 waves up, basically.
Yeah. So there's a lot of patience
thing, like I said,
as well.
Yeah, it's swing trading. It's not looking at sort of 5-minute charts, 1-minute charts, etc. It is patience. I mean, what I have a tendency to look at is value. Confluence areas are really important. So when different things line up, if this pattern starts to move to the upside, and like I said, we get our first sort of wave count. The great thing about wedge formations, like I said, is you've got that dedicated target. So because you've got a dedicated target, so it's there, and you get that first wave, and that first wave lines up with your dedicated target, then it just adds weight to the analysis. You then think, well, okay, this is lining up, and there's a very good chance that I'm going to get a decent trade out of here. And then to catch your second wave, you're just working out your risk reward. That's why I like wedge targets. Like I said, that's why I like head and shoulders patterns. You work out the breakout level, measure the head to the neckline, then the breakout level, is then your target. I mean, the STA, which is the Society of Technical Analysts, they call it measured moves. So, wedge target as a measured move, head and shoulders formation as a measured move, flag formation as a measured move, and then it's using overlays, fib overlays, to try and match up with those measured moves, basically.
Yeah. We do have a question. Rashid Trading asks you, what triggers your worst emotional trading habits?
Oh, that's a good question. What triggers my worst emotional trading? It's a big loss, basically. I think envy trading is everybody's, or a lot of people's, nemesis, if you like. A decent drawdown or a run of losses, sort of chasing P&L, breaking rules, not allocating your normal sort of trade size to a trade. I don't move stop losses anymore. I don't move target levels anymore, but I can still sort of revenge trade, trying to get back losses. It was interesting what I just watched the end of the last chat and what the guy said there. Getting out of a day flat can sometimes feel quite nice. If you've had morning losses, for me it's more like getting out of the week flat, because mine's more of a patience game, if you like. I might only trigger 2 trades a day, or maybe only 1 trade a day. And then it comes to a Friday, you're still on a drawdown. You start hunting for things that aren't there. There's a great book out there that's called Trade What You See, and it's actually about cipher pattern formations. And I think that's what you have to do. You have to trade what you see, and you can't try and force something. Try and force a back pattern. They need to be pretty spot on to be symmetrical. And if they go out of line, then there's a good chance that they're not going to work. So patience is really key, and not trying to chase losses, basically.
Absolutely. Well, that was really good. We are going to wrap it up here. We've pretty much hit time now. But Ian, thank you again. I know you've been extremely busy lately with moving house, etc. So thank you so much for coming on, taking a bit of time out your day
You're very welcome.
come on and walk through your charts again. But yeah, we'll be back again we'll be back right now with Back to Trading with myself, Daryl, Paul, and Troy. But Ian, I'll most likely see you next week, I believe it is. So have a great rest of your
great
week.
stuff.
And
thanks, Sam.
Yeah,
good to see you.
Have a good moving. Take care.
Will do. Cheers, mate.
are unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Welcome back, everybody. Coach Troy, Coach Paul, and Coach Daryl. Hope you all had a great little break.
Yeah.
Yes. What's up, Coach Minuteman?
Oh, damn.
That one's going to stick, isn't it?
You did it.
Goodness.
You did it. No,
that's going to stick now.
Because you only brought it up with Ian, so I had to say it.
Can't you give me a cool nickname?
No, it is okay. We're gonna give you a cool one. No. You're like the Flash. You're in and out of a trade with profit. You're like quick.
Yeah,
that's better.
Flash.
That's a good one.
I like that. Okay, the Flash. That's the
We'll come up the Flash, not the Flasher. Get it right.
Yeah, probably not the Flasher. Yeah. Can't enjoy your trading profits if you're locked up. So
yes. So I did have we have some interest in merch, and I know we're being asked occasionally in the chat for please send me hat, t-shirt, whatever, shirt, but some seem to be willing to want to purchase them. So I don't know if the answer is, I don't know what we can and cannot say to that.
Look, I mean, at this moment in time, we don't have any merch for sale, but if there's demand for it and enough people want it, then we could absolutely get something rolling. So let us know in the chat if you're interested in actually buying some Ola Prime merch. If you are, okay, then I'll pass it forward to the business team, and we can get something going. Yeah. So, your wish is our command.
Exactly.
Not a bad idea.
No, it's great. I think it's great.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, the Ola Prime merch. I like this T-shirt.
Yeah. I agree. Well, I'm in a new trade. I'm long. I've been long for a little while.
Nice.
I think I got in when Troy and I were doing our little segment, and I'm gunning for the 63.61 in the ES, and only, man, it's so funny. We talk about this all the time. It never gets old. Look what we were doing earlier. Remember Paul? Hour, 20 minutes, hour and a half, or just, oh wait, where's my little guy? I need my pointer.
Yeah,
we're gonna do without a pointer. But you know what I'm saying. We're in this whole consolidation here, right? And then we finally broke out just after we got off our segment, 9 o'clock my time, West Coast. We're up here, and now we're just consolidating above it. So now all this became support. Now it was resistance earlier. Now it's support. It just rhymes in these little areas. So anyway, I got in a few places. I've added, look, we're right on this right on this other volume right here, this high volume, right? This new node. But I'm average. My average position entry is 46.75. So I think I got in at first. This pullback here, it came up, it came right back. I think I got in around 44 or 43.5. And then I waited. It came back again. It looked like it was holding, and I added 2 more contracts. So I'm in for 3, and I'm just sitting here gunning for the 6. There's a bunch of liquidity at 60 in the book, up here in the book. So it's just, to me, liquidity contracts waiting to get taken out. So I'll sit to there. It's like around 60-ish. And if I go at 61, maybe I can get a nice take profit. And I've just put my stop way down here below the bottom of this. So I'm willing to sit. But right now I'm in the money, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I got long in the micro Dow. Horrendous. I got executed like literally 12 ticks above where I was trying to get executed, but I only got into 1 contract, and I'm looking to get into possibly 2 more, and I am long, and I'm definitely looking to break highs at some point here. So if it can come back, if the Dow can come back into like 44 to 225-ish, if we can get right down into there, I'd look to get another contract long. If we can get further back into like the 28 210 area, I would then get another contract long. So that is,
you're thinking the same way I am. Yeah, same. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So
same
like,
plan, just different
and
instrument.
Since my chart is up, yeah, exactly. Since my chart is up, I was looking to get long. So you can see this big bar here that happened that expands about like 15 points on the Dow. I was looking to get long basically when this candle closed and it shot up. And by the time I marketed in, it literally top ticked me. I'm like, wow, that was really bad. But it's okay because I genuinely want to be long for well, I would like to be holding long for a good portion of the rest of this day, at least, if not till the end, till like close to market close. So so
look at that, it's shooting up as you speak. Look at that.
I want it to come down so I can get long another contract, if I'm being quite
honest. Because you have 1 on, right? Well,
yeah,
make it a chance.
Yeah, I want it
quick.
Yeah, not many people root against their own position, but I am rooting against it for the sake of trying to get long at the 220 area so I can get long more.
I know. I like to add when I'm in the money, not when I'm adverse. But whatever. To each his own. I've done it both ways, of course. You've seen me do everything. I'll get in when I'm in the hole.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I thought, Troy, our segment went really nice because we had one topic today. We just kind of addressed it for a full 30, which was great because I don't think we need to bounce around with a million questions all the time. I think we can just stick on certain, 1 or 2 topics a day and just kind of, spend more time going over it. I think it would be more beneficial to everybody. I thought it went real well.
Well, when you have a question that opens up this giant can of worms, for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
It's one thing to be able to answer a question with a one sentence, and there's then where it takes a paragraph or 2. We don't get very many questions where it's an easy answer, though, do we?
No, we don't. Because everything's kind of interconnected, right? You just start to answer one, and it's like there's no black or white. It's like, well, it depends on all these different things, right? It's just, and that's what makes trading so hard, I think.
All right,
I am Paul?
Now long my second micro Dow, and we're right at the 50 period EMA on the 1 minute here. Yeah, come on. that 220 area is essentially, you could look at it as like a mini support area where it was resistance. We broke through it. We could come back down, see some possible support or like a little bit of a wick into previous consolidation to then get some support upwards. That's what I would like to see, but we will find out soon enough.
What's going on with it?
Big that's kind of interesting. Big gap in, we get to see this here. We can kind of point it out.
What was that?
There. So at 44, the low of this previous 1 minute candle was 44,221. And then when the other candle opened, we opened at 44,218. So we opened 3 ticks lower on the next candle. Didn't even transact within the 3 ticks from just one candle to another. That's how weird and spready the Dow can be. And that's when I mentioned how spready the Dow is. You don't really ever see that much on like the ES or the Nasdaq or anything, where you're seeing candles literally open ticks below or whatever. So,
yeah, that's weird. Tom wants to know in the chat if there's any emojis to help speed up his pound dollar trade. We could put a turtle in there, and maybe that'll speed it up. No, a turtle. Do the opposite.
Paul, what do you use? You used Alien UFO one, right?
Yeah, you got that alien, dude.
Yeah,
alien.
That's my favorite here. Gonna try.
Well, if you find a bear, if you're bearish, a bear and a fish, that worked very well. Also, threatening the bear worked well as well. Putting a few weapons next to the different bears.
That's true.
That worked very well.
That's true.
Surprisingly well.
That's funny. That is.
If you're bullish, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
All right. Man. Okay. So I need to. Where's the 50 period EMA on the 5 minute? 44,180. Okay, so technically, with this kind of trend trade, my stop should be down in the 44,178 area, not where it immediately, this area where my OCO immediately put it. I'm going to look to get long one more contract, and I'm going to move my stop to where I would actually genuinely be wrong here. Which would be right here. 44,177 gives me like 2 ticks of room, and I'll look to get long one more contract somewhere in the 44,200-ish area if we come down. That'll be a nice full-size position for this account for me to try and ride kind of a little bit more of a bullish wave over the next hour or so.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Absolutely.
Good deal.
Really good.
See, now it's starting to come back up. See, the Dow's acting the same. No, they're acting the same, but I was getting nervous because it was getting to the bottom of that zone, and I was getting a little iffy. Like, really? But I think
I meant
point of control wants to shift up here soon.
I meant like, oh, is it going to take off without me getting into full position?
No, I know. Look at it. It looks like it's like slippage or gap, like you said. It's kind of weird. Really kind of weird.
It is weird.
I don't know why that. I don't know. What are you on, the 1 minute? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What if you went down to like 30-second or 5-second? Would it still show that?
I don't even.
I wonder if it's just execution. Yeah, it still does.
Yeah, it shows like here, like that top wick.
And look at the blue. Go to the like left. Those 2 down candles. Yeah, look at that right there. Huh. That is crazy.
Yeah, it is odd. It is odd. I mean, even here you can see on the at 232 to 230.30, it was another 3 tick gap right there between close, and actually 4 tick gap between close and where the next candle opened on the 32nd. So interesting. That's what I talk about when trading something like the Dow. You just gotta and getting used to a different product, especially with the Dow. You just got to get used to that. The fact that the trade could go 5 ticks against you, without any volume trading. It can just immediately, the bid offer ladder can jump down, and it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's great if it's going in your favor, but if it's not, it's could be scary.
Yeah, right. A lot of aggressive buying here on the Dow at the moment.
Let's see, question. Just looking in the chat. Rashid, you asked so many good questions, my friend. What are you asking, Coach Paul? What is that? The UFO? Is that what you're asking? The emoji? Or are you asking about the kind of the spreadiness of the Dow?
What is that? I bet you it's the emoji, that good old UFO.
It's probably the emoji.
Just go.
We got to get a little ET. Can we find a little ET character or something? Put him underneath. That'd be awesome.
That would be funny if.
Otherwise, it could be like Close Encounters.
Phone home.
Troy, the real Troy is coming out. I love it.
Yeah,
I know.
Phone home.
Exactly.
Alien.
Dude, that impression was pretty damn good, honestly.
Oh dear.
Look at that little head and shoulders of sorts, on this 1 minute chart. That that's not the prettiest looking thing, but come on, let's support right here and
better than an H.
That's the truth. That's the truth. That's for sure.
That's your nemesis. That's your nemesis.
Put the UFO right up here. Here we go.
I'm looking for an alien. I see elves, Dracula, fairies, wizards, mermaids. I don't see no dang alien. An alien.
Man. Closest thing I have is a ghost.
Yeah. That may be the closest thing there is.
I actually don't want to spook price action away from the so I'll put the ghost down here.
Take it away. Take it away.
It's a smart move. The markets are generally scared of ghosts.
Generally.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Oh my God! Now he's at the ghost boat. You're on a roll, Troy. Keep it up. He's got all the '80s hits coming out right now. All the movies.
I know.
Look at this. E.T., Ghostbusters. We need some Back to the Future or something we need to do. We got to do something. That'd be cool. Great Scott! What's Michael J. Fox's character in Back to the Future? Marty McFly.
Marty McFly.
Yeah. Great Scott! Great Scott, Marty! To the DeLorean! Oh. I don't know what he said. I don't know how he does it. I'm gonna ruin my voice.
I feel like Daryl would be Biff. Is it Biff or Buff? What's his name?
Biff. Yeah, Biff. But no, I'm not as buff as Biff. Biff's a big dude. I was never a bully. I was a lover. I'm not a bully.
That would be Daryl.
But I'm not no George McFly either. I don't want to be no nerd.
We all know Daryl is a time-traveling Terminator, trading Terminator from the future, who has all the price. movements memorized. That's how he's trading.
I wish. Coach Paulie, Paulie G. I was so tempted to take a photo. You know what they call bathrooms in Mexico? You probably know this, right?
No, are they really water closets? No.
They have a WC, the baños, but it says baños, but next to it, and I don't know if I recall seeing them, but it says now has WC next to baños, and I was going to take a photo, but then I thought that kind of looked lame of me taking a picture. When you could probably Google image, there's probably hundreds of them anyway.
Oh my gosh, dude. I and I was in Mexico not too long ago too, and I can't believe I probably just didn't even register those letters.
You probably
I
didn't
just
see
like
it. I don't know if it's new.
Yeah,
they're all over now.
Yeah. Wow.
I prefer just a good old WC sign. Too many of these new restaurants and places have these fancy men and women signs, and you gotta try and figure out what the hell, which one's the men's. They got these weird figurines on there, and they'll have all these.
Yeah,
I don't know.
California is crazy. You can't find a man and woman in California. It's transvestite or tranny, and if you're a hetero, you're screwed. You can't. I mean, it's just a joke.
Oh, really?
You laugh, but I'm kind of serious, guys. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I wasn't even talking
It's
about
so ridiculous.
that.
It's crazy.
I wasn't even talking about that.
And
In
if
the
Robert's
UK,
here,
it's just
Robert knows I'm talking the truth. It's crazy. Oh man, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I just wish they just put and have the little Calvin taking a wee. That's
Calvin
all
from
you
Calvin
need.
and Hobbes.
That's all you need. Calvin and Hobbes, the little Calvin, he's doing a little wee. That's it. That would be very, very easy to figure out who goes where. If you can make a stream, you know you're in the right room.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's funny.
That is.
Man.
Let me update.
All right. I'm like
Come on now.
it feels like I feel like the markets are a little bit at a standstill right now. The Nasdaq looks weaker in general to me. I'm a little bit more afraid of the Nasdaq than I would be of anything else, but
gotta put a ghost on it.
I could see it going either way. I could see this going either way at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if the Nasdaq's going to bounce back up, it's probably going to happen very quickly. But the Dow is kind of struggling right now. It's having a tough time. It doesn't know. I mean, there was some decent buy volume that just happened, but then it only took us up, 28 points or so, and then now the volume's dead again. So if buyers don't step in right here, then it's not looking so great.
I agree.
Let's see. Man, the XLK.
5 minutes to power. 5 minutes to power hour, though. So anything can happen then.
Yeah. You don't see this too often. The XLK and the XLU are both up 1.7%. They're the leaders of the S&P right now. So utilities and technology, like that's the opposite of each other in terms of like volatile stocks and whatnot.
I was reading. I get like some. Yeah, I'm not really macro and long-term fundamental, but I do subscribe to a number of newsletters and stuff that I get. So I was reading something on the plane about this one guy who's very good at predicting kind of like market regime changes and kind of shifts. And it was funny because it was like what Troy and I were talking about 2002 this morning. He was trading back then. He's a long-term bond trader guy. And he's like, And back in 2001, 2002, man, everyone kept buying these .coms, and when the you know what hit the fan and the bottom fell out, everyone was buying utility stocks, railroads, you know, basic commodity blue chip type stuff. So he's predicting, and he's starting to see inflows into more of those industrials and utility stocks and ETFs for like the last week or so, which is interesting you say that right now, because as we know, the S&P, certainly the Nasdaq, is so heavily weighted with all the technology, and it's really not that many stocks of the 500 that's moving this thing. It's, you know, it's maybe 20, 25.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But if it starts to roll, if money flows now out of those into something, it can, you know, we can definitely see a big old pullback or a drop. I wanted to see. I should check. Palantir had earnings that.
We got lull time coming up in a few minutes. We're doing a quiz again today, so should be good.
Cool. Yeah. Where did Palantir end up at? Wow, they're trading up 4% plus on the day from their earnings. So, and that's an S&P stock, tech stock.
Yep.
Yeah, come on, do something. Stalemate.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, I think.
Well, we're kind of at the bottom of the range. If it holds here, I'm okay holding still long. But if it goes another, in the ES, if it goes another 2 or 3 points, I'm going to call it and be out. Because it's getting near the low volume node.
All right. Oh, shit.
Lull time? Lull time. There we go. Get some buyers
almost.
in. Let's go.
Oh, apparently my camera's zoomed in.
Oh yeah.
Back ends tell me off. They're like, zoom out your camera, man. What are you doing? All right.
We see your nostril only.
That's fine. That's the best part of me.
All right, come on.
All right.
I know.
Okay, we're going.
Here we go.
Going into lull time.
Not enough yet, but yeah, we're going lull time. Okay,
we can go into lull time.
Push me up.
All right. Let's bring up lull time. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen.
Really?
Yes, we have to be doing it.
Stop Los Hermanos.
Welcome to
Los Hermanos chicken. That is so funny. We were just doing stop losses, Troy, so it's totally appropriate.
All right. Let's go to the first slide.
Killing me.
Highs and lows.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Great poster.
I would go to that chicken shop every day of the week.
That's an awesome play. I would too. I really would.
Look at that. Amazing.
Are we supposed to join in on Menti?
I think we can actually. Is there a So
there's
everyone
there's a code.
who wants to join in, there is a code. There's no QR code this time, but if you go to menti.com, so we're going to do this actually, menti.com, type in code, so that's menti.com, type in code 281 28194728. Hit join.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we'll give you guys a couple of seconds or so just to join on whichever device. Man, I want some chicken now.
So good. Oh, it's so good.
Dude, I ate so much fried chicken in the last like 4 days. Man, I need to stop. I need to chill out.
The skin is the best part, right?
Oh, of course.
Can we all agree?
Coming from the Minuteman, I knew you'd say that.
Thank you.
You opened yourself up so easily on that boy.
Daryl. All right, let's. I hope everyone's joined. Let's go to the first slide.
Please.
Rank these side dishes from would definitely eat to no way. Pips and ticks, pickles, Fibonacci fries, literally bullshit, and bear burger.
Would definitely
eat to no way.
Man.
Bear burger sounds amazing. Fibonacci fries, pips
It
and
does.
pickles, and bullshit. All right, I'm going to ask you guys a serious question. If there was a restaurant out there that made a burger out of bear meat, would you try it?
Absolutely.
Bambi.
100%. 100%.
That's venison, man. That's
But if you don't cook bear meat well, you can get sick and die. Like, it's really bad. There's hunters that'll, if they don't prepare it and eat it. Yeah. I will absolutely eat that.
Well, Daryl, you animal.
Yeah.
All right, let's
I know,
move on to
I
the
love
next
you.
one.
Dude, bear burger is first? Dang, dude. Fries weren't first? Son of a gun.
I mean, what are Fibonacci fries? They're going to be like 50% of a fry.
Dude, that was so good. That was so
That is
good.
funny.
Oh,
That
they'll
is
be
funny.
they'll be cut.
That is funny.
Yeah, they'll be cut in sequences of Fibonacci numbers.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Dude, holy crap. Each fry is a different like fib level. It's like
I want to know.
78% fry or
Some people
26%
pick the
fry.
bullshit. Some
That's so
people
good.
pick the bullshit. Oh my god, that's funny.
The back end could have been a bit more creative with the last one, rather than just bullshit. I don't know. It could have just come of anything, but it's fine. Let's move on. What smell
What
hits
smell
you
hits
first
when you walk in? Oh boy.
Oh, no. Oh, you gotta, right. You
smell?
gotta do it yourself. You gotta type something in.
Okay. What smell hits you first? Oh my god. How do I hit it? Oh, there's some.
Oh man. Ether.
Bear burger.
Troy.
I'm sorry, Troy. It was only because you were in the picture. I'm sure you smell. I'm sure you smell fantastic. As weird as that sounds, that was just.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I think it's best if I just keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
Sweet Diet Mountain. Oh dear.
Sweet Mountain Diet Mountain Dew. Yeah, there we go. Yummy.
Oh my. Hey boy, you got a pretty mouth.
All right, shall we move on?
Yes, please.
You're leaving a tip. What do you drop in the tip jar? Use trading journal pages, 1 Dogecoin, expired futures contract, bag of regrets.
Ooh.
Man.
Ooh.
We don't tip in the UK, so I would actually leave a genuine tip of a Dogecoin because I'm a nice guy. You see?
That's what I did.
Yeah.
I mean, use trading
one
journal
thing
pages.
I don't get.
You could look at it as like
Carry
a
on,
teach
sorry.
a man how to fish kind of thing.
That is true. Yeah, I was going to say, that's one thing I don't get about the US. Your tipping culture is insane. Everyone wants a tip for everything. It's like, isn't that part of
It's
your
gotten
job?
worse. It never used to be that bad, but yeah, it's bad.
The last
Yeah.
7 years, gotten crazy. It's
It's gotten much worse. It wasn't always this horrible.
Yeah.
But a lot of countries tip, but a lot of countries don't tip too. So
Yeah.
It's more so like I think the like when it's like, okay, you're pulling up to like an establishment, like maybe like it's like a drive-through establishment or something, and it's like, oh, here, by the way, just get through this screen, and you look and it's like a tip screen for 20% minimum.
I love
and it's like I'm literally just going through a drive. It's like fast food. Like I don't even know.
the worst is when you go to pick it up. Like you don't have it delivered to you. You order it, you drive there, you go pick it up, and you leave a tip. What am I leaving a tip for? I'm the one doing all the work. No, you're not getting a damn tip. It's like, and they're serious. Like, oh, here, we made a suggestion for you, and they start like at a low at 18%. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Nah,
take it.
Yeah.
Come on.
I hate that crap.
It's like the self checkout.
It's like being.
I don't do self checkout. I'm like, screw you. I'm not bagging my own groceries.
And you want them to work for it.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's another big thing. You get people to bag your own groceries. We do not have that service here. Like you got to bag that yourself. There's no. Maybe if you have a disability or something, the store will, well, I don't know, help you out. But apart from that,
that's hilarious.
No, like
Really?
you're on your own. You're bagging that yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I haven't. I've used self checkout like I'm like indoctrinated with self checkout now. So I feel like just bagging my own stuff all the time.
On a candlestick
This
dinner.
is a good one. All right.
Instead of a candlelight
You can't
dinner.
pick yourself. Let's just say
Okay,
that.
cool.
You can't pick yourself.
I know who I'm picking. I know who I'm picking for sure.
I got to pick Paul. I mean, that picture.
I know.
Definitely.
I got to pick Mr. WC for sure. That is just that picture is insane.
I just
Can
want to
someone
pick
at least
both.
vote for me once, please?
Well, you can't pick yourself.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Can someone in the chat at least give me one?
Someone in the
Thank
chat.
you,
There
whoever
you go.
are.
There we go.
Mysterious stranger. You have made my day. Thank you.
I wanted to pick either Daryl or Sam for the sake of I know Troy was picked already, but also Daryl and Sam's pictures are like you're all three of
I
you
know.
guys' pictures are so darn good, but Daryl and Sam's picture,
They're
my
all
goodness, I just love them so much. They're
Oh,
great.
no.
Daryl's picture is
So good.
ridiculous. Like genuinely, you look like perfect, man. Oh, gosh.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
Sam's doesn't even look photoshopped. To be quite honest, Sam's doesn't even look photoshopped. Sam's looks like
I know.
That's your thing.
They just pulled his hair up and that's it. It's him. Yeah, exactly.
That
That's
is
how good that
literally
one
me.
is.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. If you had to pick one coach to be your criminal mastermind trading partner, who do you choose? Walter White, Daryl, cold calculating entries, Jesse Pinkman, Sam brings the hype, Mike, Trout, Troy. They got the wrong character name.
They did.
But fair enough. Handles risk management.
Okay.
Or Saul
Oh, God,
Goodman,
that's
Paul
hilarious.
G. Talk you out of every margin call.
Yeah, the very margin call. Oh, that's funny too. That's funny. That's.
I mean, you got to go to the main man, Walter White, right?
Are we allowed to vote for ourselves?
I'm not.
I don't want to vote for myself either. I don't have. Where's my slide? I can't. The thing doesn't come up.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh. Mike Erman Trout Troy. It's a complete wrong character.
I know. That's okay. Because of that, I like it.
That's brilliant, man.
Gus Fring was what we needed. We needed Gus Fring was what we were looking for there.
Right.
Gus Fring, that is it. Gustavo Fring. All right, let's move on. Oh man, what is that?
Oh, look at this! Look at this mug.
How are you feeling today?
This is good.
What is this?
This is good. This is really good. Oh my god!
I don't even trade XAU USD. That's the one thing I wouldn't trade.
That's probably why they did it. You know?
Oh my!
That is. Where did you even get that picture from? I can't even remember that being taken. What is that picture? I genuinely can't remember posing like that. Well, obviously that's not me, but the face, I don't recognize that picture. Wow. Well done, back end. Well done.
That is hilarious. That was great.
That is amazing.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, that was
wow. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. We can
Very
go back
good.
to trading now.
Someone in Prime.
We have
is
an
joining
announcement
Ola
as
Prime
well.
TV.
Yes.
Oh.
We have an announcement. Someone Prime is joining Ola Prime TV live this Wednesday. If you can guess correctly who this person is. And although from the blurred picture it kind of looks like Mr. Beast, I can assure you it's not Mr. Beast. Guess correctly.
I know who it's got. It's
win
got
a
to be
50K account.
Eric. It's got to be Eric.
Hey, what are you doing? Don't say anything. No names. All right. It's for the people to
Well, you
guess.
said guess who it is. You said guess.
Yeah, but look, you're not going to win the 50K account.
You're not winning a damn.
Oh, I see. I didn't even read the bottom. That's how stupid I am. I didn't even read that far.
Well, you know, we'll see.
So,
We'll see.
little competition there.
Awesome.
Awesome.
My trade is in the green
let
now.
us know.
Yeah, me too. My
Nice,
trade's in the green.
nice.
I had one eye on the trade the whole darn time we were doing that.
Same.
I saw you. I saw your head up there, Paul. You were looking at the screen going, "Oh, how we doing?" I saw. I didn't feel so bad looking on my own. Oh. Okay, I know what this trade needs. This trade needs a kick in the rump. Where's the little? We got a ram. I know we got a goat, but I don't want a goat. That's just like, oh, here's a ram. Oh no. What do we got?
Back
What do we
end.
got?
If anyone guessing names, do write them down and their username, etc., so we don't miss anybody. Just letting you know.
Yes. Come on, Dow.
You can do it. Oops. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. Kill.
There we go. Push.
I am just.
All right.
I am just very, very. I've got my eyes on the order flow massively right now because it looks like this is just a big tug of war, like grind to the upside here. It's taken a lot. The volume is very odd on the Dow right now, so I can't really trying to just understand it more. Here, look at this. My goodness, here we go.
No,
Come
look
on,
at it
Dow.
now.
Let's
It's pushing.
go.
Now it's yes.
Yeah. Yep.
It is indeed.
See, I put my little bull. I put my little pet bull there. Let's go, baby. Get up there. Push it.
Push it. Dun, 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 dun,
Come on,
dun,
push
dun,
it.
dun, dun. Push it real good.
Oh, I got to share some more videos. That reminds me. Oh, look at this.
Here we go.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Whoa. What happened?
I got out
this
of.
Is a great,
I got out of.
Now this is exhaustion. This is exhaustion.
Yeah, I got out of one contract, and I'm leaving the other one on to run.
What is going down?
You know what?
It's not done. It's not done. It's going to keep going.
I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it for the sake of. I'm
be a
having a
wuss.
good day. No, it's I know. I completely get it.
Trail
but,
it. Just trail it.
I made 55 or so, 55-ish points on the Dow there.
That's good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And
you can't complain.
And I'll take it. I've got 108 or 107 bucks in the green on the day on playing just micros.
Nice.
I mean, for the challenge account,
That's incredible.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'll take it. So I'm just gonna.
I only wanted a
unless
partner
something
crime.
really
That's why I
good.
said stay.
I know.
That's why I'm like, just stay. Oh no, don't do this to me.
I'll update the piano.
I'm giving you a little room. I'm giving you a little room. All right, so this is what moved this thing. Brazil's finance minister, Haddad. We can make cooperation agreements with the U.S. to produce more efficient batteries. We have critical minerals and rare earths. Okay, that goes to the EV.
There you go.
Yeah, they're all.
EVs.
I'm going to be out of this.
Good stuff.
Take me out. You're going to take me out. Oh, hold. Come on.
Huddle.
I've got to be like Rashid and hold.
Rashid, the man. Rashid, the legend.
Oh, no. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
It looks good, man. It looks good.
It did it to me.
Man.
It did it to me. It did it. It's okay. There may be another. I'll have another chance.
The Dow is even stronger than the Nasdaq and the S&P right now. The Dow is consolidating extremely close to its high candle. Like, wow, man. Wowzer.
Well, this was the high. This was the high of the day. So far. If you're not behaving, I'm gonna take the bull away. I'm gonna have to take the bull back.
Can't do that. Can't do
well,
that.
we got to do.
Bull away.
We know. You know what we need to do. No, you know what we need to do. We need to do. My common emoji's gone. I didn't use it.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
We didn't do the bullshit. We didn't do the doo-doo. We gotta do the do. We gotta do the do, not Mountain Dew. The do.
The do.
Do. And then Troy takes another swig.
Troy needs to be sponsored by Mountain Dew, I think. Need a Mountain Dew sponsorship.
For sure.
Definitely.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, where do we come down to?
There were a ton of sellers at the top here in the last 3 minutes, and the Dow couldn't do anything to push them down. Like, the sellers couldn't do anything, and buyers just stepped back in again. My goodness. All right. Well, go.
I'm going back in. Going in front of the ride. Back up to 63.61 for take profit. There is liquidity. There we go. Okay, we're retesting. Push now. Oh, man. There are a lot of buyers coming in. Come on, let's go. Come on, this book is getting thicker. Ooh.
Lovely day. Let's see here. Microsoft is up $12, 2.2%. Meta's up 3.4%, $25 a share. Tesla's up about $7.50 a share, so 2.5%. Utilities have now taken over as the biggest gain on the day of the S&P sectors, and energy is the first one. Energy's the energy sector is the first one to fall into the red today. So
Interesting.
You looking at one of those matrix kind of plot map deals, or no?
I actually have a watch on my other software. I have a watch list just purely dedicated to the S&P sectors, and I always have it up on the side of my charts so that I can, see open, close, percent change, all that stuff. So, but I do like what you're talking about, the matrix. I do have that, Daryl, for commodities. Actually,
I don't know how valuable it is. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's good. It's good for a visual, but I don't know if it'll tell you enough.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. I have a matrix for the commodities that basically just tells you whether they're green or red on the day, by percentages and
right.
Yeah, nothing crazy, but
Los Hermanos Chicken.
Man, I want some fried chicken so badly.
You can eat protein. You're just not eating chicken. Is that what you're just still on fish?
No, I can eat chicken, but fried chicken is not really the one. It's all breaded and
too much grease, too much batter. Yeah, I got you.
Grilled, no problem. Fried,
sure.
Can't do that. But fried is what makes it taste so good. So that's the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Grilled chicken's all right, but let's be honest, KFC wouldn't be as big as they are if they did grilled chicken.
Yeah, for sure. Come on. Are you back in, Paul? Or are you out on the Dow?
No, I'm out. I'm out at the moment. It's funny that you say that because I was genuinely looking to possibly get in on the Nasdaq, but I think I'm trying to hold myself back here for if I really, really see something.
You're up for the
I'll
day,
jump
yeah.
into it.
I think you should.
I
think you should.
I mean, the Dow is
I wanna
just
finish
killer
positive.
right now. So killer. I think if anything, I would make another trade on the Dow, or I would, oddly enough, I've been, I think Tony's rubbed off on me a little bit. I want to possibly start trading at the MCL, trading crude a little bit. So I was looking at possibly getting into a micro crude trade, but the liquidity is just super low at the moment. So
yeah, I can imagine.
It is after open outcry hours and all that. So
Come on. Almost to the bottom of the hour. Let's do something. Wrong direction. So White FX in the chat. Just make sure you have done all the things you need to do to enter to win. Right? Make sure that you've got your email address and your YouTube bio somewhere, and preferably where we can find it. And subscribe to this channel. And you've been commenting. That's great. And subscribe to the Ola Prime Global YouTube channel. And
That's right.
anything's possible. Everyone's looking to win. I love it. Just make sure everyone does the thing that you're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. And a lot of you guys that think, oh, I have my email in there. There was, in the early goings of the giveaways, we had lots of guys that thought they had it in there and they didn't, and they weren't eligible for the drawing. So I would recommend go back into your YouTube profiles and make sure that it can be found easily.
Yeah, very important.
And that it's a valid email, not an old email that doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's got to be a valid email. Oh, what are you selling off of me now? What are you doing to me? I don't think you're done. I don't think we're done yet. I don't think we're done up north. Maybe. Just don't take me out. Don't take me out. Take me out.
The Ola Prime coaching tips, I tell you, and on the Project X platform, it's like my personal hype man. Always have reasonable expectations with your trading and know that you can only get out what you put with the time you put in. Risk management, patience, and discipline will bring success in your trading journey. I'm going to run through a brick wall in a minute here. My goodness. Let's go.
Where are you seeing it? Where do you see this? In the performance stats? Or the settings?
Yeah, if you look in the performance stats, it'll show you like your Ola Prime coach tip of the day, or, you know, up at the top, at the very top. It will show you usually underneath. Yeah, there you go. Ola Prime coach tip. Big.
Oh, this. Oh, yeah. That's cool. I didn't even notice that.
Read them all the time.
It's good.
They're just,
dude,
you know, not bad to, you know, check in on it every once in a while, see what it has to say.
It's all it is right now. This is all it is for me. I don't like it. You go away. Goodbye.
What else is going on? What's happening with gold right now? Gold is just consolidating in a, oh my gosh, that is boring as all could be. In the last hour, gold has traded between 34.30 and 34.32 for the last hour.
In 1 hour? So, 2 points?
In 1 hour. That is massive consolidation for gold. Like, my goodness.
It's almost pointless at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I want to get long gold, but not if it's going to just do nothing like this in a 2-point or in a $2 range for another hour or 30 minutes. As soon as I say this, it's about to break out of that range and then start zooming off to the races. So,
yeah, wouldn't be surprising. Man.
Let's see.
8. Yeah, point control. It's down.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-ba-dum, ba-dum, bum.
Wow. Shy. Push it.
Push it real good.
Push it. We'll push it real good.
Real good.
That salt and pepper's here, you know it, and we're in effect. Sam and Daryl rocking out. Look at us today. Come on.
They don't make music like that anymore.
No, they don't. They don't.
There's no modern song that gets stuck in my head like repeatedly. Like it's always the old ones, you know. They're the ones where you're just like, dun, 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 you know, you just can't get it out your damn head.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's not true, Sam. And we know exactly what song we're
there is
talking
one.
about here.
Yeah, there is one, but that doesn't count.
That's the exception.
That's designed to brainwash a whole generation of kids. That's what it's designed. That's psychological warfare on children.
Yes, it is.
That is, to be quite honest. It's psychological warfare on parents, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, no, it's on parents. For sure.
Testing
It's on
their
parents.
sanities and
Definitely on parents.
patience to a whole new level.
Come on, you sucker. You're not going long.
You know, interesting. The equities made this like bounce today and overnight. The bonds are still getting bought up though. So the bonds got bought up massively at the end of last week with everything going on. Makes sense. Flight to safety, yields are dying, especially in the mid-range of the yields. And then today I was thinking, okay, well, if the equities are going to be up, maybe the bonds get a little bit of a reprieve. There's a little bit of a sell side on the bond. Nope. Bonds are still being bought up slightly, a little bit, not as crazily as the end of last week, but they're still being bought. So that is a little bit of a wrinkle, an interesting wrinkle.
Dang it. Came right to point of control. Came right to point of control. Will you hold?
Push it real good. Excuse me.
Come on. Would you take a trade you didn't believe in if a profitable trader or your mentor told you to? Invest a Genix. I don't know why you're asking it so many times.
Yeah, let's try to not spam too much,
Tom says, I want to know.
Well, I'll tell you. You know what? I've got a good answer to Investigenics. You should never be taking a trade that somebody is telling you to take. That's a big no. That you should have your own thoughts on what you should be trading, and you should be making decisions only for yourself, not have others make decisions for you. So I think that's definitely just
agreed.
That's a really bad way of looking at anything, is just following somebody else's lead, especially specifically when it comes to taking like an execution on something and you just don't even really understand why that is even the case. So
Exactly. Let's see.
Hey, Jimmy.
If it falls.
What
up, Jimmy? Welcome. Yes.
Jimmy.
All right. Let's go. Point of control migrated up. is holding at 46. Let's see if it bounces off here into the close. That's what I was thinking, Tom. That's what I got the impression he was asking about those kind of things when he asked.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
That's when he said that. I thought that was why.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. You know,
don't use any of those services. They're like, even if the odd trade is good. The reality, okay, let's just say hypothetically you find a signal service which is really good, right? And they're calling, they've got a really high success rate, very profitable. What happens if they just stop sending signals? Now you've got no way of making money. Like, you might as well just learn it yourself.
Yep.
I mean, there is no shortcut to it.
That's exactly right. That's right. Or they may be good for a while, and then they'll run into a bad streak, and then you're going to keep taking the signals and blow your accounts or what have you.
That's it. And the reality
they're not tied to any upside of you. They just want to make the fee or whatever they're charging.
Any trader, worth their weight is it's not going to be doing signaling service and all this stuff. Like,
why be a trader if you're
who knows?
Copy.
It gets me fired up a little bit, to be quite honest. Like, that's why I didn't mean to seem like super, like, fired up too much or anything, but like, there are a few things. I don't get fired up very easily, but there are a few things where I'm like, man, just like, we got to be putting in the work ourselves. Like, we can't be worrying about just like performance being dependent on somebody else. Like, you just got to be able to learn yourself. We talked about this, just teach a man to fish. That's the whole point of this and Ola Prime and the education stuff. It's like, just we want, like, teaching how to actually fish, not just getting the fish. Like, let's all learn how to fish. All right.
I got a great story about that, if you want to hear it.
Yeah.
Of course we do. How are you going to tease us with that now?
So there was a guy that lived here in Knoxville that in the early days, let's say in the early 2000s, they had these meetup groups. I don't know if you remember that was a real popular thing, and we had an investor group, and we'd all meet at this place. There'd be 20 or 30 people, just random people, and we'd all talk about investing and whatnot. And there's one guy that was there. He says, "Hey guys, I have a signal service," and so my ears picked up, and I was like, "What do you mean you have a signal service?" He goes, "Yeah, I've got a signal service. I've got over 100 subscribers. I'm charging like $59.95 a month for the signal service." And so anyway, so long story short is, over time I got to know this person, and we had one of the meetings at his house. And so after everybody's there and everything, and as people are leaving, I said, "Listen, I'm really interested in your signal service. Do you mind telling me how it works or what it is?" And he says, "No, sure, no problem." He says, so here's it. Just listen to this. He says, "So every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, if the Dow Jones is positive, I issue a buy signal." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, if the overnight is positive," he says, "at 8 o'clock, I issue a buy." Okay. And I'm like I'm thinking to myself, what the,
at any level?
I'm like, what could possibly be motivating this guy? So I said to him, "So what's important about 8 o'clock in the morning?" And he looks at me with a straight face. He says, "Well, that's when I get up out of bed."
Yeah.
Wow.
So he rolls out of bed. If the market's up, he issues a long a long buy order or a buy signal
at the market open, or then because it's still you're still an hour and a half away on your time zone from market open.
It goes out as a buy order. It goes out as a buy signal, and he said he usually only does 1 or 2 signals a day, and that was his main signal every morning at 8 o'clock. And I was just like, I was so flabbergasted, I didn't even know what to say. I didn't say, yeah, that's great, or I didn't say anything. I just looked at him like, are you serious? You're selling this to people?
Yeah.
And you know,
Dow,
and
was it
sort
Dow
of
only,
shows you,
or was it other stuff?
Oh, this guy had a signal service for about 2 years, and he probably made a couple $100,000. At one time, he had like 200 subscribers, and he had raised the price to like $79.99. So he was making $15,000 a month.
Yep.
Doing these signals
to do
and,
anything,
I mean, I'm
to do
literally
what anyone else could do.
But see, they don't know what it is. It's like a black box. The black box says buy, and so ooh, that's sexy. A black box says buy, even though it was roll out of bed. Ooh, the Dow's up. Let's do a buy order. I mean, talk about retarded.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, I know.
I mean, that's the
he's selling his product.
You know,
he's selling his product to ignorant people, so they didn't. You know, they don't.
Right.
These are people that just tell me what to do. You know.
Yeah, this guy. Look, at the end of the day, the market. Look, if there's a demand for something, and there's people out there who are willing to purchase such a service, there's going to be people offering it. I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, he made $15,000 a month, a few $100,000. You almost can't be mad at him for doing it. You know what I mean? Like, you have to kind of respect.
No, you can't be, because there's people paying him.
You know?
Yeah, people are paying him. So I mean,
Yeah, I think it's like it gets down to a point of like when you're doing it, you know that the service you're putting out is it lacks any sort of it lacks just like credibility or effort or anything unique about itself. It's just so it's one of those things where he has to, I guess, within himself, fight with his own inner being every day as to whether or not, he thinks that he's doing anything of service to society. I mean, obviously the people buying that service, I think they might think that they're getting a service of some sort until they're not making any money from it anymore. But which is likely that sounds like a 50-50 coin flip if I've ever heard one, if not maybe worse. but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
if you're
That's
in a bull
crazy.
market.
If they're making money, they'll resubscribe. They'll pay every month.
That's
if they're making money.
True, Troy.
That's all they care about.
The thing is,
I guess,
especially when it comes to stocks, because stocks are so long term as well. You can very easily just say, hey, yeah, this is the stock pick. This stock here is gonna, give it a few years. Even if it loses for the first 1 month, it's going down, or 2 months, 3 months, even a year. A lot of these people are just, it's a long-term investment. Give it 5 years. That's when it will pop, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost
exactly.
You can kind of get away with it, but not
because you keep them on the hook. If you keep them on the hook long enough, there's a chance that they'll start to see a profit, right? And like you said, with stocks, it's much more long-term window, kind of buy and hold, dollar cost average, whatever. Just do your thing. Okay, so Lucky Me was asking, what is more painful, losing money or missing a winning trade? Well, losing money for sure in my book, because there's always trades to take. You can always find trades. Losing money, not good.
I think, losing money, I definitely think would be the more painful thing. I mean, maybe in the very beginning, as like a very new trader, maybe the idea of missing out on opportunity could affect you slightly more. But I mean, I think no matter what, I think I could speak for all of us here. or relatively speaking, the more like the further along your trading journey you get, you don't become like dead inside to losses or missed trades. You just become more even keel. You become very like even keel to the outcome of it. You try, the whole purpose is to try and be more even keel, whether it's a win, a loss, or you miss a trade. Like that's the goal, just as baseline as you can get. And I think the more you trade, the more that does become a reality. It just takes a while. And then on top of that, we also have times where obviously we'll have a loss where maybe a certain type of loss will affect you a little bit more because of a very specific situation. Maybe you got stopped out by a couple ticks and then it went your way and you would have been up X amount of dollars if your stop had just been slightly. There are things like that that can, I think, trigger people a little bit more, no matter how experienced you are and how far along in your journey you are. But yeah, goal is even keelness, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You can make better decisions overall when you're that way.
Yeah.
I mean, missing a trade,
everybody,
like, for me,
sorry,
if I've been waiting for a specific trade, like waiting for price to get to a certain area, and I know it's going to be a really good one, and I miss that, and then I look in hindsight and I see, the footprint, everything just looked fabulous, and the trade went really well. If I missed that would annoy me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that does annoy me. When that happens.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it depends on how often you take trades. If you're taking very few trades, or you have a trade plan that gives you 1 or 2 trades a week, and you're gone or you're sick or whatever, you can't trade and you miss it. Yeah, maybe you feel like you missed the opportunity, but missing an opportunity, I don't feel is nearly as painful as losing money. Losing money, now you got to make that up to get back to where you were, plus another. You know what I mean? It's just in my book.
I don't know, Darren, man. Sometimes getting stopped out feels better than missing that perfect trade where you would have made a killing on it. Sometimes I don't know. It's weird with me.
Yeah. I think for a lot of people, like, losses can stick with you for like longer periods of time. I think that might be more like I completely can see both sides, but I think a loss you might be reminded of a loss more often if like you're constantly looking at your account balance or something. And so like there can be days or weeks of time where you're being reminded of a loss, whereas like a missed trade maybe 2 weeks ago, you don't even remember that you missed a trade 2 weeks ago. It's like, because it's one of 45 or 50 trades or something. So but that being said, I have had that same feeling, Sam. There's a couple of really special trades that I missed where, man, did I beat, like, it was a while ago, but like I beat myself up big time for missing a couple of trades that I still remember to this day, where I'm like, wow, you moron. And but they were very special ones, and they were longer term trades, not even intraday trades for me. They were more so like for my retirement account, I have like certain like alerts set up to like for a couple of specific stocks. And
that would bother me. That would bother me.
And I didn't have limit orders set. I just had like an alert set, and then I missed it, and it was like, that's the worst. But yeah. Push.
Come on now, push up.
Do you think the market will be bullish or bearish this week? We got a poll up here in the chat.
Bullish. I answered bullish.
Tough one for me. Let me look here.
I think we're retesting the all-time high in the ES. We are until we're not. If this thing is going to go against my logic until it's not, it just is. I've seen this a million times. I'm just telling you, it's just crazy. My opinion only, but sorry, Troy. And I used to be a much more predominant short seller, but in markets like this, you got to go. You got to go with whatever. makes you money. I don't care where it goes, what direction it goes.
Make your money.
You know, after looking at the daily market profiles again, Daryl, I also agree. I think we're more bull. I think we're going to end the week bullish. As long, fingers crossed.
We only had a day and a half of a downturn. We only had an overnight, right? We had 2 overnights of a pullback and 1 Friday session after non-farm payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So, and here we are Monday morning. We squeezed up all last night, Sunday, overnight. We squeezed up today big time early, and we consolidated and we stair-stepped up. Each consolidation we're stair-stepping. I don't see any reason that this market wants to go back down yet. Will it, of course, at some point, but I just, God, I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll know as the end of the week goes with August 7th. Maybe we'll see, but
yeah,
we essentially, I mean, like you kind of said, like literally there wasn't much of a pullback here, but that occurred. It was literally a day, and now we're bouncing off, and the market profiles look bullish generally speaking. And then August 1st, the big dip that we had on August 1st was only like a retest of essentially a low that we set in July 16th, which was like 2 weeks ago.
That's it.
So,
July 16th.
and then
that's exactly what Yep.
Yeah.
When I looked at this morning, where's my damn? Where the hell's my damn thing now? Oh, come on. Where's my pointer?
Guys, I'm going to be back in a
small.
few minutes. Just going to pop to the toilet. I was going to say loo, but I know you guys will take the piss out of me. So
I gotta say the WC. The WC. Where I gotta get this big. Come on, get bigger. This thinking. Dude, I swear, every time I saw that sign, I thought of you the whole time. I'm like,
that's so good. That's so good. Funny.
Why is it not opening for me? He's pissing me off, dude. This thing's okay. It's
all right.
There we go. And now I can grab it and get bigger. Oh, come on, please. Do something. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me. It's not. Why can't I do this? This is really bugging me. Sorry.
What are you trying to do?
I was just going to go back to trying to get my pointer so I can show people, but because you know the crosshairs don't really do anything. What I wanted to show was it was just you're going on July 16th, and that's what I looked at. Here's the low. I can't even show you guys. You know, you just look right here. This is the low today of the overnight, and boom, here's the other one, right? So yeah, I mean it's and the sell-off has only been, like I said, we had a sell-off on Thursday, obviously, and then overnight, Friday. Friday was kind of bell-shaped pretty much. It kind of bottomed out and came up, and then we kind of pulled back up. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't have that far to go. I mean, all-time highs at 468. It's 100 points away. It's not that far at all. I can do that in a day. The ES. Easy.
It actually could. Oh, and by the way, Daryl, I'm stealing your idea the thing that you've been doing where you have that circle to highlight like your area or whatever. That's
what I'm talking about. That's the pointer. Yeah, do it. I mean, that's the only thing I could do to show. This is what I'm talking about. I tried my stupid pointer. Come on, man.
So, yeah, it's much easier.
The problem is you can't. There we go. Now it got bigger finally when I. Yeah, I wish there was a way. I wish there was some way that we could. Sorry, now I'm going out to 1 minute. Let's see if this closes at high a day. The ES is doing what I wanted it to do. How do I? Come on.
Gold looks like it's about to sell off. Actually, shoot.
Really? Did it break down out of its 2-point range?
Yeah, it actually broke to the below it, and now it just like buyers stepped in for 1 minute, and it was like literally not even 10% of the selling volume that had occurred the previous minute, and it looks like it's about to just sell off again. So,
wow. All right, what time are we?
No buyers.
So market on close Market on close imbalance, plus 668 in the S&P, plus 376 in Nasdaq, plus 374 Dow, plus 205 Magnificent 7. Nothing to write home about, but all positive.
Yeah. Bands has a question for you, Daryl. How did you keep your cool in that drawdown that you just had?
Yeah,
I think I know his answer.
Degenerative trader. No, because I had my stop. I had my stop down here, and I was going to leave it. I was nervous because I had 3 contracts on, and I'm already negative 870 on the day. So I've been gunning for the close for the last hour and a half. I've been going for I'm thinking we're going to get up here, only because there's a lot of liquidity at 63.60, and I haven't even trailed yet. I haven't even moved to break even. I better do that. Better get up here. All right, locked in $800 of profit, but I think we're going up. I think we're going to get a little rip here at the end. Finish off the day.
Just looking on the TPO. I'm just looking to look on the TPOs for you here, just in case. There was a little bit.
I don't want to get out yet. I don't want to get out yet. At what time? 10 minutes.
You said
Are you
68, right? You're at 68 on your target profit.
I'm at 63.61. My take profit at 61.
I think that's pretty.
We
nice.
didn't trade there yet. We haven't traded there.
No, I know.
Today.
No, yeah, I agree. Yeah. But I'm saying if there was resistance, I could see it between the 63.59 area and 63.64.
And
so
61 or 64. Good.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see where we go in the last 2 minutes here if we get a little push.
And my answer for Coach Daryl Bands is because he's a sick man. That's why he can handle it so well. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously not. Daryl's been trading for 25 years. That's why he can handle drawdowns so well. Handling drawdowns is just it's just experience. It's understanding the game, understanding what the markets are and what your strategy is. And
right now,
when you're proven wrong.
Sorry. Yeah, but I don't. Sorry to talk over you, but okay. But let me just hold on here 1 minute. We got a flurry. But basically, it all depends. It depends on several factors. One, I trade the ES for numerous reasons. One, because there's lots of opportunity throughout the day for me. I like to take lots of trades. I like to trade, from high to low volume nodes and things. So there's lots of opportunity. So if I get taken out, I'm not freaked out. Now with the 15 minutes to close, it wouldn't give me much opportunity. And if I was trading my cash account, I would not be trading at this hour. But I'm trading the challenge account, so that's okay. But I'm confident in myself. I'm trying to get positive on the day. I just know the behavior. There we go. We're going to close out. Take me out. Beautiful. I can already see.
I didn't even realize it's
going.
Already 4 o'clock.
There you go.
Thought it was like 3:45.
There you go. Come on, take me out. Take me out at 61, and I'll be happy. Fine. You don't want to go that high. You got to go.
Offers stacking.
There's
up
stuff at 65. I see what you're saying too. Yeah, I see it. The book is thick. Came back. It's okay. All right. Hey, finished up green.
Nice.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that today. I'm good with
Very
that.
nice.
And that'll be done. So we are, let's see here. This is my RTH high. 59 quarter. We didn't get to 60. Did we? No, we didn't.
So close. So
that's okay. It doesn't always get there. I'm not about exact levels, just kind of area. This area, that area.
Yeah.
As long as I get the bulk of the move, I'm happy.
I'm with you. I agree 100%. Definitely we don't gotta get greedy we don't have to be right about a specific level. The market never has to do what we want. As long as we get in that general area, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's
Pound
anything
is breaking
I could
down.
possibly...
It's taking forever. Happy being profit. Yeah. Okay. So you answered those for me. Thank you for answering those for me. Cool. Yeah. No, this has been good. The chat's getting more active. This is great. I'm sure you guys probably noticed it later last week. It probably got better. Every day it probably gets better. This is a lot better than it was before I left on break, right? It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good, good, good.
And
just a reminder.
Sorry, you go.
No, just it's pinned to the top, but just a reminder what you need to do to qualify for the drawing for the, I don't know, what are we giving away? 50,000? I forgot. But for the free challenge account that we're giving away, you need to make sure that you go up to the pinned part of the chat. It'll give you the breakdown of what you need to do. Basically, subscribe to both YouTube channels, the one you're on, or Global One, and comment in the chat, and make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can reach out to you if you win. But we can't put you into a drawing if you don't have all those things done. Let me go. Yeah, I need to do that. Oh, thank you. You beat me to it. Good job. When I heard you typing, I'm like, oh, I need to do that.
Don't worry.
Troy, were you fading that all the way up?
No, actually, I was long with you. I got about half my money back. I was down about almost $2,000, and I got a little over half back on that move up. So,
good. Okay.
You know, it's hard when you're going short all day long. I just get nickel and dime, a couple $100 here.
I know.
It's like my average loss was like $250, which is not that bad. It's just they kept doing it and doing it and doing it.
Yeah. I know.
These are the days I lose money. I mean, that's just it's so my MO. I got to figure out a way to stop it. You know, you shifted gears in the morning. I just couldn't shift gears. I just kept thinking it's going to top out. It's going to top out. It's going to top out. You know, every time it looks like it's going to, you know, I take a short. I'm up $100 and it goes 300 against me. So it was these grinding days really are painful for short sellers.
Yeah, but you're not trying to call tops, right? You're not trying to call the top. You're just trying to look at that. There's my push through that I wanted. Ugh. Oh well.
Oh,
but you're just looking for a rotation down.
Right.
Essentially, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a sweep of the
You're right.
right there. I mean,
I know.
I've
I
ever seen
saw
it.
that. I saw that. Yeah, I saw it. And I was whole. I wanted. Oh. See, this is now back to that question of, do you wish you were, you know, what's worse, missing a trade or losing? I still not happy. I'm okay with this because I'm positive on the day. Oh, it would have sucked to get in and have it go the other way.
And also the volume, like that on that sweep that just occurred, the volume at the very top of that sweep was like so close to nothing, up at 63, 62 and 3/4. So, you know, but so I'm with you. Like, I wouldn't even worry about that honestly at all, because who would have known, you know? So, you know, Troy, I'm interested. You know what interests me, Troy, is I'm surprised you don't trade gold more. I don't know why. I just thought of that. Like, you know, with your kind of like short bias with trading, maybe you would develop more of a long bias for like something like gold. Have you ever, have you traded gold a lot in the past, or did you ever try trading gold at any point or anything? Or
I used to trade the ES exclusively, and it got boring, and so I started, kind of branching out, looked at CL and gold, and I found that gold as well as CL are more difficult because the volume is so small compared to the ES. So all your all the skills you learn from ES reading the order flow just kind of don't work. There's just not enough data to really make the order flow work on crude versus gold. And on top of that, I got sucked into the Nasdaq, and I'm addicted to the Nasdaq. It's so fast. It's it's just obviously you lose it fast is true, but I did not like the transition from to the lower volumes. And I just say, the Nasdaq's super thinly traded, but you're not really trading the Nasdaq. You're trading the S&P. You're making your executions instead of on the S&P. You're making it on the Nasdaq. So on the ES, unless you're going to do size like Daryl, I get bored because 20 ticks is a big move. 5 points is a big move, right? And that same move on the Nasdaq is 100 points, right? So it's a substantially different, scenario there, but I can still use my order flow skills on the ES. If the ES looks like if buyers start coming in, I just go long the Nasdaq, and that's worked really well. Unless I get bullheaded like today, I just could not give myself the opportunity to go long. I just was like, no, it's not going to go there. It's not going to go there. This is, I find myself every time I say to myself, this market, I say, I hate this market. I need to go long. That's the key for me. So if you ever hear me say, I hate this market, say, go long, right? Because the market's being stupid. But the thing is that who am I to tell the market? As soon as I tell the market it's stupid, that's a sure sign that I'm on the wrong side, right? So, I don't understand the market right here. I should be better off trading gold or crude because it makes no sense to me. I can't believe we're as high as we are. And I would agree with your bullish analysis. It's not like I'm saying, I don't agree with your bullish analysis. I do. I just don't. I just think the market's going to screw me if I go long. So, right. So, you're, even though it goes up, you're not happy. It's like, I don't believe it. So it's real hard. I have a hard time when I get bullheaded and biased to one direction, and that causes me to have losing days.
I get it. No, for sure.
I think maybe I need to book an appointment with the psychologist.
Yeah. I mean, not a terrible idea. I mean, what we got the resources here. So at Ola Prime,
I'm sure she will not like my sense of humor. I'm probably going to have some work done on that.
Gosh.
So what made this jump up, Paul, was Mary Daly at the Fed was saying we can't wait to be certain there's no inflation persistence. We need to make a call based on what's most likely, and she sees no indication of persistent tariff effect on inflation. I mean, this is her opinion, but she is a pretty prominent Fed member.
Right.
And then she's calling for rate cuts. So who knows? We'll get a little more squeeze up.
Nice.
And I jumped in on that just on the momentum of it. Whether that was a smart move or not, I don't know.
I mean, momentum trading's a thing based on news stuff too. So I mean, hey, I get it. I get it. And yeah, Troy, like what I was, the reason I was mentioning gold earlier to you was because my thought was, well, you know, what I wasn't thinking, which you explained, was about like the idea of like the liquidity and just generally how it trades is like, you know, which I completely understand because I'm the same way with a lot of stuff where if the liquidity and everything doesn't allow you to really analyze the order flow as great as something like the ES, for example, it's just really difficult to trade. And I'm trying to develop those order flow reading skills a little bit more in all these different products that I'm exploring, doing it through Ola Prime with like these challenge accounts and stuff. So, and like the quiet market session and everything, but it definitely is like a skill to be able to develop the understanding of like order flow based on lower liquidity. It's tough. It's very tough for sure. And but my thought was, you know, hey, if, you know, fundamentally speaking with the equities, if you are bearish, let's say, maybe in gold you would just relatively be bullish as as like a flight to safety kind of thing. But I guess you could also say something like that for something like the bonds or whatever. You could also say that for a few other different products.
I think so.
It would just have to fit in somewhere like where you'd feel more comfortable with trading the volume. And to be quite honest, it's, you know, yeah, the bonds trade in a lot higher volume, but they are talk about some slower markets most of the time. My goodness gracious, sir. When you're trading the 10-year note and the 30-year bonds and everything, gosh, like those will move sometimes only 10 ticks in 4 hours. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you said, Troy, pick crude oil or gold, I would pick gold because I did try both of those, and I found that the crude. What my frustration was with crude was I could never keep up with exactly where OPEC or what OPEC was going to do at any given time. And after you're in a position and OPEC comes out with some statement, it's not what you thought it was going to be. And, you know, then it rips up or rips down. And I just got so agitated with getting sort of jerked around by OPEC that I kind of got soured on crude, to be honest with you. And this is another reason why I got out of stocks. On stocks, I can't even tell you how many times I had 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 shares, and there'd be a news release. Our CEO ran off with the secretary, and the market literally craps on itself, and you've got 10,000 shares you can't get out of. And I'm like, I don't have to deal with that in futures because it's diversified over 500 stocks, right? So none of this little crappy bullshit is not going to be in there, right? So I avoid, I'm just being honest. So that's why I don't trade crude. I've never been able to get a handle on the supply and demand matrices and OPEC. Because sometimes OPEC says, we're going to increase supply. And you're like, why would you do that? You know, and it's like, that makes no sense, right? And vice versa. And I got so tired of getting jerked around with the geopolitical uncertainties and OPEC in the middle of that I stopped trading crude oil. And I also stopped trading stocks except for like really long term. And, you know, I mean, sure, if Apple's CEO leaves tomorrow, the market's going to have a little fit, but it's not going to be the end of the world, at least for Apple. But if you're in a smaller stock, a much smaller company, and the CEO leaves, I mean, that's a major deal, right? The whole company's vision just walked out the door, right? And so the risk is, I don't know what you want to call it. The individual stock risk is so much higher than the S&P, Nasdaq, any of the indexes, because you get that homogenizing because of the diversification. So that's why I don't really like to trade crude oil. I'm not saying I don't hop in every once in a while when I, can't help myself because of the setup, but I'm not going to trade it on a regular basis. Gold, again, sometimes gold is kind of wonky too. You're like, it's hard to sort of sense the change in direction between fear and greed, you know, especially because the order flow there's not enough order flow there to really help me out. So I don't know, maybe I'm just an idiot not seeing the opportunity, but that's sort of that's where I stand on it.
No, definitely not, man.
I agree with everything. I agree with everything you
that.
said. I agree with everything you
Because
said.
I'll tell you what I'm learning, especially in the quiet market session, Troy, with gold, is what I'm learning is like the micros are number one, like a necessity for me for gold, something like gold, because my stop loss has to be bigger. Like I have to, when I'm looking at ranges in gold, I'm looking at relatively larger ranges usually that just require a larger stop loss. And because of that kind of wonky nature, like you were saying, and because it just gets, especially with like the liquidity and stuff, things get a little weird at, like, let's say a support area or a resistance area or whatever. It doesn't really necessarily, it's not super clean, let's just put it that way. So I do have wider stop losses and whatnot in something like gold. And yeah, like back in the day when I was trading crude and whatnot, crude was a bit rough for me. I tended to short more in crude, I think, when I was looking back at crude trades than I would go long, honestly. But it was probably just the time period in which I was trading it. But I didn't like the idea of shorting crude like I did a lot.
There's geopolitical
because
risk
it would,
and things.
Yeah, it would rip a lot in your face if you were short it and stuff. And yeah, I don't know, but yeah, no, I completely understand. And Bands is asking, how do you watch order flow, the DOM? Yeah, I mean, so how I watch order flow is, it's like if you don't have the software that I have, it's essentially, I have a third-party software, but it's essentially a combination of like the time and sales and the depth of market onto a heat map of sorts, and then it just kind of just shows you a lot of like aggressive buying or selling volume.
Well, you can you can see it in here in my. I wish I could take this little pointer over here. I can't get it to the right margin, but what I'll do, I have it on automatic just with the price, but now I can. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted to do. Oh, there we go. So you can see here, I have like my take profit here is 63.71 because there's 216 contracts at 63.70. The book is relatively consistent with 30, 40, 50 contracts on the sell side, right, for the offer. So by looking at that, I know that there's a bunch of liquidity sitting in the book. Will we get there? I don't know, but if we get there, there's a good chance that we'll engage in activity. Same thing on the buy side. You can look here, and we can look for heavier buy bids in the book. There's some way down here, but that's how you can use it if you don't have, like what Paul is saying, other kind of access to other tools. This is pretty good. This is full depth of market, which is available in Project X. We can get it through Ola Prime. And so, you can still trade very successfully if you're looking at, order flow or volume profile by paying attention to where there could be orders sitting in the book. Now, if we get up here to 70 or 71, does it mean that those 250 orders are going to still be there? No, they could go away. They could just disappear. And if price gets there, it turns around, it comes back, it could come right back in. So just because they're there doesn't mean that anything's going to happen. It's just something to trade against or with is what I would say.
Right. Look, the size is a magnet. If there's large size above, it's probably going to go up there. If there's a big size below, because the market seeks out liquidity. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. There are people that have trading strategies that are literally dedicated to that idea of just liquidity as a magnet and get into the trade to be able to ride the wave up to that liquidity or down to that liquidity wherever it is. Could we actually just quickly for fun? Could we show my? I'm gonna have the production guys show my screen here. On gold real quick.
What have you done? What have you done?
No, nothing like that. This is actually about regarding gold. Okay, cool, awesome. This is actually regarding trading like gold.
It's gotten so bad. Every time someone says switch the screen, we think something's up.
Earlier in the session when we were on higher volume, for example, here, I'll bring my little yellow guy over here. That 50 period EMA, I use it as a general understanding of whether like trends are being respected. Let's just put it that way. I have a 21 and a 50 period EMA that I use a lot. And in gold in the morning, we drove up massively before we had this like little bit of this like 15-point dip here or so from 34.39 down to 34.25. And look at that, like on the 50 period EMA, it really respected that over about a 10 period time frame. And then it, had a little bit of a bull run, came back down, and then it broke through it a little bit. But now here's the question is there was obviously lower volume and everything. But in this area, it was also double. You could look at it as like it was double bottoming. It was trying to understand whether it could, like sellers could really break through those lows to continue down to get maybe make up more ground from that real big bullish run that it had at 9 o'clock in the morning. So then throughout the rest of the day, it kind of slowly was grinding up here a little bit. And then recently, when I was looking at possibly getting into gold, it came back down to that 50 period EMA line. Now, what my thought was I'm not going to take the trade off of the 50 period EMA necessarily because number one, I'm up pretty good on the day and I would like to keep myself green on a Monday, just like the idea of that. And number two, if I was going to take this trade to go long, what I usually do a lot of the time is if I think that an EMA is going to hold as support, what I'll do is I'll look at a previous test of that EMA where the EMA really held up. So back here at like the 11:30-ish time frame, and I measure how far down, like if it wicked below, for example, how far down did it go when breaking that EMA before settling back above it, and it broke down below it about $1, which is 10 ticks on gold. So what I would do is essentially if I was just trying to do a trend trade here, a bullish trend trade, buying roughly around the 50 period EMA to get long maybe into another area of supply like 34.33 to 34.34 or something, I'd get long in the 34.29.5 area, hopefully. And then I'd put my stop at about 11 ticks below wherever the EMA is on the candle that I traded. So to give myself some of that room, because gold can be wonky and it could wick you out, even if you have the right idea by doing like a trend following strategy or something. So I'd have to give myself at the minimum 11 ticks of room below the EMA. And that's only because, I'm only going to give on a trade like this, I would be fine if I got stopped out 11 ticks below the EMA and then it, reversed up. Like that's fine, because genuinely on a trade like this with my risk appetite, I'm not risking down to the lows here of 34.23. I'm not going to personally risk $7 on gold. That's I'd have to have a very large like risk to reward there. I'd have to be looking for a retest of the high most likely, which in gold I'm a little bit more skeptical of at times, just because of its odd nature, especially when it's illiquid. It could spike up $4 and then come right back down and sell off. Like, who knows? I haven't been watching it a ton or two. Like I haven't been trading gold, let's say, for 10 years and know all the ins and outs of it between open outcry sessions and super illiquid parts of the day. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. Just wanted to touch on gold because we were talking about it so much. And
very good.
That's great.
But
That's great.
guys, hate to interrupt real quick, but we are going to announce the winner for the $50,000 challenge account. So let's get a drum roll, everybody. The winner of the $50,000 challenge account goes to Lucky Me. Not Lucky Me, but a user called Lucky Me.
It's lucky you. All right, Lucky Me. Way to go. Congrats.
That would be so funny if like
let us know.
Guys, a lucky me.
It was me. Let us know in the chat if you heard us. If you're still in. Hopefully you're still in the stream. If you're not, well,
I think they are.
You'll get an email.
I think they are. Yeah.
Lucky me.
Yeah. Lucky me.
Yeah, it just shows the winner is Sam. Lucky me. Good old lucky. Wow.
Be hilarious.
That's a great horse name. Lucky me.
That is
racing horse.
Yes.
There he is. He goes.
There we go. All right, Lucky me. Great job. Congrats. Congrats.
Well, guys, we've got about a minute and 40 seconds left. Just to let the viewers know what to expect. Up next, we have market news. It's a 5-minute little news segment. And then after that, myself and Coach Troy, the sheriff, will be doing the Prime Day wrap-up. So, awesome.
I shot the sheriff. But
Sheriff
I
Troy.
didn't kill the deputy.
I think that's as close as I could get to sheriff there with the cowboy.
That's probably that's probably it. Is there a badge? They got a badge. Let's see a little star.
I wish.
I know. Yeah, you know. We're doing pretty good with what we got. We're doing pretty good with the tools.
Here we go. This is what we got here.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that.
Perfect.
Nice.
It looks like Troy went to Carl's Jr. Nice. Good job, Troy.
yeah, Carl Jr. Yeah.
Sorry, it's a fast food place.
You're on fire. On fire.
No.
Oh, goodness.
That's okay. What comes around goes around. It's fair game.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm all good. Bring it anytime. It was good to be back. Today was good. Got my
good to have you back.
I'm all reacclimated.
Yeah. Good.
Awesome.
Well, guys, that is time. Coaches, it's been a pleasure as always, and everyone watching as well. Don't go anywhere because we will be back for the Prime Day wrap-up. But Paul, Daryl, that's it for us. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Morning.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Troy.
See you guys.
Paul. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Good day. Today is Monday, 4th of August, 2025. Here's your quick market update covering Forex, futures, and crypto. Let's start with the major driver today,
The US jobs report. Friday's non-farm payrolls came in far below expectations, adding only 73,000 jobs in July. May and June payrolls were also revised significantly lower. Significantly lower. This unexpected weakness sent Treasury yields tumbling and triggered a sharp sell-off in the US dollar. Markets have now priced in a high probability of a Fed rate cut in September. In fact, traders are now expecting up to 100 basis points of total easing by year end. The dollar dropped sharply across the board. USD/INR is set to open nearly 30 pays lower, around 87.20, compared to Friday's close of 87.54. Dollar weakness has also evident against the euro, yen, and other Asian currencies. The dollar index fell below the key 99.35 level. If this holds, downside targets near 98.50 and 98.14 could be next. The euro-US dollar regained strength and is now trading above 1.1450. If bulls hold momentum, the next upside zones are 1.1585 and 1.1616. The pound US dollar bounced from support at 1.3240. Bulls are now eyeing the 1.3340 to 1.3440 range as the next leg higher. US dollar Swiss franc is showing signs of weakness, with critical support at 0.7920 now under threat. A break below that level opens the door to 0.7870. Gold spiked as the dollar weakened. It tested the $3,351 area and has its sights on the $3,404 imbalance zone. However, gold remains technically bearish below its May trend line. Over in equities, US futures are pointing higher. The Dow is up 0.3%, while the S&P and Nasdaq are gaining around 0.4 to 0.5%. This follows Friday's steep sell-off, where the S&P 500 lost 1.6% and the Nasdaq shed 2.2%. Oil prices are under pressure. OPEC Plus announced an output hike of over 500,000 barrels per day for September. This has led to a modest pullback in crude futures. In crypto, Bitcoin is rebounding slightly, up about 0.7% to $114,500. It had touched a low near $112,250 last week. Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and Dogecoin are all seeing gains of 1 to 5% on the day. However, year-to-date performance remains weak, with Bitcoin down 3% and Solana still off by 11%. Despite the bounce, crypto sentiment remains fragile. Regulatory uncertainty continues to weigh, especially with new government crypto initiatives in focus. Investors are watching for any signs of stabilization amid broader macro pressures. In Washington, markets are also reacting to leadership changes at the Fed and BLS. The sudden removal of the BLS commissioner and the resignation of Fed Governor Adriana Kugler have sparked political concerns. Some fear a weakening of data independence and credibility. Looking ahead, corporate earnings will be a key driver this week. Palantir, Amazon, and AMD are among the high-profile names reporting in the coming days. These results could heavily influence equity futures and tech sentiment. On the macro front, traders are also watching China's upcoming trade balance release. The Bank of England's interest rate decision is due Thursday. Tariff and trade tensions involving China and Europe are also on the radar. So to wrap up, the weak US jobs data has reset expectations for Fed policy. Dollar weakness, falling yields, and rising gold all reflect a shift towards risk-off positioning. Equity and crypto markets are attempting to bounce, but the path ahead remains volatile. Stay tuned. This is a pivotal week for central banks, earnings, and market direction. But up next, we have the Prime Day wrap-up with myself and Coach Troy.
Welcome back, everyone. Awesome. Coach Troy, how are you? I can't hear you, Coach.
How about now?
Now I can hear you.
Me now?
Perfect.
Ah.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes the mic, you can flip it up and it turns itself off, and then you push it down, it doesn't quite connect. So, yeah.
Ah, okay, I see. Well, what a day. Very bullish. So not good for you since you're a short trader, but yeah, very, very bullish day.
Well, we basically did a bullish engulfing candle almost of Friday's day, right? If you look at the ES, the body of today is bigger than the body of the candlestick on Friday, so that's very bullish. They didn't take out the high of Friday yet, but they did take out the body. They have engulfed the body, so technically a bullish engulfing pattern. It's very bullish.
Well, on NQ, we just took out the high of Friday on NQ. Happened in the last few minutes.
Yes, I see that. That's crazy. Crazy day.
So,
yeah,
complete reversal.
I mean, you heard me say. Yeah, you heard me say in the other session that this just sort of baffles me that we continue to be bullish. I just feel like the fundamentals and the at least the short-term outlook looks like recession for the U.S. And it's really, I think the Fed's just in a quandary. I don't think they're going to be able to lower rates. I think it's going to disappoint the market. I think once the market says, what, you're really not going to lower rates, then they'll sell off, because if the Fed is not lowering rates, that means the economy is not declining where they need stimulus, right? So, yeah, I mean, we've talked about this many times in the session, how the economic outlook and the market itself don't seem to be, interacting the way you'd expect them to. I'll probably continue to lose money on these upward trajectory days. And that's just the way it'll be for me for a little while until we turn over, and then hopefully I'll make it all back once it starts to go down in my direction. But there certainly was places in the market today to get short and make a little bit of money. And I think that's what you pretty much have been doing, is taking the small gains and just saying, thank you. Nothing, no bias one direction or the other. If it's moving, it's moving. I think that's the way you got to play this market. At least that's my 2 cents worth.
I mean, today,
I don't know. How do you feel about it?
Oh, absolutely agree. I mean, today, in terms of scalping, was actually a phenomenal day. I know I didn't trade much on my Ola Prime account, but in my cash account, just because I've had such a good streak on the cash account, I thought I'll trade that. So when we started the session, I was up just over $3,000. I finished today at 4.5 on my cash account, so I'm very, very happy with that. That's like a week normally for me in one day. So this has been a phenomenal day for me in terms of scalping. And I'm not entirely sure why, but the footprint was just looking really, really good. So I really wanted to make the most of it. I took a few trades on the Ola Prime account, but I did focus mostly on my cash account. That's entirely, just my decision. But because it's kind of hard to trade both at the same time, especially when you're scalping, really short. By the time you're in, you're already, looking at potentially exiting, so you can't really jump to the other account and then trade it. But yeah, I mean, today, in terms of as a scalper, I think was a phenomenal day. The footprint was just beautiful, and it's hard to explain exactly why, but it did what it was meant to do. You know, when volume was trapped, it reversed, and it did that up and down. So you could really, you know, make money in both directions. More so up, obviously, because we were so bullish. But there were a few short opportunities. But as long as you know you're really careful and really quick to get out the market, there was still some possibility for shorts. But obviously, long was the direction, you know, you probably want to be making most of your money on today. But yeah, just going over the footprint, beautiful footprint today. Everything just looked right, and it was a really, I don't know, the market really responded well to all the volume coming in, and so I'm very happy today in terms of if only every day could be like this. If only the market was like this all the time, I'd be the happiest man on the planet. But it is what it is. What can you do?
No, that's awesome, and I understand it is hard to trade your personal account during a session because you are sort of distracted by the session itself, and what your job is to be engaged. So, you know, our jobs is to be engaged in the chat and in the session, contributing, and it is hard to do two things at once. I agree. Yeah, that being said, I actually find I do worse. I do worse in my Ola Prime account than I do on my personal. I'm not sure exactly why, other than, you know, I'm probably more selective in my personal than I am in, you know, an eval or a challenge account. Today was a hard day for me. You know, I just couldn't get out of my own way from I would say every single position I had today was profitable at some point, and probably by $50 or more. I was just constantly in my mind, I was looking for that breakdown, that just complete wipeout breakdown, especially when we got about halfway through the range today, about that halfway point. Um, it just felt like, you know, oh, we got a 50% retracement. Man, they're going to hit it. Then it goes to the 61.8 retracement. Man, they're going to hit it. Then they get up to the double top. You're like, oh man, they're going to hit it. And, you know, I'm taking shorts along the way, and they're just running over me. And I'm not satisfied with a $50 or $100 trade, which is, again, you know, I'm hoping that the viewers are going to learn from my mistakes, because it helps me to enunciate them and get them off my chest and realize that, hey, I am human too. But also that, you know, some of the other coaches can chime in and say, yeah, you should have done that, or, you know, right, give me their take on the market. So hopefully I will not be the guy talking about my mistakes in the future, but you know, it works both ways. You got to be able to talk about your successes and your failures, you know, just to be honest with yourself. And you know as well as I do that accountability, as a trader, accountability is such a gigantic piece of whether you're going to be successful in the long term. You have to be accountable to yourself. You know, during the Ask the Experts session with Daryl today, we talked about stops and how important stops and the psychology of stops and how losses, you know, and that's part of being accountable, saying, yes, I am wrong. I took this stop, you know, this stop kept me from blowing the account up. This stop helped me, even though it's a very painful experience to talk about. And I'm sure, I know, I've watched you when you're losing or you're digging back. It is a very difficult time. There's like, it's hard to keep the banter because it's not funny, right? It's not. It's real,
Yeah.
and you know, and Daryl's, you know, twisting the knife, and you're like going, I don't think it's funny because I'm getting killed, right? And I'm not saying that in a bad way for Daryl, because that's just what we do. We play, have fun, at each other's expense, and that's just what traders do. That's what people do, and you know, we're not any different than Joe Smo off the street. We're just sort of specialized in trading.
Yeah, yeah, you make a really good point there as well. I I find trading on live stream, it is something you still, I think we're all still getting used to. Just because, trading with an audience is, you normally, when as a trader, you trade by yourself. No one is looking over your shoulder everything you're doing, and it and even if there was someone looking over, that wouldn't be that bad. But the fact that we're here as coaches, we have to be, we have to make sure what we're doing is, we got to kind of keep ourselves to a higher standard, and it does add that pressure on trading. When you do trade live, it is a different kind of pressure. It's funny when you do it privately. You're much more relaxed. You're also, I don't know, there is a difference. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what makes it a bit harder when you are live. But of course, you have the banter as well. You have the, which can sometimes be a little bit distracting if you're mid trade, but it's well worth it. And it's a great session. But I think we as people will get more used to it as time goes on. Trading live, we're still relatively new with Ola Prime TV doing these live streams. This is only our first month, I believe. We're still just under a month now done it. Oh, about 4 weeks we've done it now. So we'll get better over time. We'll be more, I don't know, won't be as affected by the fact that we are live. But it's a fantastic experience, and
well,
I love it.
It's funny because Daryl will be long, and you or Paul might also be long, and I'm short. Okay, and during the same amount of time, and you guys are bantering back and forth, and I'm literally keeping my face, trying to keep an even keeled motion because I'm going, go down, go down, go down. And on top of that, there's a lot of 4-letter word combinations going off in my head, like right. I'm cheerleading it down. You guys are cheerleading it up, and so sometimes it's really hard to. I'm sure you guys just see me, and I'm just like, But man, in my head, I'm going, go down, and Daryl's going, go up, and Paul's going, go up, but it does show that, even now, obviously I didn't have a good day today, but a lot of times in the past, all of us have been up, and for different reasons. And you guys tend to be more on the long side. I tend to be more on the short side. And I always get amused when everybody's positive, and I know I was going against the trend. I was going short. They're all going long. We all make money. And that's sort of the point, is that, it is fully possible to, pick the top, that little pullback, make money on the pullback, get out. Next pullback, make money. You don't have to be on one side or the other to make money. You can literally be on either side. I think that's the greatest thing about trading, is that, you can, and I, in the beginning, when we first started, I would try to be very careful about not telling you, oh, I'm short and you're long. And because to me, that's mojo. I don't want to mess up your mojo. I don't want you to mess up my mojo. Sometimes when somebody else is long, I will not take the short trade, simply because in my mind, I'm going against them, and so I'm affecting the mojo or the karma. And you have to get used to that. You have to say, no, that's not the case. I'm going to take this trade because I see a setup, and whether they're long or short doesn't matter. I'm going to do it. I think we had that question earlier about if a coach or a mentor told you to take a trade, what would you do? And the thing is you have to follow whatever your vision is. Today my vision was short and I was wrong. So if you'd have been listening to me, you'd have lost some money. On the flip side of that, if you're listening to somebody and they're right, then you're going to give up your own free will to make that decision yourself. And if they suddenly disappear, you're like, what do I do now? So, it's kind of that interesting situation where, you know, you have to follow your own path, whatever path that is, and not, and, you know, not apologize for it or anything. And I'm sure Daryl, I know Daryl is our predominant guy. He's definitely in a trade way more than the rest of us are at any given time. And so, you know, you feel like, hey, I'm going against him, but then he'll flip directions. And, you know, at the turn of a hat, he's long, he got out, stopped out, and he goes, I'm going long, you know, or whatever. He'll flip directions very quickly. And I think it's a great testament to being able to follow your own, you know, you're following your own piper. You're listening to the piper play the tune, and everybody hears a little bit different tune. So you have to follow the right Pied Piper. I don't know if that's a good analogy or not, but you know what I'm saying.
It's a great analogy. Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're absolutely right. You know, we can have different outlooks on the market, but it's also we're in the market for a different period of time. You know, I'm famously in for a minute or less. Daryl is in for a lot longer. You know, probably I don't know what his average time is, but I would say probably at least 10, 20 minutes per trade. And in that time, you know, if he's long, there's plenty of opportunity to potentially short the market as a scalper, because there is in those 20 minutes, there's going to be a time for 2 minutes at least, the market's going to drop. So, you know, and you can make your money on that. So even if we're in different directions, we're seeing different opportunities based on different times as well, different actual time frames. You know, Daryl might be looking for the next 30 minutes. He believes the market will go up. I'm looking at it and say, I think the market's going to go down in the next 2 minutes. So both can be right, you know, even though we're trading against each other theoretically. So yeah, you're absolutely right there, Troy. I think moving forward, I think the markets, it looks like it wants to recover, and you're absolutely right. It is odd that we're pushing up. I like you expected that we're going to keep probably going down for a bit more, but I don't want to be too hastily and say, oh yeah, we're gonna start going back up and everything will be back to normal, because I feel this could just be a retracement on a bit more of a larger scale. But I really don't know. Again, I try not to fill my head with a directional bias, because the moment I do that, it actually messes up my trading, because then I'll start believing it has to go up, or it's more likely to go up, or more likely to go down. And I'm not picking trades based on my strategy. I'm then picking it based on a predefined bias that I had. And that's never a good, at least for me, that never works out too well. So got to always try to rid your bias and just trade what you see. You know, what does the actual market, what is the order flow telling you? That is what you need to trade, not some preconceived bias that, oh, it has to do something.
Yeah, part of my issue was that there's this pattern that happens around, it happened around the 1987 crash. In the 2000s, you saw 2008, you saw these patterns. And the pattern is this. On Wednesday, you have a very slight down day. And then Thursday, you see acceleration. It closes at or near the low. Friday, we close on the low with volume. Saturday, Sunday, people look at it and they say, I want out. This is a top. This is wrong. And Monday morning, it's a gap down, and it's, you know, massive selling. This is your 500, 1,000 point day down on Monday. In my mind, I was seeing that pattern. If you look at the daily chart, Wednesday, we had a slightly down day. Then what happened on Thursday? We gapped up because of all of the earnings that were crazy. And we had Amazon, Meta, there was just a bunch of the big boys, and we gapped up, huge gap up. And then it was a big gap and crap. I mean, it literally came down, took out Wednesday's low and kept going, you know, right? And so then Thursday looked like, what's going on here? And then Friday, we we gapped down, and we didn't even make an attempt to fill the gap. It was very, very actually we came very close to filling the gap. We may have just barely filled the gap, and then it just fell off. And it was nasty even into the close. So I mean, I was thinking 1987, 2008. I'm thinking this is a pattern that's well known. This is a well-known pattern of what a crash looks like and the setup before the crash. Down on Wednesday, uglier down on Thursday. Friday close on the low, or really right at the low. Monday gap down. So we had the gap up today. It gapped up. And I'm like, I'm sure myself and every other short seller in the world was shorting into that gap, because you always want to see the gap fill, right? So it gaps up, you're going to short it anyway. The pattern was screaming, short me, short me, short me. So all day long, the pattern was still screaming, short me. Even into the very, very end of the day, it's still saying, the pattern says this move is baloney. This is a fake move, right? And if you look at the volume from today, it was half the volume from Friday. So that means we made this big old move back up, but it took half the volume. So that's concerning, right? If it would have been the same volume or even more volume, I'd be like, uh-oh, we're going to the top. We're going to the top. And I'd be right on with you guys saying, hey, this market looks like it wants. But they see the volume, and you're like going, wait a minute. We only used half the volume to do that bullish engulfing. To me, that's failure, or not failure, but a lack of follow through on the volume side. So, I think the key here is when you evaluate, like I was definitely on the wrong side today. That being said, the question then becomes, what do I do with a losing trade? When I evaluate that losing trade, was there a setup? Yes or no? Okay, no, there wasn't a setup. Shame on me. What was I thinking? I got to get better at making sure I have a tight setup. But then if I have a setup and I take the trade and it doesn't go in my favor, that's just the other side of the probability, right? There's nothing wrong with what I did. And I find this very hard, a day like today where I lost money, but my logic was good. My setups were good. It just didn't work. And so do you beat yourself up because I'm down almost $1,000, or do you go, if I had to do this whole day over again, would I do anything different? And that's what's weird. I would say, no, I would do exactly the same thing. It just, the outcome wasn't the outcome that I wanted, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's really hard. I don't learn anything from today except that because I did not break my rules. I did not move my stop. I took my entries where I thought the entry was good based on the setup, based on the order flow. The problem was, if I can say, Troy, what's the problem? I was so one-sided. I had one or two, I know I had at least two long trades, and the rest were all short. So, probably 25 trades, 23 of them were short. That's a problem, right? You're so one-sided. And so that's the thing I take away from today. I say, okay, maybe your logic was okay. Maybe you followed your rules and it didn't work, but you should have realized at some point during the day, I'm on the wrong side. And that's what I'm trying to learn. How do I say, Troy, hey, the market's telling you something. This is your 10th loser. Even though the setup's good, even though you follow the rules, you're on the wrong side, right? I think that's where it's so hard, because you're so focused on, at least I am, on the overall picture, the overall pattern, and when it doesn't do what you expect it to do, it's so hard to flip and go, oh, I'm going to throw all that out and go long,
Well, you made a very good point there.
Suggestions to help me out here?
No, I think. Look, regardless whether you win or lose today, it doesn't make a difference. The main important thing you said there was, would you do anything else differently and you said no, you would do it all again. And that is the important part to take from that, because the worst thing you could do is when you have a bad day, change your strategy for the next day, because you think, something's not working. It was a bad day. I'm gonna change the way I trade now, and then the next day you go in with some, maybe not a whole new strategy, but a different way of looking at the market, and then you make you make it even worse, rather than just letting your edge play out. The worst thing, look, everyone's going to have losing days. Like, every trader will have losing trades, might even have losing weeks. Do you know what I mean? It happens. It really does happen, and it sucks. The worst thing you can do is take something that is in the long term profitable and start changing the formula only because the last day, the last trade or whatever didn't work out. And because probability in mathematics, that's the worst thing you can do. If you have an edge, you need to allow that edge to play out. That's the only way. Just don't change the recipe. It didn't work out today. It's no big deal. Might work out perfectly tomorrow. We might have a huge sell-off tomorrow and you'll end up making 10 times what you lost. But if you change your strategy, then all of a sudden you're like, damn it, why did you might miss out on that win. So yeah, definitely. That's definitely one of the big things I would say to take from that. So really well said. Should we have a quick look at the news? See what's coming up tomorrow? I mean, tomorrow-wise,
absolutely, for
the US dollar, we don't really have that much. We have ISM services PMI. It's the only red folder news we have, really. Lots of European stuff, but again, all very nothing too drastic, nothing too big, really. So tomorrow might be, in terms of news, I wouldn't worry too much. Thursday we do have pound for the UK official bank rate, monetary policy reports, and that's a big one for anyone trading the pound or anything to do with the sterling. That's one to look out for. But Friday as well, we have nothing. US dollar, only on Thursday we have unemployment claims again. But again, nothing too drastic. So it's a relatively weak news week, I would say, for the US. So could go either way. Could be quite a nice trend, or it could be quite a boring week in terms of lack of volume. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, Thursday's got the initial jobless claims. That'll probably be I don't know. It's not a major deal either. Friday, I'm looking. I don't see much in Friday either. Yeah, and usually the week after the Fed, it can usually be a void of news. So that does not surprise me. That there's not a lot going on this week. It is going to be really interesting to see if they have, because the cumulative delta for the S&P today was a positive. I've got a positive 7,000 contracts, and Nasdaq was a positive 10,478 contracts. So that tells you that on balance, people got, those are new positions. That's opening, they're opening new positions to the long side. And, when you see that bullish engulfing candle, it makes you think, this thing could come back up. I would not be surprised if, Daryl is right and we retest the all-time high. But to me, that's just, okay, I've got to bide my time a little bit, because that means we're going to come up to a double top, and it'll be a major double top at a market all-time high, which is a shorting opportunity, right? So we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. The one thing I'm taking away from today that concerns me is the volume. The volume was right at the 14-day moving average. So it was just average volume. That bothers me because it makes me think there's not going to be follow, that tomorrow maybe there won't be any follow through. And if we put a Fibonacci on, and you don't hear me talk about Fibonacci's very often, but if you put a Fibonacci off of the high from Thursday to the low from Friday, we are sitting between the 50 and the 61.8 retracement. So, it's retraced 50% already, and it's between the 50 and the 61. The 61 is about 63.93, so just under 6,400. So that means, to me, that's saying 6,400 is really the number. If we can get above 6,400, maybe we'll be off to the races. But if we fail at 6,400, that's close enough to the 61.8 fib that it could be it. That could be, we're going back down, based on that Fibonacci retracement, even though that's only over 2 days worth of Fibonacci. But I do follow Fibonacci's. That's one of the things I do like to look at. I know that I know that you don't really, and neither does Daryl.
No.
Paul kind of likes them too, but I like to know at least where those levels are. So we could have some overhead resistance coming up tomorrow around that 6,400. To me, that's kind of the pivotal spot. Now, what's going to happen most likely is that overnight action is going to get us above 6,400. We'll come in tomorrow morning. It will be above that level. And then what? Then are we going up from there, or the thief in the night, the overnight action has taken that movement, and so we don't get that, right? I don't know.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's a hard one. Like I said earlier, I hate to kind of form a bias for the next day just because it messes up the way I trade. If I convince myself that tomorrow is going to be a bullish day or it's going to be a bearish day, and I'm wrong, it can really, really mess up the way I trade, because I don't know, you get this kind of little thing drilled inside you where you feel like you have to be on the right side of the market, and if you're on the wrong side of the market, you get chopped up and you get frustrated, and it just goes. I'd rather just kind of not listen to it, not even care, just look at the footprint bit by bit, minute per minute, and try and figure out, is the market going to go up in the next 1 or 2 minutes, or is it going to go down the next 1 or 2 minutes? That's all I care about. If I can do that effectively, then I can make decent amounts of money. If I had to, it's weird. It's a really tough one because we had such a big sell-off, right? And I feel that potentially we could continue selling off, but we have had a pretty much almost perfect V-shaped reversal. We just undid everything we did on Friday. But then you're talking about the volume as well, and that's a very good point as well. If the volume is halved, I wouldn't be surprised if we go down or go up tomorrow. I am very 50-50 on the fence. I could not tell you. I really couldn't.
Oh, how do you turn off the noise? How do you turn off the noise of the bias, of having a bias or forming a bias? Because obviously you have some sort of routine you go through in the morning to look at charts, right? To at least discover levels, or I don't know, what do you do in the mornings that helps you tune the noise out? You say there's a level above, there's a level below, this is where I'm going to trade. If it comes down, I'm going long. It goes up, I'm going short. How do you set yourself up to be kind of neutral when it comes to direction?
So what I do is the highest time frame I have it is 15-minute chart. I have the volume profile. I draw out any gaps in volume that I find, and any ones that have also been tested and have already reacted to. I draw them out, and say we've just bounced off one and rejected, and we're going up, then I'm going to be bullish until we get to the next gap in volume where potentially I could short the market. And then if we break through that one, then I'm continue being bullish. But if we reject on any of those gaps, then I'm only looking for sell trades. So it really just, for me, it depends where these gaps are and which side of the fence we are, basically. If we're above a gap, I'm bullish. If we're below it, I'm bearish. And I'm only looking at the scalp trades that support that theory. But apart from that, otherwise, I don't look at the daily, I don't look at the hourly or the 4 hour or any of the longer term time frames, because it does mess up my bias. Because, you know, sometimes you can have like a bearish bias because we're below a gap right now. I'm thinking, okay, I'm looking only to look for sell trades. But if I look at the hour chart, I might see something. I'll be like, oh, are we going to go down? I don't know. This looks quite bullish to me in the hourly. And then it messes up everything, where if I just keep doing what I do, I know I do it all right. So I try not to, poison my mind with a bias. Yeah.
No, I think I would agree. I think if you're a scalper, and I would put myself in that category of a scalper, I think that I trade off of a 1 minute and a 30-second. Why am I looking at a 15 or a 1 hour? It makes no sense. Yet, the MBA macro economist inside of me is, looking at all the stuff going on, and, providing the data provides a picture, and that picture, definitely affects how I trade, even though, now when I talk about it, it seems kind of silly. Why am I looking at it an hour chart or anything above a 15-minute? I think that's really smart, because it doesn't, the reality is that the trade you're looking for doesn't care what's happening on the 15, the 1 hour or the 5 hour, whatever, right? It's on the, it's you're encapsulating it and saying, hey, I don't care about anything above this or below this. I only care about below it, because that's where the movement is that I'm basing my order flow reading, my levels on, etc. Right? It's a very good point. I kind of like that. I think I'm gonna try to say no long-term charts, and see if that assists me in, maybe cutting out some of the noise, because I watch Daryl, and he's got some things that I 100% disagree with, but he also has things that I 100% agree with, right? So it's kind of both there. And so, as any person watching this comedy, as we are, I say it's a comedy, over time, watching the four of us, you have to say, what's his strong point? How can I benefit from his strong points? And I think that his ability to switch directions is by far the most, I think one of his best characteristics is that he will say, you know what, it's not working going up, I'm going to go short. And, a lot of times he flips and he gets chopped up, but I think that he at least has the mental capacity to say, I'm going to switch directions. Whereas I don't seem to do that very well. It's very difficult for me to switch directions. I can become very directional, and I'm going to try I'm writing it down, no long-term charts in morning, and see if maybe that helps me minimize some of the noise, because like you said, the noise on a 60-minute is absolutely meaningless on a 1 minute. What happened on the 60-minute doesn't mean anything on the 1 minute. And if you're trading off the 1 minute, it seems counterintuitive to be looking at a 60 or a 4 hour or 8 hour or a 1 day or whatever. So I'm going to take a page out of Sam's book and see if that will assist me in, maybe turning down the noise of the bias.
Well, hopefully it does, because I can't tell you the amount of times where I would develop a bias on the longer term, or I'd look at like an hourly candle, be like, oh, that looks very bullish, and then I decide to buy because I see on the footprint maybe a bit of buy pressure came in, so I'm like, okay, it's a good time to jump in. Everything lines up, but then the market starts dropping, and the reality is, okay, maybe it is bullish on the longer term, but in the next 5 minutes, the market's dropping, and you know, I'm getting stopped out because of that, and you know, because of having that long term bias, you somehow believe that what you're seeing on the footprint is therefore adds more weight to the bull side. What I wasn't doing is ignoring the obvious fact that maybe the bulls are getting trapped here. Maybe there'll be a slight retracement. Maybe there's going to be a bit of a pullback. I can see sellers, absorbing these buyers. All the other stuff that is very important, kind of, your brain puts it to the back because you have this bias. Oh, it's going to go up. Look at the candle. Oops. Look at the look at the 1 hour candle. It's very bullish. So yeah, I've been burnt many times doing that. So I only have a 15-minute just so I can see the volume profile nice and easy, and I can draw out the zones. But apart from that, I do not care how the 15-minute candles look like. Do not care. I'm just looking at the 1 minute or the 5 minute footprint occasionally. But apart from that, yeah. Well, I don't know if there's anything else left. Any comments? No, we haven't had any comments come in. Well, Troy, we can wrap it up there if you like, unless there's anything else you'd like to go over.
No, man, I've had a day. I'm sure you have too.
Yeah.
I'm ready to not look at screens for the next 14 hours, right?
Me too.
Tomorrow morning, and then I'll. It's amazing though. I swear, this is shows the addiction. Is that, well, at the moment I'm tired and I don't want to look at another chart, but I'll wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning like, all right, it's a new day. Let's go. Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the news. And it's like the day starts all over again and you're really into it and excited about it. And, I was tease my wife. She'll say, especially on Fridays at 5 o'clock or Fridays at 4 p.m. when the market closes, I'll be like, oh man, there's no trading tomorrow. The market's closed. I'm kind of down. And then it's like, she'll be like, what's going on? I go, the market's closed tomorrow. And she's like, are you nuts? It's been 5 days of craziness. And I'm like, I know, but the market's closed tomorrow. But then, Sunday comes around, you're like going Sunday night, and then the market opens and you pop on. You're not going to trade because, I don't trade the off market, but I pop on anyway. Is it up? Is it down? What's going on? Who did what over the weekend? It certainly is an addiction, no question in my mind. But yeah, I think it's a good thing. And, I'm in my basement. I don't know what room you're in your house, but I don't get outside. I couldn't tell you if it's raining, sunshine, whatever, right? I'm just so happy to talk to other people about trading, It's a great thing. So, this has been a lot of fun. Today was a hard day, and but I look forward to tomorrow because I'm making small adjustments, and one of those adjustments, just like we said, I'm going to avoid looking at a long-term chart and try to not form a bias so I can go either direction when I see that shift in order flow at those inflection points, which is really what our trading's all about.
That's 100% it. Well, Troy, it's been a pleasure. Have a great rest of your afternoon, evening. I'm assuming afternoon still. And and to everyone watching as well, thank you guys. Do tune in tomorrow. We will be back every day, Monday to Friday. But apart from that, thank you guys. Take care, everyone.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.